And we're live.
Finally.
After some cloud-related issues, right?
Yes, it's always the cloud.
So welcome Tobias. This is Tobias Olsson.
And Daniel.
And we are your host for this slow TV day. And slow TV means that we start late, right? With some technical issues. And we're going to have a slow day full of
technical issues.
Technical issues. No, but okay, let's start this slow TV day with getting some coffee. We need some coffee after all these hard work with the technical issues. Thank you, Cloudflare, for that.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's bring Mikael also, right? I promised him some coffee. So, Mikael, now we are finally ready for some coffee.
You're live.
Yes, we are live now.
So welcome to Linnaeus University, Mikael.
Thank you very much.
Yes. So what's your role in this IoT day today?
Yes, I'm working as a digitalization advisor at Tieto and also as a customer executive. So Tieto is one of Nordic's largest IT companies.
Indeed.
And then I have as a hobby to be a beekeeper.
Ah, nice.
Yes. So working as a digitalization advisor, I'm working with digitalization, and then having a hobby as a beekeeper is an interesting combination.
Indeed.
So
let's just take a quick look at it.
Yeah, because we have the beehive here.
Exactly.
Oh, no, they have the curtains down. But yeah, we can maybe just take a look.
It's not going to show it. Something red.
Yes.
Yeah.
And we'll take a look later on.
We will take a closer, very much closer look later.
Yeah.
Around 10:30, right?
Yeah.
But first, some coffee and some introductions. Right?
Yes, and we will try to gather the team for our small, let's say, friendly competition.
So we're going to have two teams.
At least.
And these teams are going to develop an IoT application. So here. And so that. And what are they going to do, really? What are you going to do?
Well, I think the theme for today is air quality monitoring. Here we have Disney.
Hey, hello.
Hey,
You are live.
We are live.
Congrats.
Finally. All right.
Yeah. So what is air quality? It's what kind of things?
Well, I've been riding my bike to LNU for like 10 plus years, probably.
Yeah.
And I would really like to know how stuff from traffic has developed over time. Is there really a health benefit for me to ride my bike in all of this heavy traffic that we have in this small town in southeastern part of Sweden?
So there are like gases and particles and stuff like that.
And stuff like that.
And then we're going to create mobile sensors, right? So we're going to measure this.
I want to have this on my bike.
You want to have it on your bike.
Yeah.
And then the results of this is going to be displayed on some dashboard or something like that, perhaps on your phone or.
Yeah, I would at least like to have optimally, I would like to have a nice map. This is the path that you have taken with your bike, and you can see some indication of air quality along this route. That would be the dream for me.
It would be really cool to see if the places where you're really close to the traffic gives you more particles and perhaps more outgases.
Indeed.
But such sensors would be interesting to put in the beehive also, right?
Yeah, and we've actually put some CO2 or eCO2 on the sensor where we measure temperature and air pressure and so on. So I would like to compare if the bees are stronger up in the north of Sweden compared to in the city center of Kalmar or Gothenburg or Malmö and so on.
Yeah.
It would be quite interesting to see how these small insects are sort of handled by at least the air quality from CO2.
Yeah. That is super cool.
Yeah. I have my coffee about now.
So let's meet the team.
Yes.
There are here. No, that's not the team. So I guess they are up in the IoT lab, right?
Yeah, they probably.
Perhaps we can gather them.
They probably became a little bit nervous also when the stream did not start.
Yeah. Okay, what other things are going to happen, Tobias?
Well, we are gonna have a campus tour.
Yeah.
We are hopefully gonna talk to a guy from Veberöd, which is one of the most IoT dense small villages in Sweden. Maybe the most IoT dense small village in Sweden. What else is happening? Well, we will try the Starlink, and a lot of different things will happen. I hope that. Well, it's a slow TV day today, so we will take things a little bit as they come also.
But we're going to an IoT conference in Dublin also. With
Indeed.
Fredrik and Johan.
Yes, so we hope that they will let us know when they have something interesting. Thank you. And we will cut to Dublin at convenient times.
So we go this way.
The B-Lab project comes from HSB Living Lab outside Chalmers in Gothenburg. And we had a 24-hour research session last year.
Nice.
And then we put some camera inside of the beehive. And then we said, this is real slow TV.
Yeah.
So in every sort of break, we said, let's go to the beehive.
Cut to the bees.
Cut to the bees. And then you could see the bees climbing and
Nice.
sort of going.
Nice. Cool. I guess this is also maybe at least for students studying the IoT course. This is our offices and this is our daily work. And this is the David.
Dear David.
Yeah. So let's gather.
Yeah.
Everyone in the lab.
Yes. And David is going to show us the IoT lab.
Yeah.
The actual things that we
We
have
can
there.
take a look at the lab, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we will move out to the beehive.
Yes.
And you're at least have the access to that.
At least have the access. So
Yes.
that's what I'm, used
Mostly
for.
good. The access man.
Yeah.
Cool.
Hamed, you can actually the live stream may also know Hamed. He's
Yeah.
one of the.
Hi, Hamed.
Hello.
Cool.
Yeah, he's in, I don't know if Christopher.
First time.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you.
Cool.
I come from Skåne.
Nice. So let's check out the IoT lab.
Yeah.
Hey Mats, now it's time.
Hi.
Hey.
And this is Neda.
Hey,
And
nice
she
to see you.
is a 2-year postdoc. here.
Yes.
And she's working in the IoT lab and with
Um,
research connected to IT.
Yes, I'm working an IoT project for SMF and
And what is
else?
SMF?
Small and medium-sized enterprises.
Okay.
Yeah, we are here and working with the stuff related to IoT.
Okay, so we are helping companies.
Yes, we are helping companies and we are running nowadays 8 pilot cases.
Nice.
And it will become more and more in the summer.
Mhm.
And what else I should say?
Okay, what is a pilot case?
Yeah, pilot case. One of them is okay, I can give an example. Is there
Okay, here.
beehive? Yeah.
So this is connected to some beehive.
Yes, we have. We want to monitor the beehives, and see the situation of the bees when they are making sounds. We can analyze the sounds and see what is the situation of the queen. Because if queen doesn't feel good, the population, half of population, I think, will fill it with hair. So we are trying to analyze this data and make the situation for them very well.
So
it's
this
one of
is a
the-
connection between a company and the
Uh,
university and a collaboration on a project,
Yes.
which is a pilot case.
Yes, the company we are working with them is B-Lab companies with Mikkel.
Mhm.
And That's it.
Cool. Yeah. So we have many of
Much
these
more.
collaborations, right? How many different pilot projects are there?
We have 8
8.
pilot cases.
Okay. So, but these are not only bees. These are many
They
different
are,
things.
yeah. Another one is Kalmar Demme. When we are collecting data from the seas, water levels, and monitor that what is happening in the Demme.
Nice.
Another one is what else? I don't remember.
So, yeah,
It's Stenswark, for
Yeah.
example, when we want to monitor the sausages conditions. I mean, to know what is the temperature and humidity there in the cool storage. And another pilot case, please help me.
Yeah, so QTF, we have QTF. It's a company that degasses system liquid, and what they're interested in is to measure the CO2 from one of the devices. They also want to measure the variations basically in the magnetic field. So they want to know if a motor is spinning or not. Another thing they want to do is to read and write to a Modbus, to the PLC using Modbus. So this way, actually, we have the prototype just here. This is the equipment they use in production. And what we have done here is, now many students will recognize this board. This is a 5Pi, and we're using this as a way for us to communicate to the PLC, but also read from it. So using such a microcontroller or development board, what we can do is we can connect sensors to it, so it can read from multiple sensors via Bluetooth, for example, write those data into the Modbus, and then we can also take data from the Modbus from the PLC and send it to cloud.
Okay, so if we put together what the pilot cases here, you're helping companies and you're developing the technologies with the companies in order to be more IoT.
Yeah, so we want to encourage them to use IoT, test IoT, maybe see how easy it can be to at least start. Now, whenever you develop a product, it's a long process, but this starting point is always
nice,
appreciated.
Another pilot case that is interesting is Aquatech.
Aquatech, yeah.
Aquatic.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So you want to?
No, I don't.
Okay, so Aquatech, what they want to do is so they clean sewage pipes or pipes, underground pipes, and they want to know when they clean those pipes, they have a hose and a nozzle, and the nozzle helps the hose to advance, but it also do the cleaning part of.
Do you want to put sensors there?
Yeah, so they are interested in measuring the pressure at the nozzle.
Cool.
And also the position of the nozzle, because sometimes you have a situation where an operator is just feeding, and then there might be an obstacle, it might be clogged, but the operator doesn't know that. Cool. So you can stand there and feed for maybe 20 minutes, wasting drink water and also petrol.
Okay, so they come here and you help them to find sensors, or do you go to them also?
It's not always the case that we help them with a prototype or a solution. In this case, we started out with an experiment because we didn't know. I mean, LoRaWAN, we know that it works well above ground, but we didn't have experience with it.
Okay, so an experiment like throwing a LoPi in the ocean or something like that?
Yeah,
pretty much.
We have done that too. So.
Okay, and what was the outcome of that experiment?
I think we got data from 70 centimeters from underwater.
Cool.
Using, I think we used 70 centimeters.
70 or 17?
No, 70.
70.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So throwing sensors into the water is a big thing here. Let's talk to Mustafa also. So this is Mustafa.
Hello.
And Mustafa is going to show us later on today. Mustafa, you're working in the lab also?
Yes, I'm working here in SEMSA project.
Yeah. And you're going to show us something today at 5. What is that?
It's a PCB printer.
Okay.
It's here in a PCB printer. We will print some prototype
It's like this.
We will print this by using our PCB printer. This is before we get the PCB printer. This is after. Big difference.
So at around 5, we're gonna learn how to create circuits, circuit boards.
Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And we're also gonna talk about 3D printing today with me around in the afternoon, somewhere after lunch, where we're gonna design something and we're gonna slice it and we're gonna print it and we're gonna talk about different materials and stuff like that.
I'm back.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So let's introduce Francis also.
Yes.
Francis, hi.
Hello.
Hi. And you're one of our colleagues.
Yes.
And what do you do here?
I'm also part of this IoT lab.
Nice.
I do mainly research, not much applied, but I do research in many areas. Software engineering is my core area. I recently started learning IoT. I'm also part of this IoT course with Frederick. So we are running this course for 3 years. And this is our, I think, second Slow TV day. And it's going well. And
It's slow.
it's super fast. It's not slow. So there will be so much activities, you will see.
Yeah.
So let's, we should
Did you,
form up teams, right?
Yes. Did you catch Mats?
No, we didn't. I'm
No, we
checking for
didn't. Yeah.
Mats and let's see.
Let's see if we can find Mats.
Can we have a short introduction of you? Can we have a short introduction with you?
And don't forget about our puzzles.
Those are super
So
important.
here we have Mats. Hey. Hey, Mats. So you're also one of our colleagues.
Yeah.
And you are going to be programming today.
Well, a little bit.
A little bit of programming, right. So you're going to be part of one of these teams.
Yep.
And you are gonna, what are you gonna do with the data that we collect from the sensors?
Well, push it to a database.
Push
of
it,
course.
yeah, push it to a database and
Yeah.
let's store it there forever and never look at it again.
Oh, well, for 20 days at least.
Okay, for 20 days. At the
Yeah.
database. Nice.
And
But
we
we're
will be using, I think, at least Firebase,
Firebase as a database.
real-time
Nice.
database.
So hopefully we will take a look when Mats is coding today. I look forward to that.
Okay.
Some live coding would be nice. Okay, so do we
Yeah.
have any more people that are going to be part of the teams? And David, yes, let's form up some teams.
Yeah. So who wants to be in my team?
Yes. I will be against Mustafa.
Yeah. Okay, Suneda. Now, who's the second?
Tobias should be in charge.
So
of
where
the other.
is Tobias?
Tobias just ran away.
Ah, okay.
Is there any
So now
more
it's my
people?
okay. I
like-
pick everyone.
So
Is
is there?
them all against
Yeah.
Tobias?
Maybe.
Tobias and Mustafa.
Yes, you will be there also.
But there will be some more students coming up from some companies.
Yeah, I need to check that. I think we might have Christopher joining in.
Okay.
But maybe we can.
But you have bought some sensors for this project.
Yes.
Maybe we can showcase these sensors.
Let's do that. I'm gonna go get them and come back.
Yeah, that will be fun.
Hi.
Hey,
So how many people are we? And
I think it's basically us.
it's basically
right,
us
right now.
right now.
So let's do 2 teams.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be my. Well, we need 2.
Yeah. So David did steal these people.
Yeah, sure. Then I steal Mats,
Okay. And I join you.
and you join us.
Yeah.
Cool. And Mustafa will be supporting everyone
Yeah.
with the PCB printer stuff.
Hmm?
You will be supporting
Both teams.
Yes,
teams.
both teams. Yes,
Cool.
it will be good also.
Nice. Then we're even Steven.
So ask David to pick up the sensors.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I will not support the other team with Francis.
Yes.
Both teams, but that one.
Sensor magic.
Okay, so we have.
Bring it here.
Yeah. Let's do this. And then.
There are more.
Yeah, actually those are duplicates. let's do this. So here we have.
So where did you buy these from?
So it's mixed. Some from Seed Studio, some from Amazon, some from Electrikit. Let's see how to open this one. Yeah, we need this scissors. Yeah. And then we have this giant thing. Now this is actually bigger than the development board that we're going to be using.
So what is that?
So this is a PM particle sensor. So it measures 2.5 and PM10. So PM 2.5, PM10.
And those are nanometers, right? Or
Yes.
something like that.
So really, really small particles.
Yes. So here is how it looks like.
That's
Very
really
shiny.
cool.
Yeah. Actually, we've never worked with this one before, so it's going to be interesting to see if we're going to get this to work
And this is
today.
something that is crucial for today. This is not a ready-made setup where we prepared stuff before, right, Mats? This is actually we learning things, and we're gonna make mistakes, and we're gonna do cool things. Maybe we will burn up some stuff.
Yeah.
So
you will see us struggle, basically.
yeah.
Fail fast and fail forward.
Yes.
No, we will see you struggle because we are behind you.
Okay, what's the next sensor?
Okay, so the next sensor is a CO2 sensor. This is the actual CO2 that it measures. You have CO2, and then you have equivalent CO2.
Nice.
So CO2 is the actual equivalent CO2 is based on the total volatile organic compound, and also based on an assumption of what the average CO2 is.
Cool.
But this measures actual CO2. And then we have a BME 680. I think many of the students taking the summer course have one of these.
And what is that?
So this is a temperature barometric sensor. So it measures temperature, humidity, air pressure, and volatile organic compound.
Cool.
So for
So this one also includes humidity, it says.
yes. So this is CO2, humidity, temperature. So we have two temperatures, two humidity, CO2, air pressure, volatile organic compound, PM 2.5, PM10, and
Okay, cool.
Wow.
lots
Nice.
of values.
Lots of values.
But this is not the only thing that we need for this, right? We need some microcontrollers.
Yes.
We need some connectivity.
Yes.
Cool. What are the options for microcontrollers?
What are we thinking? Should we go with Heltec or PyCom devices? PyCom devices.
yeah,
probably,
we will probably use Pi. Yeah, I don't
Yes.
know about your team, but my team.
Okay. Yeah. So we will be using Fi-Fi just to kind of have the LTE option. So we don't only go for LoRaWAN, but maybe one team can go with LoRaWAN and the other team can go with LTE.
We will go with Bluetooth
Okay.
and
and
connecting it to a
Bluetooth, of course.
mobile
Yes.
phone.
Yes.
Cool.
So we buy LoRaWAN in helium or
Yeah, that's a trick question. Yeah, we can go for helium.
Nice.
But yeah, it's
Let's see.
LoRaWAN, so
we have
the one that
experts.
works.
Yeah.
All right.
So this is the plan. The teams are not done yet, so we do the teams now, or
Yeah, the teams are done.
okay, the teams are done.
Yeah.
What, did you do the teams when
Yeah,
I was
we did.
fetching the sensors?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm alone.
Yeah.
Okay.
The team of one.
So I think
Yeah.
that before we go to the beehive, I want to borrow you a little bit more, David. I want you to show us the IoT lab. What kind of things do we have here that these teams can use for their projects?
Okay, so if we're thinking from idea to prototype,
Mhm.
here's what we can do. We have a whiteboard to sketch our ideas.
Yeah.
Then we have development board. So if
Well,
we
let's
go to
show
the
some development boards.
cabinet over here. Now, most of the development boards are in our office, but yeah, here we have a few different types.
So you were talking about the PyCom devices?
Yeah, PyCom. We have PyCom devices. We have Arduino devices, and then we have boxes of sensors. We also have Heltec boards. These are the wireless stick and the light version. They look like this.
Nice.
What are they based on?
So this is based on ESP32. So with this, we can program this using C++, and we can program it using MicroPython.
Nice.
So just as we have in the summer course, we have Heltec boards and PyCon boards.
So is there any difference between the PyCon boards and these?
Yeah, so the PyCon boards, some of them have, like the PyPy especially, have an LTE modem. This doesn't, but this has have LoRaWAN. So we have Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and LoRaWAN.
And the
And
Arduinos, what is the difference between the Arduinos and the ESP32?
Actually, it depends what kind of Arduino. This one is the Uno one, and this has no connectivity whatsoever. This is used mostly for educational purposes, to teach about bits and bytes and how you shift data, how you connect motors.
It's C++, really?
It's C++, yes.
Okay. And then we have the Nanos also. What are these?
So these also come in different flavors. This, for example, here we can see that this specifically this one is also Wi-Fi and Bluetooth enabled.
Okay.
So we can use this to have some
connectivity.
some connectivity at least.
But then if you want to connect one of these to the internet, you would, or LoRa or something like that, you would need an external thing. Right?
Exactly. And that
External
external thing, I think I have it in my office. What we have, this is a PyCom gateway actually. So if we open this, we're gonna see a either LowPy or a PyPy inside it.
Okay, cool.
So
Nice.
that's that. And then
What kind of sensors do the students have access to here?
So here we do have, actually it's I think easier to read from the boxes. So we have temperature, collision sensors, vibration, heartbeat, photoresistors, Hall effect, knock sensors, temperature.
So all the sensors in the electric kit, right?
Yeah, basically. Read, tilt, we have joysticks, line followers, rotaries, so motors, and
Cool.
and yeah, you can see there are lots of boxes. Also on the, so when connecting things, sometimes we need resistors, sometimes we need diodes, for example, and we have
voltage conversion and stuff.
yeah. So for that we have these cabinets, component cabinets.
So this looks like a normal electronics lab, right?
Yeah. So here what we do, actually here I think Mustafa, you know the I think you should take this.
So we have some resistors, some diodes,
Yes.
some LEDs.
We have
and
here
stuff
all the electronics elements. We use this to produce a prototype for many pilot cases, and we test our circuits. Yes, this is the main idea from the electronics elements here. Yes.
Okay, and we have some oscilloscopes, right?
Yes. Sometimes we use this oscilloscope to see the signals exact, how it's look like, or of its to analyze the signals. We can say.
Okay, so for some troubleshooting and stuff like that.
Yes.
Cool.
If we have harmonics or it's clean signals or
So this is a bit more modern, and then we have
this
a
is
more,
the old one.
Yeah.
It's same exact, but this is old, and this is the new version. It's
Okay.
It look thinny, and it's nice to work with this, and it's the screen with colorful also.
Nice.
Screen. Yes.
So let's say, for example, I have a sensor and I don't think it works. Can I use the oscilloscope to see if it gives a signal or not?
Yes. Yes. Absolutely.
So
We can
it can be
use
used
it.
that
Yeah.
way. Okay.
Okay.
And also we can, for example, test the sensor by multimeter. Yeah. Also volt and ampere multimeter.
Nice. Okay, and then we have some soldering stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's a soldering platform.
And this is when you go to the next steps. You make some prototype that is a little bit more permanent, right? Yes. But we have some. What are these?
So this is called a breadboard,
Breadboard, yeah.
And
Okay, so
we have it here mainly for when, let's say, for example, let me bring the one of the.
Because I see a lot of these on the tables here.
Yeah. For example, it's a little.
So
example.
this is a student setup or something like that?
Yes, you can see it. It's for testing. We can use this for testing the prototype, or before we go to the next step to produce the prototype. It works or not. It's
Yeah,
full
just
speed, yeah.
connect the sensors
just
to
connect,
the
yeah.
microcontroller.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the breadboard that you have there, we use it to. Sometimes the board comes with the headers and what you need to do is to solder the headers, and we have that breadboard to kind of have some sort of support.
Yeah.
So when solder, it doesn't move around and mess things up.
So a normal thing when you get these sensors here, we first connect them on a breadboard to the microcontroller so that we know how it works. And then we can also make it a bit more permanent by making a PCB.
Yeah. So what we start doing, so from idea, we sketch the idea and then we identify the sensors, the relevant type of sensors, and we connect them using the breadboard. Using a breadboard, connect the sensors. Now we only have LEDs here, but usually we have sensors. So once we have that up and working, what we do is usually to ask Mustafa to design a circuit.
Okay.
And to design a circuit, you can probably talk about it, but it's not
at 5 o'clock today.
It's not very straightforward. You need to think about how you draw certain lines.
Yeah.
And
Before designing any circuit, we sat together so many times and discuss why we want to use this sensor, why this is suitable this sensor to using or not. We can replace any sensors many times, and we test before we get the final production.
Yeah.
Nice. And then when we have some kind of circuit board and we want to mount it or we want to have a case for it, then we have 2 3D printers and we, design and print cases, for instance, or just something to connect the sensors to whatever situation we're going to use the sensor in. So perhaps we're going to have some connections for the steering wheel or whatever.
We will need to attach it to the bike in some way. At least my team.
Yeah.
Because it's my bike, so your team will not have access to the
Yeah,
bike.
actually, I have my kick bike, electric scooter with me today. So, and I have it on your bike. Yeah,
Yes.
Okay, we go with Neda's bike.
Cool.
But yeah, so from idea to a prototype and also a casing. We didn't talk about power management, but we leave that for later.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay, so let's form up the teams a little bit, and then we prepare for the beehive. Cool. So, here's David.
Yeah, I think we can go to the beehive now.
Yeah.
Okay. You have been ready for a while, so let's do it.
Let's go and talk bees and beehives.
Yep.
Nice.
And you will bring the prototype.
Yes, I will print the
So you do that, David.
Yeah,
And
bring the
I will,
prototype.
and follow
Yeah.
Mikael. And I will start with my team so we get a head start.
Cheating.
Yeah. Please take your time, Mikael. 1 to 2 hours.
Okay. And you're finished when we get there. Okay. Yeah. Let's do that. So David is bringing the prototype, the running prototype. We haven't mounted it in the beehive up there, but it's full of bees that we sort of put in the beehive last week. And I will explain a little bit about bees and beekeeping and the beehive and why this kind of beehive and so on. And then I'll hand over to David and he can show you the prototype and talk about how it works.
Okay, let's go.
Let's go. So it's outside on the roof.
Yeah. I'm gonna see it from here.
Yeah, but I saw the curtains were down, so it's a little bit difficult to see it right now. But it's fairly good placed out there because the other houses are a little bit taller. So it sort of gets a protection also from the wind. I was a little bit afraid when you said you would put it on the roof, because Kalmar is quite windy. So, but I think it's quite good placed. And today it's a beautiful day as well. So we will see them. We will see them flying in and out.
So now it might smell a little here.
They can't smell on the YouTube.
So this is the second to last door, and then we're out there.
So Elin has put some stuff here.
Yeah.
That we will use to expand the beehive with later on. So I'll bring this one.
Yeah.
And you will see how it's sort of placed on it.
One.
So that the door is not locking us out. Or
Yeah.
so it's a lot of traffic today. If you come here, you see them flying in and out. And you will see some of them coming with big yellow lumps on the back, on their back legs. They got like pockets where they put pollen, and there's different colors on the pollen depending on which flowers they are coming from. And there is even pollen maps where you can see and map out the color. So if we had some kind of video sensor here taking pictures, we could even tell, if we want, in the future, that these bees are getting pollen from either of these 4 flowers. When it's getting blue or dark or black or whatever, it's other kind of flowers. So it's quite interesting actually to see how they are working.
Yeah.
And they are then using their trunk to get nectar from the pollen, and the nectar becomes the honey. So pollen is used for the smaller bees, the larvae, and so on, and then they are using the nectar to produce honey. And depending on what kind of flowers, there will be different taste on the honey as well. So it's quite interesting now to see what kind of flowers they are finding here. And as you can see, the houses are a little bit taller. So it's a very good protected area from the wind in this sort of in this section here. And I know that Fredrik is talking about maybe to put some garden up here or some flowers and so on as well. And that will be quite interesting. There's a hole in there, and if you are looking out, you can see the castle and the park and so on. Maybe on the other side. But, the bees, when they are hatched and when they are sort of born, they have about 4 different types of tasks. So there's also guards guarding the beehive. So usually should not be too close to the entrance, because the guards may then send alarm and say, there's an intruder coming here. David, the intruder, is coming here. You should not try to stand just in front of it. These bees are very, very kind and very calm. Last week when we put them in this hive, we had TV, radio, and 3 newspaper magazines here, and they were astonished how nice they were, because I took up the frames and we were looking for the queen and so on, and they were taking photos just a couple of decimeters from it. But you should always sort of, as a beekeeper, you should always have your equipment, like gloves and the protection for when you are sort of handling the bees. So this beehive is called Smålandskupa, and it's a more stationary kind of hive. And it's being produced in Oskarshamn at my brother-in-law's company. So it's local as well, actually. So he has sort of done everything in AutoCAD, and then everything is produced by CNC machines and then mounted together. The normal ones are more like boxes that you place on top of each other, so it will become like stacks of boxes. But I like these kinds of hives. They are nice, so like small houses and so on.
You said that when a bee is born, it usually have one of 4 tasks.
Yeah.
So what kind of tasks are we
in the
talking
beginning,
about?
they are helping out inside of the hive, helping out with the younglings, the smaller bees. Then they are also cleaners, and then they are guarding. And the last thing they do is to protect pollen and nectar. And then they actually work themselves to death. They are working so much and flying so much, so their wings get torn out, and then they will die. The queen is the bee that lives longest. She lives for 3, 4, up to perhaps 5 years. And she is the one that is the most important bee in the beehive, because she's the one who reproduce sort of and make the bee society very strong. So when she gets a little bit old, the working bees then decide that they need to replace her, and then they put extra vitamins and enzymes and so on in the cells where she has put an egg or a larva, and that means that this larva is growing faster and becomes more powerful and so on. It becomes another queen cell. And then when she hatch, she is sort of attracting about half of the population, and the old bee queen is trying to swarm and go away with about half of it. So that's a natural way of a natural cycle, trying to get a new queen inside of the beehive. This bee queen is quite old. She is about 3-4 years old. And I told Elin, who is taking care of this bee society, that we need to buy a new queen that is sort of productive. And then we need to replace the bee queen in here. We could have done that ourselves by taking some of the frames where they are newly laid eggs and larvae in, and put them in a separate beehive. And then with some working bees and so on and some food, then they will sort of create a new queen in that beehive. But that will take a longer time and so on. So it's easier to buy a new queen and then replace the old one. And you cannot replace the old one by just removing it and then putting the new one in there, because then they will kill the new one, because they are very, very sensitive to smells and pheromones, which means that they will recognize that this is an intruder, and then they will kill her. So you have to put her in like a small cave and then let her stay there for a couple of days or so, so that she gets the same smell as the complete society. And then hopefully they will accept a new queen.
Yeah, that's actually fascinating.
Probably we come to that, but I can see, is it a ventilation for?
Yeah, and it's also a hole in it. So it's both a ventilation and a way of getting bees that are being stuck inside of the hive to get out, but not get in. So it's a small hole in the top of that one. And there is another hole on the back side, but that doesn't have the cone. But we will open it up and I will show you how it looks like inside. This hive has 3 different types of entrances that you can actually open up. So you have one on each side of the sides, and then you have one at the front. So you can, in this hive, you can have more than one society. If you divide it in the middle, you can have 2 society in it. But in the summer and now, usually they get so strong and so many bees in it. They grow from 10, 15, 20,000 that they are in the winter up to 80, 90,000 in the summer. So they really expand extremely quick. If you see a bee that is a little bit larger than the working bees that you see now, it is a drone. It's a male bee. So you don't have so many male bees inside of it, inside of the hive. But I'll show you how it looks like inside. And then before we hand over to David, and we can talk about the sensors.
Yeah.
So this hive has a lock on it, so it's quite good also for the IoT equipment. And so here you can see how it looks like. You can come over here, all of you, if you want. So there's an aluminum frame here, and below this aluminum frame there are weight sensors. So when we connect the prototype to this cable, we will be able to measure the weight of the bee society. And as it is inside of the beehive, we are only measuring the aluminum frame, some wood coverage, and then the frames and the bee society. And the app, in the mobile app, we have the possibility of actually putting a 0 level on the weight as well. And then we'll just see how they expand and so on.
So even using the app, it's easy to calibrate.
Yes, exactly. And as I said, there's also a ventilation hole here, but it's just covered with some mosquito net so they don't fly out. But here they can fly out if they are getting stuck in here. So if I want, I can now just remove this coverage, wood panels or glass panels. We put some glass panels here because it's always nice to be able to go here and see how they work without disturbing them. And this is how the frames looks like. So you have a wooden frame. This frame is an old frame format. It's 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters. It's called Svea. It's not a very common frame format because this was an old frame format. And when they started to work with boxes instead, this frame format is quite high. So if you stack 4 or 5 boxes on top of it, they become quite tall. And one of these boxes could be perhaps 20, 25 kilos. So try to remove a box that is 25 kilos or put it back when it's very tall. It's difficult. So then they started with other frames that are not as tall, but a little bit wider. So there's a lot of different types of frame formats. But from Smålandskupa, a stationary hive, you only have the possibility of having like 2 boxes between each other here on top of where the queen is and reproducing the society. And then you put this here instead of the coverage. So you put one of these and then you put the box on top of it. And the queen is so large so she can't get through this, which means that on the boxes here you will only get honey. You will not get the bee queen to actually put eggs and so on in it. And that's why these are called like treasure boxes, skattlådor, because there will be just sort of extracted honey from it. So when one of these is full, you can then just remove it, shake off the bees, and then go and extract the honey. And this is how the frames looks like. When you get it, it's empty, and then you put a metal wire in here, and then you take wax, or you buy wax, and then you put it in the middle, and you heat up the wire, and then the wax is melted in the middle of the frame. And then you put it in here, and then immediately the bees, almost immediately, they start working on this this wax sort of middle section, and then they put about 1 centimeters on each side, like a tube. And that's where you, if it's down here, you get the bee queen to put eggs, but it's also a mix of honey and bee eggs and so on in there. But up here in the box, it will only be honey on these. And then when they are getting a little bit dirty and old and so on, you can actually send them in, and then you melt them down, and then you make another wax middle sheet. So you clean it up, and you have like a recycling process around it. So that's how it looks like, and how it works from principle point of view. So we put about 10 frames in here with the bee queen, and then we added up more frames, newly made frames by Elin. So now I want them to get used to this position and the hive and everything, and then start building out the frames. And if they get strong, if we replace the old queen and so on, it will be a super society here, a bee society. And then at the middle of the summer, maybe we put one extra box in here that only will be pure honey. And then in September, you reduce them down to about 8 or 10 frames in the middle. And then you give them food so that they will cover. So you remove about 18 frames and only have about 8 or 10 left. So,
Besides the sensor that you just talked about the weight,
yeah.
Well, what is more important to measure when you have beehives?
Weight is one of the most important ones, because in the winter, when you have given them food, you know how much they are eating so that they won't starve. If you don't have a weight sensor, if you just have boxes out, then you will have to go by experience, give them like 16, 20 kilos of food, or you go and try to lift it a little bit and feel, I think they still have food in here and so on. But with the weight sensors, you have complete control, even on each gram, how much they eat every week or whatever. So you can then add in more food if you want, like in January, February, at the end of the season. Weight is also important in the summer, because then you know how they grow and you know how much honey they are bringing in. So if you know that right now the dandelions are blooming, then you could know exactly how much dandelion nectar they will bring in. And that's quite interesting as well, if you want to make honey that is from a specific kind of flower. It's good to always keep control of it. What we also have is temperature. Temperature is interesting in the winter. I have heard about beekeepers who buy infrared cameras and so on to take a photo of the beehive, because in the winter they place the queen in the middle and they have like a cloth in English, a sphere around the bee queen, and then they replace the position by themselves. So some of the poor bees that are on the outer side, they get sort of exposed to the cold, while others that are closer to the queen, they could have like 25, 30 Celsius degrees in the middle. So with the temperature sensors, then we know exactly how much the temperature is. And usually we have like 3 temperature sensors. Yes. One measuring the outside temperature, one that measures the temperature inside of the hive, and then one that measures the temperature down where the bees are. Then we also like to know the humidity, because the bees are working almost like an air condition. When they bring in the nectar and they put it in the cells, the water is quite high on it. And then they sort of lower the water amount in the honey, and hopefully they get it below 20%, because then honey can be sort of fresh for ages. They've even found honey in the tombs of in the Egypt tombs and so on that has been fresh. So it's good and interesting to know the humidity. Another thing that is interesting to know is the air pressure, because as it is a beautiful day as today, the air pressure is high, and then you would like to compare that to the weight. So then you know in what the optimum situations the bees are working and how much they are working. So those are standard sensors that we've been working on, but we also have some studios working on sound and sound sensors. And that's also extremely interesting, because if they decide they would like to replace the bee queen, then it's interesting to know the sound that the new queen is making when she's hatching. And when she starts collecting about half of the bee society to her. So if we could detect swarming tendencies, or even that there may be a new queen that has been hatched, that will help the beekeepers quite a lot. And then we've been working a little bit on the CO2 as well, but we have been using the eCO2 sensors right now, because we are more interested in to compare, not the absolutely actual value. If we get these beehives up in the north, in Luleå, for example, compared to Kalmar or Gothenburg or Malmö, then we can see if the weight and the eCO2 are sort of making any differences between how strong the bee societies are. We have in some instances also put the camera on the front, on the entrance. There is a HSB area or a house in Malmö where they wanted to have a camera because they wanted to see when the bees fly in and out. And I think we would try to look into things like counters, bee counters and so on in the future as well, with the help of the IoT lab.
They wanted to measure how many, like the activity.
The activity.
For example, different weather conditions. Yeah,
and compare it to each other. Another thing that I would like to experiment on is to try to detect the bee queen. You put a color dot on the back of the bee queen just to know how old she is and to make it easier to find her. You see how many bees there are and how they are crawling all over the place. And try to detect the bee queen, even though she is a little bit larger, is quite difficult. As a beekeeper, usually you just look at the frames and see if there are newly put eggs in there. Then you know that you have a bee queen. But it would be quite interesting to have a mobile app and then just say the bee queen is on the fourth frame to the left, and she has been on 6 of the frames the last 5 days. Then you know she is productive, you know that she is in the society, and you know that it's the original bee queen. So that would be something to try to find a way of detecting the bee queen.
We have a question on Discord. How large is the queen? Is it possible to see her?
Yeah, but I don't want to, as we put the society in here, we took some pictures last week and we saw her. She is about 1.5 times larger than the working bees. The working bees are females. It's just that they are not. They cannot produce eggs. So when the society decide that they need a new bee queen, they put, as I said before, they put extra vitamins and enzymes in the cell, and then the larva is growing faster and becomes more powerful. So she becomes the bee queen. It is possible to detect her if you just if you just Google bee queens or so on, you and working bees, you will see the difference. She's a little bit slimmer, and she's about 1.5 times size. And there is a bee there that has yellow blobs on the back of the back legs. So small yellow blobs there. I don't know if you can see it, but that bee has been in a flower and collecting pollen, yellow pollen. Then you also have the male bees. The male bees are about as large as the bee queen. They are a little bit more fluffier than the bee queen, but the size is a little bit larger as well. If you're an unexperienced beekeeper, sometimes you see a male bee and then you think it's the bee queen, but it's not really. Any more questions? Or
No.
I can just mention that this project, I think I said, started at HSB Living Lab in Gothenburg. HSB Living Lab is a research lab where they work on the future of sustainable living. So it's a collaboration between 12 partners. Tietoevry, where I work, is one of the partners, but it's also HSB and Chalmers University. And Chalmers has students living in HSB Living Lab. So it's really a living lab. So it's about 35, 40 people living there. And they have about 2,000 sensors measuring everything. They work with integrated solar panels, cleaning waters, and so on. So please look up HSB Living Lab. It's extremely interesting research project. It's a 10-year project standing on a temporary building permit, and the whole house is built so that it will be able to demount it. So put it up and demount it and move it to another place if they want. And they wanted bees there. They have had hens and other kind of projects as well. And then I said, of course you should have bees, but then we should make the beehive as an HSB Living Bee Lab. That's why we call it Bee Lab. And we started up the project 2019, and 2020 we put it in production. And that's Raspberry Pi computers, and it requires power over Ethernet to work. So when I got in contact with the Linnaeus University and David and Frederick and the team, we said we want to make the next generation IoT gateway, who should be battery driven and wireless communication. So that's where you come in, David.
Yeah. So we have. So this is how it's. This is not how it will look like. This is how we have it at the moment. So we just have just basically a connection box, and here we can see the prototype. So if you can see here, we have. I can just put this away. Most of you will recognize this board. This is a 5Pi, so meaning that we have not only Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, LoRa, but we also have LTE. So we can use NB-IoT, we can use Cat M1, depending on how much power they consume.
I just want to mention there that we are extremely happy that Telia has decided to sponsor us with the SIM cards as well.
SIM cards, yeah.
Yeah, so that's extremely good for the
actually,
project.
in the back here we do have a Telia SIM card. So we use Telia because, you decided to go with Telia because there is an NB-IoT infrastructure as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this is the actual board. But then here to the sides, here we do have, we power the device using a step-down converter, or we do have a step-down converter for when we power the device. So we can take in up to or maximum 11.8 volt, and we step that down to 5 volt. And then what we do is we have so we have those sensors. This is a BME 680. It measures temperature, humidity, air pressure, and volatile organic compound. You were talking about weight and the load cells. Here we have an amplifier for the load cells. So if you can look at the board and then here at the pins, and if you see the cable that Mikael is holding now, it also have 5 slots. So we have the prototype, and basically what we need to do is just to plug it, giving that we plug it the correct way, and then we have also some weight values. And then we have 2 temperatures. So we said that this one measured temperature, humidity, and air pressure and volatile organic compound. But then we also have 2 other temperature sensors. These are Dallas DS-B20 sensors that uses the one-wire protocol, so we can connect basically multiple sensors to one pin and then read them, address
Separately.
them individually.
Yep.
Exactly. So those 2 sensors, are they the ones that you refer to, one being outside
Yep.
and one being inside, but not inside the sphere?
Exactly.
Now this one is attached to the board, and obviously not the whole board will be inside the sphere, but this is just a prototype, and we did this to learn more about the board. So how much power do we consume? Now we have this prototype. How do we optimize it? When we use LTE, for example, we have NB IoT and Cat M1, which uses less power.
Yeah.
Because we want to consume less power or have less power in order for our device to stay on longer.
And this is where we had the battery consumption and what kind of battery we should have in here. So it's a super interesting collaboration between experts on each area, I would say.
Yeah.
And then, of course, this one is then communicating to the AWS environment.
Yes. So
where we have the
also the app connected. Yeah. So
and then we have the app connected, the mobile app connected, which is an app that we are developing at Tieto Every with students as well, summer students and so on. So they are right now sitting coding and creating the GUI and so on connected to the AWS.
So if we just briefly go through the app. So if I am a beekeeper and I get to use the app, do I need to have a digital or connected beehive to use the app?
No, because what we decided to do as well is to let the mobile app be free of use for anyone who wants to use it. And they can then manually also set up how many bee hives do I have, and where are they placed in different areas and so on. And then you can go in manually and register all your inspections. I have seen the queen, the bee society is nice and calm and so on. Or if you suspect, if you add in more frames, you can tell how many more frames you're adding and so on. And then if you have a digital connectivity, we will have a QR code printed on the case. So then you can take the mobile app and scan the QR code and relate it to a specific beehive. And then you get all the data, the digital data in there as well.
We're going to switch to Dublin in a few minutes,
Yeah.
or now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or if we
Yeah, we're all
Yeah,
finished.
we're done.
Just
Yeah.
one last question. You said that in winter, measuring the temperature is important. Is it possibility, like, to sort of giving some warm in the future? Because with microcontroller warning system.
Yes, absolutely.
Warning system.
That's something we're implementing in the mobile app as well, so that you will have alarms that you could set. Right now we are setting, you can manually set your alarms, but in the future we want to set, like, if it goes below a certain temperature point, or if it's from a weight kilo point of view, but there's only 1 kilo of food left and so on, then you want to trigger these alarms.
They know which one they need to care.
Or in the summer, if it in 8 minutes goes 4 kilos lower, then you could suspect that they have made a swarm, that there is a new queen that has hatched, and the old one is disappearing with about 4 or 5 kilos of bees. So that's also interesting to know when you get that kind of alarm. Okay.
Yeah.
I hope we have been fairly thorough,
and
both from a beekeeping point of view and how it works with the sensors and the mobile app and so on. And right now we are putting a Swedish network in place. So we got money from Jordbruksverket, the Ministry of Agriculture, to launch these beehives all over Sweden. So we get like a Google of bee data that we want also the researchers to be able to get hold of, and also help the beekeepers and also different types of government organizations when it comes to sickness and spreading of sickness and so on. So it's extremely interesting project, and we are very, very helpful, grateful for the help that we got from the Linnaeus University and David and the team.
Yeah, it's definitely been one of the very interesting pilot cases. We do have more interesting pilot cases, but this is one of the
Super.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll put this down, and then I guess we'll work down.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're live. Okay, great. So thank you, Johan, and welcome everyone to Dublin, because that's where we are now. And Johan, you might just turn around the camera and show yourself.
I'm here as well.
Yeah.
I will kind of be doing the filming today. It's the plan, I think.
Yeah,
you are
we
doing.
might switch as well.
Maybe.
We'll see.
We're here outside of Crook Park.
Crook Park. Yeah.
That is a big stadium, as you can see, in the more or less center of Dublin.
Yeah.
I learned actually at the conference that this is an arena for Gaelic football.
Yeah, and I didn't know about Gaelic football before I came here.
Yeah, I was down in the lobby watching the game on a big monitor when I came to the hotel, and and then no, and it's like this.
And also rugby, I think.
Rugby and basketball and everything. So. Sorry for all your Irish folks out there if I may have just totally demolished your sport, but it was really interesting. Played here and Australia and New Zealand as well. There is an international league where they combine the rules, but
we're not here for Gaelic.
No.
Or
Gaelic football.
Yeah. So we're here for the IoT week. So that's why we are standing here. So you can see that some global IoT summit, and also at the same place there is this this conference called IoT Week. So it's just a mix of two conferences. We are going to present a paper on Wednesday. That is tomorrow. So we're going to present a paper. So that's sort of why we're here. And we are also going to walk around and speak with a lot of interesting companies, because there is a lot of stuff going on around here in the IoT sphere. So let's perhaps just walk to the building. And what we are going to try to cover this day is, as far as we know now, we're going to talk about global connectivity and the SIM cards. So LTE Cat M1, there is a company here that we talked with yesterday that are going to give a presentation about what they're doing. We are going to look into what they are doing in Ireland, in Dublin, within the research IT community. So they have their own smart docklands project. They're doing loads of things down there. We might hear a little bit more about that. We will also visit a company that is creating software for embedded systems, IoT, that are into the area when they are streamlining the process of continuous delivery. So testing, continuous delivery, and a layer on top of Zephyr and FreeRTOS, more or less. And so I think that's about it for us at this moment.
No.
Yeah.
See you upstairs.
Yeah. Yeah.
The laptop is all yours.
One miss. Maybe?
Yes.
Yes. Nice. So there's one team arrived late, so we did not get the opportunity to introduce them before, so we will go check them out. And they are just in the next office. Hey! Now it's time for live TV. So team 3, arriving late as students should.
Yep. I think we were here
Yeah.
first.
So please, who are you guys? Why are you here? It's you have ended school, right? So
yeah. I mean, me, Anton, and Victor here. We have graduated. So we started a company called Uptilt, and we were invited here to do a project today.
Cool.
And then we invited Emily to join us, who is still
Emily
a student.
is always welcome. Yeah. So what are you doing today? What's the theme?
I mean, we're doing similar to the other ones. So we're doing more indoors, like monitoring. So we're gonna check for temperature, humidity, pressure, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna try and attach our thing to a robot that we can drive around.
Yeah,
check
that would
for
be
things.
super cool. I think just checking the air quality between these two rooms, it seems like that room is not the best of choices. I think the open window is a winning theme for today, at least. So, starting a new company directly after graduating.
Yep.
Fun, scary fun.
Yes, scary fun, both parts, but I think mostly fun.
Yeah.
I think it was more scary when we didn't know that much, but the more you learn and the more you like do things and take meetings and stuff like that, the more fun it only gets.
Yeah. So what will you be doing Uptilt?
I mean, we're gonna be basically a consulting company. So whoever needs us for some sort of digital solution or some IT solution, we're gonna be there to help them.
Cool.
In the best way we can.
Yeah. Will you be doing IoT-based stuff, or will it be more software stuff?
I
Or
think a mix for sure, but I think like straight just software in general is going to be easier to get started with. But we're hoping to do stuff in IoT as well because we find it very fun, and there's a lot of opportunities, and like there's so much things that can be digitalized or automated. So there's a lot of opportunities for work there as well.
Yeah. I think also this IoT can be a catalyst for digitalization. So you can bring some real value to maybe a company that has not thought at all about being digital. Bringing a device that can measure some important aspects of their business can accelerate them on this, probably needed path.
Yeah.
Cool. Very nice. So have you got started? Have you got some hardware? Yeah. Here we have. Emily has the hardware. So
You want to explain, Emily?
We haven't really done
Hardware.
but it's basically the same PyCom device that all the teams have opted to use, right?
Yeah.
And we have a small temperature, humidity thingamajig going on there. So I think that's a good start.
Yeah, we have these Pi nodes as well that we measure. These two, I think, measure the same thing. So air temperature and humidity, and then we have one that measures air quality as well.
Nice.
And we were going to compare the
Cool.
ones that measure the same and see which one's better.
Yeah, we have one cheap and one more expensive. So we're gonna
See
look at
which
the
one is
difference.
best, or if there's any big difference.
Nice. So you have also drawn some nice lines and boxes.
Yeah.
Do you care to explain? We can take a look at the whiteboard. I like lines and boxes.
So we have our amazing device here, Tempot Blue Boy X, name not decided yet. And then we're thinking about the Things network, right? Yeah, Things network. So just to like register our devices and stuff like that, and then we're gonna like pass that on to our Node Express JavaScript server, or like the backend, and then we can store our data in Firebase or some other database. We're not sure, but it might be Firebase. And then we're gonna do a next JavaScript front end, just to have some sort of visualization for the data, whether it be graphs or like some sort of timeline or whatever. But
Right.
yeah.
Cool, cool. Where do you think the challenges will be?
We don't know that much about Firebase yet, so we're mainly doing that because it would be fun to learn as well.
Cool.
And then we have some new sensors that we're not familiar with, like the small Bluetooth sensors. I think that might be a challenge.
Yeah, probably. New things are always kind of like where you want to focus quickly so that you can learn the most about them.
Yeah.
So nice, nice. So when the car is driving around with your little sensor package on it, how do you know where it's located?
Yeah. I mean, there's. I mean, besides the Wi-Fi connection, or you mean like, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, we don't know either.
No. Yeah, okay. Yeah. We could. Indoor positioning is a challenge, right? So would be really cool to take a look at that. But I think maybe just being able to add where you are in the app or something like that would be.
Yeah, it could be cool.
Yeah, just mark the areas. So during this time, we were in this room and things like that.
Yeah, like a robot vacuum where it's
that would
like
be
yeah.
Make it easy. Maybe we should have a robot vacuum where you could take the sensor on instead.
Yeah.
That would be kind of awesome, actually. All right, cool. I think this will be an awesome project. I think it will be very nice to take a look at, and it will be cool to just tape that sensor onto the car later on also.
Yeah.
To get some measurements. Nice.
It's gonna be fun, at least. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's. You will probably beat all of us, or you should beat all of us.
Let's hope so.
Yeah. So development environments. What are you using?
I think we'll be using Visual Studio.
Visual Studio Code.
Yeah.
Nice. And that's what you're used to.
Yeah, and I've used some Android Studio, but we're not using a Flutter application now, so I think we'll just use Visual Studio.
Yeah.
For everyone.
Yeah.
It's so versatile.
Definitely. So, and deployment that will happen on.
We haven't decided.
It might be, at least for like the front end part, that might be Vercel because it's so easy for Next.js apps.
Yeah.
So
free, I think.
Yeah, free as well.
Definitely a hobby project.
Yeah.
Won't get more hobby than this.
Yeah.
All right. We will leave you now so you can work a little bit, but we do have this streaming setup here, so you never know when Romain decides to cut the Uptilt team.
That's scary.
Yeah, team Uptilt. Yeah. So come on, let's see how it goes for the rest of the world people. Here we go.
Okay, so welcome back.
Yay! Poor Atlas is just struggling with the cam.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Okay, so we have started to work on the sensors and trying to get the dust sensors to work. And essentially we have connected the dust sensors to the low pies. And have you got any connection yet, Mira?
No, we are still struggling with the code.
So, but you found some code examples.
Yes.
For the dust sensors.
Yes, for the dust sensor, we found it here.
For the low pies or
for the low pi and no. For let's see, there is a code here.
Okay.
We found for Python and C. In C programming and for the low P.
Cool.
Now we got the Git project, as it is mentioned in the datasheet guideline. So we got it, and now we can run it. Still, we are installing the packages and library that it's needed.
Cool.
After that, we hope it will work.
Nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good hope.
Good hope. Nice.
Yes. And my team member doesn't help me, so I hope.
I'm just giving you some suggestions.
It's a huge collaboration.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. It's very. Yeah.
Cool.
Hopefully we can get.
Yeah, so essentially we are looking for getting values out of this, but it is at least running its fan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Right? Yeah, it's so quiet.
Yeah.
But you can feel the airstream going through it. It sucks in air over here and then pushes it out through the fan. Nice.
Yeah.
And I think it's some kind of laser inside of this, right?
No idea.
No idea. Cool.
Light. How it is measuring is based on light. Is it?
Yeah, go step by step.
Yes, we are following, and we are here now. People install.
Yeah, some of your library did not install.
Just skip. Hmm.
So it's really slow TV now, right?
Yeah.
What's happening?
I'm gonna try out the NoPy code for this. Mm-hmm.
Slow. Okay. Using the following command.
Yeah, that's for importing the project from the Git.
What we did it.
You can share your screen while you're working too, if you want to. Share your screen.
Sure.
On the stream.
Mine is doesn't. This library is also given the number.
Yeah, what is our team member? Team leader.
Our team leader. Okay, CD, but we are here in the directory.
Let me bring our team leader. I think the students will finish before us.
Så nu delas den, va? Atlas?
Yeah.
Mm.
So we're in that. Maybe I sit over there.
This is our team.
Okay, so this side is our team. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So sit here.
No, you can also sit here. So get a put these things away. We'll bring more chairs.
So I'm in the bottom.
Yeah, you and you will change your team then. Then you will have the load.
Daniel. For the technology. From here to there.
If you can send Daniel.
No, you connected here in the wrong pin.
No.
It's pin 3 and pin 4 is connected here.
I need the number of pins.
No, don't
Which
look at
device?
our solution, right?
Which one?
No, it doesn't.
The bin which they want to use.
This one?
One is for receiving and one is for sending.
I bring the connector for the groove for this
Yeah,
one.
how can
There, no,
the groove is
Okay, so that code is running on your computer, right? Or on the Raspberry Pi. But you want code running on the. You don't want to put your
serial
computer on
data.
the
No,
device,
I will
right?
begin with this.
So you
this is
want
the
to
groove.
find a library which is for the low-pi instead. So this is for visualizing the data, right? So it's OpenCV and stuff like that. So I found a low-pi library for this one. But I'm not sure that it's usable yet. So I will try that out. And then let's see. SES0.
Okay, you're sitting over there.
I cannot also join you there.
Yeah, sure. But,
I think
let me bring more checks. Oops, sorry.
So we can. So do nothing.
No. This is the source code from the example. So it's essentially not what we want. They have a pipe track and stuff like that.
I need
We
only
don't want that.
the number of the bins.
So we can remove all of these
which will
LoRa
for example,
yeah,
all of
we
these
need
stuff, because we're not interested in that.
I don't know that yet.
We're not interested in the GPS because we're not using that. We're not really
Yeah, I have team.
getting the,
Yeah, in your team, yes.
those things either.
This is
Thank you.
Okay,
we can,
don't have those things either.
I'm thinking like bringing a Raspberry Pi. Life is
Yeah. Yeah. I will Raspberry Pi to your laptop.
What? My team is discussing details. So
Yeah.
Raspberry Pi?
With the enemy.
Your team is done.
There was no leader.
So what have we actually done? What have we done?
We just connected randomly.
So many combinations.
No, it wasn't random. It's just based on.
No, it's PL3, P3, P4.
Are we getting anything?
Yeah.
Okay, so what have you been up to?
I've been just checking the schedule and doing.
So what I've done is that I found a library for this now, and because I don't want to write all the code myself. And basically, we're gonna try out the library and see what,
Find this library.
and then we'll share it with the other group if it works.
If it does not work, we will share it.
Is it the same? You have the same.
It's different.
It's different what? Oh, we have more.
It seems that you're imaging it, and then query. You can put it to sleep.
Yeah, find the library.
I need the number of the bin which we use this because I want to design a little separate for it.
Okay.
I mean this bin. What B20,
P3,
B21,
P4.
only this. I don't.
That is not known yet.
Not decided it.
No, yeah, that is not known. DXRX. But I'm not sure because we don't have that working yet. So they have, you know, a low pi lib, but this is
I will raise
some application with other things in it. Right? So we need to extract the SDS011 code from that and then try it out. From this we can we just nonsense? I don't have a reference. I can have nonsense. Then maybe there is something else that we also want. Yeah. You can see it.
What do you go to speed test? So Daniel, have you found a library for the sensor?
Yes.
Okay. Is it using 10, 21, and 22?
We don't know. Okay, this one. This one is probably using the other one, right?
Yeah. No more.
Yeah. What's it called? SES011.
Yeah, you left me. I will remember my
Now we just want to SDS011. This we throw out.
Yeah, you display for us.
We don't want Laura.
You have to watch another
We want science, right?
This is mine because it's I will share this with everyone.
I think maybe like this.
No, if you have no, that's okay.
Yes.
No, you have to work on another one with anyone because yeah, not broken this. This is
we know about this.
Yeah,
It will print the air quality
I work in this.
after some time.
So we have this one. The yeah, it's accuracy. And then SPS 011. Okay. Also,
So we have
so let's check
somewhere we
the
don't use that either.
all of them work. I'm sure.
Time.
Yeah. Okay. So here it says.
Time or just time? No,
It's not.
Hello.
Hello. We're here live from Böre camping.
Oh. Hey.
And my name is Klaus, and I also am here with August.
Hello.
And we are two of the TAs in the course.
In the summer course, IoT summer course. And we're here installing some LoRa antennas and a weather station. So we'll try to just show you. We've already, unfortunately, the component has already been set up. Let's go, Klaus. We can.
Okay. So 5 volts. You can maybe do that. I will prepare the environment.
So
Get fake values, I'm guessing.
No, actually, we are in a team. Yes? No.
You mean
Depends.
Going well. We're always professional here. So up here right now they are trying to fix. I think there was some issues with power, but as you can see, the large long thing is the LoRa antenna, and then we also had to install a water collector to check the water level and a pretty much all-in-one sensor, like temperature, humidity, a bit of everything. Right now they are a bit busy with installing things, so I don't really think we have a possibility to ask questions to them right now. But this is what's going on here at Böre. I'm trying to not get destroyed by the skylifts. And yeah,
That's pretty much.
That's a bit of a status check here at Böda. And that's what we're doing. Yeah.
We're also joined here by the company Kalmar Energy and also Kalmar Emnify, the net and data center in Kalmar. Yeah.
If we, that's what we're doing. You think they could hear us well?
I think so. Here's some
Sun is good, great, like, yeah. Excellent weather as well. I'm trying to check here if we did have some questions. Otherwise, that's pretty much the status check at Böda right, as of right now. Okay.
You can go back to Kalmar.
Excellent. You can go back to Kalmar. So bye for now.
The low pi air quality for the SDS 011 for the low pi. There you got the library that we got working now.
No, Daniel got work.
But this is using these two pins
So
for
where
the
is my
quality, right? And
firmware
not
updater?
TXR.
Okay, there we go.
No, it's using TXR.
Okay.
So we're talking serially.
Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's good enough.
And do we want, I mean, should we check if we can get faster values than
this
this?
expansion board is
Yeah, sure. I think once a second.
Do we need that?
Yes, faster, more data.
We need to.
I'm not sure.
More data.
Seems
is
like
better
I'm
than
join
less
this game.
data.
No, I won't.
The expansion board is not very well.
It will take all day.
No, the code I sent is.
This is sensor we must synchronize with the
You can work with Aslan.
Yeah.
Make one team.
Once we'll have a group code.
So which one? This was 5 volts.
Together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we had the TXD.
So when we get those working, so I think that I hand over this now to Mats. This particular setup for this sensor. So you go and get those sensor values in the database, right?
It needs to be continued because.
And then I go work on the next sensor. So I will solve the next sensor and work on that one.
Cool. Actually.
Yeah.
Is that a good strategy for?
I think also, do we have this on GitHub?
No, we should put it on.
Yeah, we should put it on GitHub so we can work on it more seamlessly.
Yeah, and share the link to everyone.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
So your task will be to get this working on your computer, exactly as this, and then add the Bluetooth thingamajig that you did.
I had the wrong project open.
Okay.
And I think this is really so sensitive.
So
they just flip and they flop out. Can we just tape it or something? Especially this one seems to be very well used.
Video and grading the.
I'm getting some tape.
But yeah, I will participate.
Yeah. Take a photo, and I'm also getting.
Oh
I
no,
think I
yeah.
have some tape.
Measurement tape because we need to have them on.
So where is your display for Raspberry Pi?
Let's see.
The OS.
If we get failed again, then we will.
Raspberry didn't work.
So it didn't work?
What is this number?
Yeah, because your display is
Like.
Yeah, so from
Display.
fail, acceptable, good, excellent. There we go.
There's a number or word.
Yeah, it's both. Both. So that scales.
Cool.
Yes.
Ah.
Right. Okay.
So I can write maybe good, excellent. Like
Yeah.
I'm disappointed now.
It's not that super important to get the exact wording. Because the thing that we're in the end, this is your grounds for decision,
and not something
Ja,
that
just
happens.
så.
Actually,
Alltså,
I don't
de
mind.
kopplar loss den tror jag. Och så lägga till det där.
3 seconds. And then here also we wait. First commit 3 seconds. No, it's also in the load.
Alltid lägga en base commit som är tom. Men
Ja, men det får man väl kanske, eller? Jag måste alltid göra den här grejen. Jag vet inte varför. Jag behöver lägga in det någonstans.
You stop the
If you're
screen of your
using
screen?
Raspberry Pi, there is Raspberry Pi.
Did you stop the screen?
Yes. Jag kan starta snart igen, men jag kommer behöva löda lite sånt. Så att,
Så
vad har ni för PM 2,5?
Ja, men vi hade
den är på.
Yeah, actually 5 seconds. I think the phone needs to spin for some time.
Power this mouse. Where is the keyboard?
If it's just get out reading, so it should go.
Ja, det får du göra vad du vill. Jag tänker släppa det till...
The keyboard,
du hade ju en där inne.
wireless. Yeah, it doesn't. Okay. No work. Okay.
Så... Jag sätter MIT-licensen. Tobbe, är det okej med det? MIT-licensen.
Ja. Han har väl lödat med också.
Ja, men precis.
Kan det bli lite soldering with Daniel?
Yeah, so what's the plan? Are we going to connect everything to one thing? Or?
Yeah, you decide. It's your thing.
Okay. So how do we want to do? It's on my own. Git remote add. Can you screw this? Yes. So you have screws and tools. We need. No, I'm looking for the second CO2 because this I took from the add remote. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it's the students have it. I don't know.
Student?
You snooze, you lose.
Student?
Yeah. We have a team.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay.
What's this one?
But you borrow ours.
This is just the, yeah, okay.
Or steal ours. We will disconnect your wires anyway, so.
Varför? Du får inte sno något. Vad var det du tog nu? Ja, den går bra. Jag kommer jobba med den som nästa steg. Okej, vi jobbar med den. Okay, so now we need to cut this cable. Ja, just det. Och regions så skriver man. Jag blir lite nervös. Yeah, actually, maybe we can put... do we get...
needle? No, the other side. Oh,
yeah, we can do this.
Mine
Yeah,
didn't
we can do
work.
this and connect the breadboard. So let's get the... Yeah, we have a breadboard.
Okay.
Is this on the home? We want... Yeah, so that's from this we need the theme and man.
Yes.
So I'm gonna bring
True values. PM.
So I came back to David's stream.
It didn't work. This is the
Yeah, this
only
should
put-
work. You should just move
Yeah.
this one out.
No, I put it here. It's a test. This is the library, the whole kit.
Yeah, exactly. I moved this to the exactly to the root folder, and then I called it main.
Here?
Yes, and then you rename it to main. Yes, main.py. And then if you have the connection, then your code should work.
Up.
Yeah, this one.
Wait.
Yeah, exactly. No, wait,
Yeah,
let's
one
see.
more.
Yeah, no, it's not this file. Maybe. Where did you get this code from?
This.
Let me see the repository.
This one. It's the lightning. Hold this main shell in
Mm.
development spaces.
Yeah, and then examples, but
This test.
yeah, mine doesn't look like this. I think
More?
we have two different. Wait, yours
There are
is from
two. One
mention.
is a C.
No. I
Maybe
mean
this
from
one.
MicroPython. Let me see if our repository was from mention, because my main doesn't look like that,
Mention.
or the example file doesn't look like that. Where did we clone this from? No, yeah, we cloned it from Alex MRQT. So if you go back in the search
there's no
results, yeah, we'll just do SDS. What was it called?
01.
011 micro Python. Yes. So this one, and then in the examples, we took simple test.
Or maybe
and
take from here.
It's not like you get from the repository or.
No, you need to get the. Oh, actually, I don't think so. You only need this probably.
Yeah.
This because you already have the library.
Okay, just.
Yeah.
I
No,
will-
just.
It doesn't have copy.
Wow, why does it have copy? Yeah, just do raw and copy everything in raw.
And put it in the main.
In the main, yeah.
But
Which time are we going to?
This.
oh, you should go now.
Yeah.
He's waiting. No.
Nice, you got main.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and I was like,
I told him you will
I
come
managed everything.
10:30 to 11 to him and give him the case, the typical ones.
Yeah. Have you right? Which one should they?
Yes,
Yeah,
but
so
he
let's
doesn't know that he should
actually
start.
no, I don't like
He's
that it's
waiting for-
taking
Okay,
our pens because.
Okay.
So what's your favorite I2C pens? 8, 9? Yeah, okay, we
I
can
give
take
him
I2C
the
8, 9.
taste of the pizza,
This is
but he
I2C.
doesn't start cooking
Yeah, so we
because he
can.
said, I'm waiting for one
Let's
of you.
actually do
Tomorrow
this.
come and tell me.
Yeah.
Because he wanted to be assured. I told him you and Aronsson.
Yeah. We have this one connected to power.
Yes.
Just you should go because it's 11:15 now.
Yeah.
So how we
We need to main.
Yeah.
No more mail.
Wow.
No.
Okay.
So you're buying pizza?
Yes.
You said pizza, no?
Yes, actually, what will you want?
Hopefully they have
So how many pizza?
15.
5 million.
But there is 3
I
more.
am reading quality.
There is a four more students.
We can take those for power.
This is the power.
No.
We have different colors.
3 tona.
This is
Yeah.
power.
Tuna fish.
But this is red.
Yeah. So this is like all the red,
3
orange.
kebab,
Oh,
3
By the way,
salami.
this is also 5.
So did you count the
Yeah, we'll
students?
see.
Did you count the students?
SCD
No.
41, yes.
How many we are?
4. Yeah.
They are
They are
all 5
four.
CD 41.
And we are
Data
2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
sheet.
7, 8, 9, 10. We are 10.
SCD
50 is
41.
enough.
Okay. So
So SD41 input voltage.
Yesterday.
Something said here.
And the students.
Yeah. Okay.
Supply voltage 2.4 to 5.5. So we can go on 5 volt rail. And then let me go down and see I2C how it works. Data. Okay, yeah, I know how to read from this. We need to start periodic measurement and then do the reading, and then when we want to stop, we do this. We send this in the I2C bus.
yes.
Okay.
Then
Actually,
you said 9 and 10. So
yeah, we can go 8 and 9 also, but let's have here. You know what? machine import I2C, and then actually, you know what? The formula, there has to be a formula. So this is the read measurement. We get 9 bytes. First 3 CO2, seconds temperature, and the relative humidity. This is the math we need to apply to each value. So the 3 bytes.
To calibrate the.
Yeah.
Why the values by Daniel was so simple?
What?
So the main Python script, it was very simple.
For this sensor?
No, for the.
Yeah, for this?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, for this is like this. We just have the reading up here, and then dust sensor.pm 2.5. Dust sensor. So we're just printing. But for this one, we need to do some other things. But I need to see.
So did you get the air sensor to work?
This one?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes, awesome.
And this one, I think I have used one of them before.
So the values are similar?
I'm not sure what values you got there.
For air quality?
For the PM.
1.2.
Yeah, then it's
something like that. 1.5.
Yeah.
Nice. Where is QTF? I think I have done one of those sensors for QTF.
It's 1.8, 3.5.
Okay, we had 6 point something.
Yeah. Let me see here if we have.
I mean, David taught me.
Actually, I'm gonna do this. Not notes, text edit. So we're just gonna create a file here, scd41.py. Bye. And then main UDP. Let's see main UDP. What do? We create the I2C. There we go. This is the only thing we need. So in our main.py, here we do some sleep, and then we take those values. Actually, this we have it in the loop. So here we print else, and then we print. Did I copy the whole print? No. Oh my god.
You had it on 10 and 11, so I changed it.
I'm sorry?
You had it up in 10 and 11, so I changed the to 10 and 11.
Oh, okay. Okay, so let's try if this thing works. What do you think?
Yeah.
Will work? Wow, this trust you have from colleagues is. You're covering everything on 3.3 volt? You're going 3.3 volt? Is this?
No, this is 5, and this is also 5.
How did you take 5 from that? Because this is just giving. Oh, okay, yeah. But where is the 5?
No, it's here.
Yeah, okay, yeah. I
Same
saw
color.
this. Yeah, I saw this.
What
And
kebab you like?
what?
Give me the taste.
Kebab. No mushrooms.
What?
Kebab and then no
no
mushrooms in
I
mushrooms.
parentheses.
can have David's mushroom.
Yeah, okay, take mushrooms, but you will take them.
But you will get the flavors.
Fish, tuna fish.
Yeah, tonfisk.
Wow.
Fisk.
Nice. Fancy. Okay, what? Machine.
Gyros salad.
Yeah.
Or we just doing pizza.
Yeah, whatever you want.
Wow.
Yeah, gyros salad.
Oh, yeah.
Gyros
Gyros.
salad. Okay. So it's a gyros salad.
SD.
And Daniel, what
CD.
taste you like for pizza?
Pizza salad.
How did I import? Yeah, wow. I need to import it from CD41. Import CD41.
Right, sweet. Let me check. Inspect. Glasses off.
Oh, they're pretty slightly
starting fan. Now we're gonna do the measurement.
Error writing check.
Dun, dun, dun.
Measure failed.
But this is the first one, always fail.
Okay.
Yeah, first one always fail. And we don't get the value from the other one. Okay, so now I2C was error. I think we should flip them. Yes.
This is how you get success.
Yes.
Just by flipping.
Flip. This is how you do it in life.
So let's put that on a breadboard.
First one failed because we haven't slept enough. The fan is spinning.
Cool. Then let's connect that.
Yep. I will be the cameraman.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So what do you think? Do you trust? Do you have belief?
No.
Do you have trust?
A bit scary.
Bam!
So this is a breadboard, right?
Starting reading.
And
bam!
all of these rows
CO2,
are connected
temperature,
as
and
well.
element.
And these
Now I am gonna
is
make
connected
this
as one.
sexier.
So
what I'm gonna
usually
do is
put
I'm gonna
the
take this tuple
device like this.
here.
And then
I'm gonna
you can
remove the
connect
string.
anything you want to
Do
connect
this,
to
and
ground
then we're
here.
going to like
It can be
this.
connected on those and anything. Oh,
Then
you
we're
should
gonna
not
do
connect that one. Right?
This and this,
And then we
remove
have
this row.
SDA and SCL.
CO2.
So what do they do?
So this is a
And then
communication port,
message.
Okay.
which we are going to
Actually,
connect to
not
the
that.
microcontroller.
So
In
And
this
this
0
needs 2 to
then
6 volts.
I
So we
should
can
probably
drive this
copy the
on
first one.
the same voltage as the microcontroller, which is 3.3. So
nice.
we need some
Two, and then here we have
cables.
temperature.
Right?
Flimsy cable.
And
Flimsy
then we
cables.
have relative.
So those lines that I talked about first are usually used for power. Then we need another one for the, there we go, ground.
And then
More
also maybe
cables.
a friend.
Cable guy.
Oh, you are good at printing.
No, I'm gonna upload it again. I want it to be in, but now it's gonna be ugly because actually I shouldn't have this one because the first one will start with that and then let's do this. Wow. Before we run this code, we're done for the day.
Here you can see SDA, port 9.
Yeah.
SCL, port
So we should change the color.
So usually we have a pinout.
Yeah, we're
in
gonna
order
print
to
a
find the
PCB
correct
for this.
way of
Yeah.
connecting these.
And also a case.
So SDA is port 9.
SCL port 10.
Cool.
We have
No.
orange
Like
for
TXR.
ground and
Now I'm trying to.
Yeah. Okay, so I have like lots of outputs. So I'm printing message here. And then I'm
SDA
printing,
port 9.
reading the library. What? Yeah, wait.
And then what did you say? SCL port 10.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we are done with 2 sensors.
Good work.
Okay, so where is this? Yeah, someone should take
Not me, but others.
Make sure that you.
Nada. And her phone.
And we should connect that to the USB also, right?
Yeah.
Eventually.
But first we're gonna find some library for that.
Yep. BME 680.
Yeah, it's definitely I can like as soon as you have the receipt, you can do that.
Absolut. Hej.
Hej.
Vi ska köra eftermiddag
Mm.
rundturen nu.
Mm.
Var det någon mer exakt tid? Typ 2 eller 3?
Jag tror det kan hänga med mig. Jag har schemat för det här någonstans.
Jag har det här, Tobbe.
Jaha, okej.
Ja, men klockan 2 har vi planerat in dig.
Yes.
Men egentligen så går det ju bra även innan det, för vi käkar ju lunch där. Ja, bokklubben har ju 12. Och sen
Vår sån där behöver vara välladdad. Jag vet inte hur ser batteriet
No, I moved it last night. I wanted to keep more serious.
Ja, men ser ni?
Men du, jag ser, det är en halvtimme till bokklubben. Och den kör jag inifrån mig. Men jag har ju lagt till, jag ska lägga till dig på
Okay. Now we should have a
det här, dig och Mats.
Or started?
Okay,
fine.
So if it happens, for example, like it goes to but it will start reading.
No, it's reading. Yeah, it's just the cable. Trust me.
Yeah.
You breathed on the sensor, yes?
No, not now.
Så får du köra detta.
But it's very
jag kör i
sensitive, like
bokklubben.
even when you breathe on it. Yeah, like normal.
Vi ska ju käka
It
också.
will be very high.
Ja, precis.
Now you'll see. More.
This is
really like actually good quality sensor.
You mean the temperature?
1,200.
Yeah, the CO2. So it spans between 400
and then it should
from 400 and up till I think this one 400. The SCD41 is from 400 to 3,000. The SCD40 is from 400 to 2,000. So now we need all ideas.
Nida, we finished 2 sensors. You did not go for lunch? You did not go for a lunch?
Vad mäter den här jäveln då? Mäter den?
Jag tror det är temperatur, fuktighet, volatile gases.
Det är lite coolt.
I copy all the gate, but it's
Och det är typ så här sprayfärg och sånt, alkohol.
Yeah, import machine.
Då borde man kunna ta en penna typ fram.
No, you're saying from import, but you need to import machine also because you're using machine at some point.
But this is one of the files using it. It's imported in other.
Så det är I2C.
Yeah, but this is the first one that runs. Import machine. You need to have import machine because this is the first one that runs.
In this file or in this file?
None of them in main.
There is no main.
Yeah, you need to have what?
Okay. Nada, your Raspberry Pi? I have a Raspberry Pi in my office.
Yes, I will. For other projects.
Maybe.
Because mostly.
Yeah, maybe it got removed because now they have a second. Now you see here. Upload. So now.
We have people selling NFTs, buying digital properties, but what are we talking about? Are we talking about the enterprise metaverse? Somebody mentioned Microsoft early on. Are we talking about the social metaverse? Are we talking about Facebook? Are we talking about the real world metaverse, Niantic, Pokemon Go, and the world? Are we talking about a fully immersive omniverse from NVIDIA? We searched and searched and searched. And a bit provocatively, and the character is relevant to the conversation, one person found the answer, and that person is Barton. The metaverse does not exist yet. Now, why would he say something like that? So Tony Parisi is a former strategist at Unity and one of our advisors, and he published the 7 rules of the metaverse, which are very interesting. There can only be one metaverse. The metaverse is for everyone. Nobody controls it. Nobody controls the internet. It's open. It's hardware independent. It's a network. It's the next generation. So when people say today, I am building a metaverse, what they really mean is I am building a verse. And everybody has their verse. And interesting enough, we called the company Versus 4 years ago, precisely for that reason. So what's new? If you look at it from an era perspective, there's been every 20-25 years a bunch of new internet working eras. We started by internet working computers, then we started interconnecting web pages, applications, and now we're moving to internet working data. Okay? Now, if you look at it from a tech stack perspective, this is computer science 101. You have the 3 different layers between data, logic, and interface. And there's been an evolution. So from an interface perspective, we moved from the browser to mobile, and the next generation interface is going to be everything XR, AR. If you're looking from a logical perspective, we moved from websites to applications, and now it's all about artificial intelligence and smart applications and self-learning applications. From a data stack or a data storage perspective, we moved from LAN to servers to cloud, and now we're talking about the edge. This is where the next portable wars on the edge is going to happen. And now, if you're looking at it, so what is the spatial web? The spatial web is that new infrastructure. And that infrastructure is the underlying layer or digital fabric on top of which you're going to build what we call Web 3.0, and get back to that later, Industry 4.0 applications, Society 5.0 applications, and smart city applications. Web 3, which is now Web 5, Web 5 version that came out earlier. This is where you have all the crypto, NFTs, and things happening. So when you're talking about Web 3 is a subset of this whole architecture. The interesting thing about this is where money is being made right now. Ridiculously, with a huge ridiculous amount of money, but this is where it's happening, and NFTs are there. But why do we call this spatial web? We call this spatial web because it's going to progressively eliminate the boundaries between the physical world and the digital world. Okay, and you have a very interesting paper that's been published by Deloitte that I encourage you to go read, called The Spatial Web and Web 3.0. And this is the way we're looking at the world. So you have an underlying digital infrastructure that serves different purposes. Those 4 domains, Web 3.0, Human 2.0, Industry 4.0, Society 5.0, are a different lens you're looking at the world through the set of exponential technologies that everybody's trying to leverage today and for different purposes. So Web 3.0, or what we call the metaverse, are an in-person experience, right, of the spatial web. So this is all the immersive experiences that everybody's talking about. So here it's very people-centric, it's person-centric. If you take the opposite side, this is thing-centric, this is object-centric, this is about making things autonomous and helping the industrialization and the digital transformation of industry today. You mentioned earlier on Human 2.0. These are all functionalities and smart services that are going to be hovering around digital health. And Society 5.0 is all about smart governance, right? So mobility, IoT, management, etc. But they all should be running on the same infrastructure. Here's why. Tomorrow, as a restaurant owner, I want to be able to decide who has the right to play Pokemon Go in my premises. As a mayor of the city, I need to decide who can have immersive, augmented advertising on public buildings. There's an intersection between this world and this world that needs to happen. If all the verses are not inter-networked and interoperable, that interconnection
Bluetooth to pair. I don't know
Yeah, I
if it
installed
also can
OS
listen to
here.
beacon.
Okay, at the same time, yes.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. Let's skip that.
Yeah.
Let's skip the beaconing. So what else do we? Hey, it's good.
Hej.
I think here we have some sensors.
Måste ladda ner alltihopa.
What? You didn't
Kom här,
find
kom
there?
I used cable, Ethernet. Do you have internet cable here? Yeah, you can have internet cable.
Aha, even your IoT is not.
Yeah, here is.
We
yeah,
should
here's this
take
one.
eduroam.
No, eduroam will not work.
Or
Here's this one.
even you. Okay, wired is better. Let's get wired.
Use this.
Cool.
You see, I'm a good team member.
Yes,
very
really
good.
today I found it.
Okay, now you also have internet.
Yay, okay.
Because you need a extra memory card to install your OS. Like this.
Before I installed it. But I thought the one Mustafa gave us, it had OS
No.
with the Safari. We are not connected.
Now you're connected.
Advanced.
Yeah, go to Google again. What it's saying. Oh my God, why did you not use the same tab? Yeah, it's not connected.
It's fine. What we wanted is here. For Arduino, this one, yes? I can send it to you now.
Which one?
Joyit.net, but let me send it to you. How can I send it to you?
Joy. No. Joy.
Dash.
No. It's I think it's Swedish keyboard. IT.net.
SDA till 7.
And you can you also have Python IDE.
Tony is like, yeah.
And you can all run all these commands here. What was the command? Sudo apt.
Apt update.
Okay. What is the date?
So
Apt get update.
Okej, men jag pushar upp detta, Tobbe.
Ja, jättebra.
Så git är .git minus m
So today is
till
one hour. It should be 11
push origin main.
instead of 10.
Nej, ska det vara på bokklubben?
Jag har inte läst någon bok.
Ja, status är följande. Vi har ingen kraft till den. Så det är inte så konstigt att det inte funkar. 3. Fasen, då testar vi det. Där.
Okay, maybe
borde den ju
in
faktiskt.
the summertime was not. Okay.
Okay, so,
Okay, so that one is
expansion
done.
board of
It's working. Är det någon som heter EAQ? What is this? That air.
Our Raspberry Pi is running.
Air gör någonting på air quality.
Our Raspberry Pi is running, so I changed my team.
Så den funkade ju rakt av bara man kopplade in den.
No, it's not
Med
that.
ström.
Where do you get
Den här
that?
gången.
Så vad är det som händer på strömmen just nu då?
Yeah,
Är det vi?
Mm. Gött!
Ja men vad bra, för då kan du känna dig lite relaxed där. Jag har inte någon utvecklingsmiljö.
Nej. Men det finns i alla fall de 2 sensorerna där. Så då tänker jag att nästa steg här nu, det blir att låta Mustafa designa boarden.
We need all the pins.
Till de här 2
Or
grejerna.
3 would be.
Yeah, actually, I'm not sure. Maybe we should
mitt förslag
read
är
up
att
on
vi
the
har
data
hela
sheet
den.
on that because it looks scary.
Så hela den här prylen sitter fast, för då kan vi sätta batteri på det. Annars måste han ju fixa med batterier.
You can also.
Men det kan han ju göra. Mustafa, har vi sådana här batterikopplingar?
Grejen är, vi har kopplingar tror jag vi har. Jag tror vi har ett batteri där, fast det är 370 mAh. I det batteriet. Så i vårt fall, eller när vi har fläkt, så kommer det ju inte funka bra. Alltså, vi kommer inte kunna. Men där vi har, det är 9 volts batterier och vi kan göra en step down eller voltage divider. Så vi tar ner 9 till där vi ska ha, och så har vi ganska, jag tror vi har mer kapacitet. Jag ska bara kolla vad det är.
Just det. Det är så konstigt att jag inte... Det känns så jobbigt. Jag känner ju alltid det som att det blir som ett litet tryck liksom.
Kan man se på de här hur mycket kapacitet det är i dem?
Du sätter dem mot tungan.
Nej, alltså hur många milliampere-timmar?
Ja, på tungan. Sticks det så är det 5 milliampere-timmar.
5 läskiga milliampere-timmar.
De börjar ju på 0,4. Nej, jag vet faktiskt inte. Alltså det går ju säkert att mäta. Man sätter dem med lite motstånd och sen mäter volten över. Ja, det är väl så man mäter batterier, tror jag.
Ja, men jag vet inte kapaciteten, men de här har vi. Så vi har JST connectors. Vi har...
Frågan om jag har en powerbank.
Också...
Jag har mitt cykelbatteri.
Ska vi inte köpa 2 powerbanks från Shell? Vi behöver ändå powerbanks.
Kan inte Tobbe ha den där stora grejen på sin cykel?
Så om man kanske ser hem mig så hämtar jag min också.
Köpte du en sån själv?
Nej, inte en sån, men jag har en...
Are you on live?
Ja, alltid live. Always live.
Jag ska hämta lite kaffe innan bokklubben.
Yeah. I will...
So do we need to do anything? Do you need any...
I will take a photo of the setup. So
it's now the book club, right?
Sorry?
It's not a book club now?
Yes. Joining?
Yeah, so the thing is our pizzas won't be here.
Save some pizza for me.
You can join with pizza.
You had your own, yes?
The pizza?
Yeah.
You have
yes,
zero,
no
zero salad.
I'll
You
put
have
some
it.
sensors
Okay.
around it. Like passive infrared, and then I will take
active
program
laser.
that one to
fling.
Yeah. I just need a knife so I can
Widely
I
rotate.
use a fork and a knife.
No, I just need to attach a knife in case someone is trying to.
Okay, so to the robot.
Are we online now?
Yes, we are.
Yes, we are. We are always
With good
live.
audio.
It's so funny that huge setup and it's that little cam on top.
Yeah. So what's this one used for?
Nothing right now.
It's a stand.
Yeah.
No, this one.
Very expensive stand.
Wow. Okay.
Extremely expensive.
So basically using it for the screw on top
Yeah.
or the socket on top.
Not even that.
No.
No.
Fascinating. Yeah.
Oh my, that's 7%.
But are there other people
Yeah,
here
because the
on
internet is
campus
very
that are
slow.
joining the club?
Internet is slow.
No.
I don't know.
I don't think so.
So
Okay, we are
about
right.
the sensors.
Sensors.
So how many will you have? How many sensors?
25.
You will have this, yes?
Yes.
And you will have the BME 680.
Yes.
We have the
And this gives an air quality index, right?
no, only volatile organic compound.
But it said, yeah, maybe that was just a printout. that
VOC.
said- no, it said IAQ, index air quality was my interpretation of
Air
that.
index quality. I don't know. IAQ.
I index
Yeah.
air
Yeah.
quality.
IAQ.
Yeah.
IAQ.
Okay.
Index of air quality.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that was just a printout. So
So what
yeah.
was the value like?
Oh, I don't remember.
Okay.
But yeah, but maybe that's just a printout.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's just a print.
Because, yeah,
statement.
those,
So that could be anything.
Yeah.
So volatile gases is like alcoholic gases.
Yeah, so I think it's carbon monoxide, ethanol.
Yeah, okay.
and
Yeah, so
those
these
things, yeah.
those yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, after everything this data, what we should do?
So now I'm thinking maybe it's one smart thing to do probably is to integrate with the TTI stack.
TIG.
Yeah, TIG, yeah. Yeah, that's also an option, but I'm thinking for the mobile app, because we do have some code for the Bluetooth functionality. So if we can do that integration as soon as possible, I think, before we add more complexity to code.
Did
More.
you watch the lecture from yesterday by Pietro?
No.
Follow the lecture and use the TIG stack. It will be good exercise.
I know. We have worked with.
Mhm.
Really?
But what we could do is we can have
Like
Bluetooth running in parallel to LoRa or LTE.
Yeah, we will use Bluetooth. So yeah, you can use whatever you want.
Yeah. So maybe we can, once we like integrate the Bluetooth code and send to the
What
app,
did you search for?
we can add. Should we go LTE?
Why
Yes.
not? I mean, data. So we can
Yes, I
send
will
the
search.
MQTT packets to your Node-RED.
Node-RED, yes. Okay, but then we only use UDP. We don't use COAP and other things.
Should we listen now?
Just simple UDP.
Yeah.
Send and pray.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I think that's good enough.
Yeah.
I guess these sensors are not life critical stuff really. So just send the value and.
Yeah, so what we could do actually, yes, we use Node-RED, push the data from their device to Node-RED, and then from Node-RED, push it further, also using MQ, or actually from the device to Node-RED, we use UDP, and then from Node-RED, we use MQTT to push to maybe DPK. Yeah.
But what? But how will the PyCom device communicate with Node-RED?
UDP.
Yeah, but what's the connection?
It's 4G, or actually CAT-M1.
Okay.
Yeah, we use CAT-M1. We can use MBIoT. I'm not sure.
Do we have coverage now for Cat-M1?
The thing, yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm using the Telia card, and then we can swap between both.
Yeah.
They have.
Nice. That would be cool to see something else.
Yeah.
Definitely.
So maybe we can add that, and then we have the Node-RED server app running. Or actually, I just need to run it. And then we're gonna use it as a middleware or something.
Are we going to do the power profiling to show that?
Yeah, if we're gonna do this on battery, so maybe we'll also do some power
Yeah,
profiling. See how, because we have
it has a fan, so
it's
mechanical,
interesting.
so it's good to know.
Exactly. It's interesting to see. So the average, like we have the B-Lab prototype. I don't think it's here. That one we know consumes 160 something milliamps when it's idle. When it's sending, it used to spike up to 400 milliamps, but now last weeks that I have been doing it, it spikes up to 1 amp, which is very high. And sometimes it continues, so you do have one amp spike, but what it does is it goes back and then do the whole thing all over again. So if it's every 15 minutes or every hour, it sends once, and then you have those 1 amp spikes.
Over NB IoT?
No, over cat. Actually, both. Yes. But the thing is, sometimes we have the something called overcurrent protection in the OTR. So sometimes when it goes over 1.2 amps, then it just shut down the device. I don't know exactly why that happens. I'm suspecting that it's maybe the circuit that is, doing weird things, or maybe not soldered properly. But
yeah, I guess if resistance increases, right, it will draw more current.
Yeah. So actually, that is still to be investigated.
Yes, also kind of like the sending conditions could influence this. Like if it needs more power to send because it has something in the way.
Yes. So this is also interesting because the way we send, now I'm using MB-IoT and Cat M1. MB-IoT should consume less power when transmitting, or actually when it's being used, but it's fascinating how software can make that not be true. So you can in software make, because at the moment we're suspecting that the MB-IoT firmware, or the firmware for MB-IoT, is actually not as stable as the firmware for Cat M1. Because when we do power profiling in Cat M1, we see it's very clear when it's trying to send, when it's done sending, when it's trying to attach, when it tries to connect. But in MB-IoT, it's like up and down, and you have these like the same, like very similar to each other amplitudes. So you don't know when you're actually attaching. Actually, we do know when we're attaching, but it's not based on the
Something
amplitude
is happening.
or the.
One more thing, when for example you sense the data, do you try to init like the sensors, because probably like when we have the like for example this one has a fan.
It's a bell
so
ring.
when we just let it be on and then try to communicate, and then we wanted to put in basically probably these two like take suddenly.
Exactly. So we do
shut
notice
down
those also. Yes.
shut down the first part, like reading data, and then try to communicate.
Yeah. So for this sensor that have a fan, we will see. So if we can control it.
This is actually people are now moving down to the one of the auditoriums. I think, do not remember what actual session it was at this moment. We're going to have a quick look in now to one of the companies that are that have a booth here. And this is a company called Oniro. It's open source project. So speak in this.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can
and
speak.
just tell you, who are you?
So I'm working on the Oniro project. So the Oniro project is an Eclipse Foundation project. It's hosted, we started it in September last year. We're on our first release of the Oniro project. So just from Oniro, just to explain. Let's have a look at the logo. And if you have a QR scanner at home, you can scan this and get to our website. But basically, one of the main goals of our Oniro is to connect devices large and small. So if you look at the logo, what the logo actually looks like is Oniro. Yeah, okay. Oh yeah. So Oniro basically stands for the Greek mythology to dream. So if you look at the Oniro, that's where the word came from. And if you look at the design of our logo, it basically means that the circle in the middle is you. Picture it as you. And all these other shapes around it are your devices, big and small. So what we'd like to do is basically able to connect your devices without having to involve everything going through the cloud, as it is today. Because a lot of things, are connected via hubs up to the cloud, even if the device that you're actually wanting to communicate is directly across from you. So what we're doing is we're building in one operating system, a distributed operating system that can be fit in large devices and small devices. So what you see in this demo here that we have is basically you have the small device is running an Arduino board.
Yeah.
So it's basically running the Zephyr kernel. And on the same side, you have the Linux kernel running on this tablet. So the same operating system is able to communicate across each other so that the data that is being shared is being shared directly from device to device without the round trip to the cloud. So this is just what we call blueprints. So blueprints are a way to distill the minimal viable product so that when you come in, so for example, if you're a small startup company and you come in and you say, well, I actually want to do door locks, we have a blueprint already available that does a smart door lock. So you can basically go and let me just show you this.
Yeah.
Speaking of smart door locks, yet another QR code.
Lot of QR codes.
Yeah, a lot of QR codes, right? But what the idea behind the blueprints is that, if you're a small company, you're starting off, you want to basically have all the code, the documentation, the videos of how to assemble the equipment to get it working, all ready for you, fast to get going. So these are our way of getting you going very fast. You can get up, have your minimal viable product running, and then add your own secret sauce on top of it, whatever you need to do to make your product. But the majority of the base is built using the Oniro and the Oniro specifications to allow them to interrupt with all the other blueprints. So your smart door lock may work with your smart panel, may work with your smart vending machine, may work with your smart speaker, may work with your smartphone. So again, all these devices will be running the one common set of services, but on different devices.
But you're trying to unify things.
We're trying to unify them by having one operating system that is shared, and it's kind of a bit unique because we're actually doing the multi-kernel. So we actually have 3 kernels at the moment. We have LightOS, Zephyr, and the Linux kernels. So we have 3 different kernels that you can support.
So you support the Raspberry Pis. You
Yes.
support also more like embedded hardware, the Arduinos.
And so like one of our members one of the founding members was Linaro. So I'm not sure those people that are working in IT should probably know Linaro, but 96 boards is one of their programs they run in Linaro. And that has many, many different types of boards from the Avenger board, the Nitro board. We try and support as many boards as we can. Yeah. We also support x86. So we have the Arduino here. We have Raspberry Pi. So if you go to our documentation, again, if you follow the scan, we actually have how you build for all the various different targets. Yeah. And one of the key things is that we're using the Yocto project for our build system. So we have open embedded. People might have heard of BitBake. So BitBake is what we use to build our cookbooks, right, our recipes. So you have a recipe for your product, you can tweak it slightly to your wish. You take your existing recipe, for example, the smart door lock recipe, you can add your own tweaks, change some of the customizations on it. But what we're giving you out from the community is something that has been fully tested. We test it using CI, using Lava from Linaro. So we continuous integration tested. We quality assurance tested as well. We're working with OS Adel, so open source automation development lab. So all of these different types of testing you're getting as part of the tool chain that the community has built up for you. And then that's where you add your bit of innovation. So we're not saying how you build your product or what use cases you need to do. We're giving you all the tools to make it that much easier.
Yeah, and you mentioned it before, I think, but everything now is open source.
Yes.
And that's the way to go in industry these days,
It's the only way you can solve it. I mean, one of the biggest problems with fragmentation in the industry is because you have open source that's not truly vendor neutral open source. Let's just say we all know examples of open source where it's run by one vendor and one vendor only. That's not the way to solve interoperability. What you need to do is have a vendor neutral system where everyone that takes part, so if I'm a company that has making a smart kettle and I have 3 employees or 4 employees, that I have an equal say when it comes to actually the roadmap and the features that fit me and my product and my business model that I want to build on top of the open source. And that's why we went to the Eclipse Foundation. So the Eclipse Foundation have a long history of doing vendor neutral open source. And that's the key because everyone needs a say in the roadmap. Because if you don't have a say in the roadmap, it's only going to match the business model of the few. And when it matches the business model of the few, you don't get the true experience, which is what the symbol is trying to do, which is connecting all devices, big and small, into the ecosystem.
But are there other other companies or other
Yes.
projects that are much trying to solve the same case that you are,
So,
or
like,
are you,
you know,
unique in this sense?
There's other projects that are out there, like you might have heard of Matter, for example. So again, we're working very closely with Matter as part of the EDI project. So we have an EDI project, which is what tries to coordinate all the devices together. One of the things that we're actually looking at is what's coming out of Matter. So we're not trying to actually do everything ourselves. I mean, one of the key things about open source is use reusable Lego blocks. So we didn't come up with Zephyr, for example. Zephyr is a project hosted by the Linux Foundation, but we can use it in our stack. Same with the Linux kernel, same with open chain tooling. So we will reuse existing, functionality that we can from any organization to make this interoperability work, including Matter. So, so we try and build on it. Maybe I'm not sure if Pitch is ready to do a little bit of a demonstration.
Yeah.
I want kind of, maybe you can talk into this, but just to give an example of, as I mentioned earlier on about the blueprints, this is our latest blueprint. We're trying to make it a little bit more exciting than a door lock when you walk up and a door opens. So this one is one that's been moved towards a portable DJ system. Can you just place it on the board?
Sure, I can place it.
But just put it there, right?
Yeah,
It
let's
will be
place it
fine.
there.
Yeah.
So this here is the Linux Neuro DJ station. It's Raspberry Pi 4, running Wayland Weston and Mix as the user interface. It basically is just a DJ station, You're able to pack this up into a small bag and go to a party and DJ. And that's part of the reason why I built this.
Yeah.
So this here, maybe about 300 euros worth of parts. So it's relatively low barrier to entry and allows people to go and just set up a DJ session really quick. This here is the Zephyr portion of this, which is under the Anura Zephyr project, where what we're doing is we're taking the flex sensors, which these are variable resistors, and moving them into the Arduino Nano 33 BLE, as well as using the accelerometer to create a Bluetooth Low Energy MIDI connection to this laptop here. So this is easier to hear than see. So what we're going to do is, and if you take a look at my hand, I'll put my hand in view. The crossfader here moves depending on the angle of my hand. So I'm able to control all of this. Just based on hand movements. So if I want to do 8-beat loops, 4-beat loops, 8-beat loops on the lower track, 4-beat loops on the lower track. So each finger controls a certain MIDI message, and the angle of the accelerometer controls the slide crossfader.
Yeah. So this is sort of a perfect thing for, you mentioned it earlier, so I'm just going to sort of repeat, but if you're a DJ and you want to sort of wave your hand instead of actually... Yeah.
Frees up the creativity.
Yeah.
This station is conducting. This station is conducting. This station is conducting. Is conducting. This station. This station is conducting a test of the emergency broadcasting system. A test of the emergency broadcasting system. This is all a test. This is all a test. This is all a test.
Yeah, this is a really cool demo. Yeah.
The idea is, there could be a business case for it as well.
Yeah.
You could have a business case for DJs wanting to actually express their freedom. That you've guys that go around, Bob Sinclair with buckets on their heads. This could be a new craze that you would have out in the beta. Sometime you go to a beta and they're wearing one of these gloves. Someone making a product from it, making or expressing. But we're not trying to limit what you do with the operating system. It's open source, and that's the key. Anyone can come in, download the documentation, download the code, get started,
and tweak it to what
And
works
this is more or less doable as it is now. I mean, everything that
the code's out there. It's on the Eclipse GitLab, so it's under the Aniro Blueprints section. The documentation's not quite done yet, but all the code's out there. And like this isn't limited to just music either. So one of the things I was thinking of is assistive technologies. So if I have, utilization of only a hand, and I want to be able to control like a wheelchair, right? And this allows me some wireless control over that. If I wanted to be able to control lights, you can control lights over me. We do it all the time. So there's different utilizations for like wearable technologies and things like that, especially in BLE. Using BLE is great. Like this thing, 48 hours connected, spitting MIDI packages on I think it's like a 3,000 milliamp battery.
Yeah.
So it's pretty robust from a power consumption standpoint.
Yeah. Maybe we could just mention something. Andrei, we talked yesterday and the firmware updates. I mean, the OTA problem, and that is like a very specific problem that you also sort of include in your project.
Yeah, so I was saying this yesterday. We have a lot of... So the way we grow the industry is basically by defining primitives, right? So we used to have things that we were doing ourselves every single time. We're doing build system every single time. Now we have projects that standardize that component and we have it across the industry as a standard. We, as a product, we try to do the same for more components, right? One of them being the OTA. Why everybody does have OTA nowadays on their own? Why do you have to do it? Maybe you don't, because if OTA is designed and architected correctly, is use case agnostic. Because at the end of the day, you have to transport something, data. How you handle that data is the matter of your operating system. So we try to define that both as use case agnostic, but also kernel agnostic. So you can have the same tooling, the same approach in deploying and managing update, no matter the kernel, Zephyr in our case, Linux, FreeRTOS, and other kernels that we support. So that's the vision we have for this component. We want to take OTA as a core component of the platform, as opposed to part of your business logic that you have to always include with your application, with your investment as the product grows.
Yeah. If you're a tinkerer or a student and you want to I want to get my hands dirty on this, it sounds interesting. How do you approach?
Right. So the first entry level is documentation. We have docs.oniroproject.org. I think I'm right in that regard.
QR code.
There's a QR code. You will actually get directly to our documentation website.
Yeah. We have multiple communication channels. We use a Mattermost instance where most of our communication happens, but also we have an IRC channel on Libre. And of course, the entire code is open source. I'm sure it was already mentioned. It's on GitLab, and that's where you can also communicate with us via issues, via merge request interactions. The entire development happens there on the Eclipse Foundation GitLab instance.
Okay. I think we need to sort of go to the next session.
I think they're sitting and waiting for us.
Yeah, they are waiting for us. So we will thank you very much, Uniro, and the team. So Adrian, Elizabeth, Andrei, Chiara, you haven't said hi, but say hi. Hi.
David.
And David, yeah. Thank you very much. So we'll skip from Dublin. We'll see you soon.
Hi.
Hello,
welcome
hello.
to the book club.
Hey,
So with me, I have Martin and Päivi. So we are going to have a short discussion on a book that we've almost read, right? And what
yes,
book was
all of
that?
it.
What
And
is
short
the
is a relative
theme of
term.
this discussion?
Right, so the theme is AI, Future Education Society. And because we're doing this as part of the IoT Slow TV show, we'll also discuss the relationship of that with IoT. Daniel has almost read Robot Proof. I read all of it, but we also had kind of a theme, so we had a book selection. So The other one that was suggested was Faster Than You Think by Peter Demandis and Stephen Kotler, and Robot Proof is by Joseph E. Aoun. But we also kept it open, if somebody has another book that they would like to read on the same kind of theme, that would be fine. Päivi, what have you read?
I read the Robot Proof, but I more browsed it. I read some chapters more thoroughly, and I probably go back to that after our discussions, because there's a lot of things that I started thinking about.
Yeah. I read Robot Proof a while ago now and browsed through it again just to freshen up. And the first time I read it, I was slightly disappointed because I thought there'd be more depth in certain areas. But now that I reread it, I found that there is more depth there than I found the first time around. So that's probably a good strategy or a good tactic to approach this book. I also mentioned to Fisnik couldn't join today, and he was actually the one who suggested this book, that we might have a second session on this book actually after the summer, where we focus more on the educational aspects. Now we'll slant this towards IoT, and I think that would be a good start, gearing up for the new term to talk about how we can prepare ourselves to help our students prepare for a future of work where AI and IoT will be a natural ingredient. So I've prepared a couple of kind of question areas, but we'll see where the discussion goes. But I thought we'd start with discussing the connection between AI and IoT, to see what our conception is of that connection. Are they connected? Are they separate? Have they developed separately? Or is IoT a hidden agenda to get eyes and ears and tentacles out into where we spend our time? And then switch to the way we can prepare our students for this kind of future AI-infused, IoT covered world that we're moving towards. So let's start with IoT and AI. Are they best friends or separate families? Are they connected? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, they are super connected. I would say that IoT is maybe the way for AI to reach out in the world, and both to sense the world and also to react on what is happening on the world and make actions in the world, right? So IoT, I mean, the most common application that we're developing right now is to create sensors that takes in values from the world and we collect a lot of data from the world, and we try to make sense of that data. And here is AI or machine learning. I mean, we really need that in order to make sense of that data. So I think that is the clear connection.
Yeah, maybe that's been the progression as well. You started with sensing the world, and then reacting to the world, and then acting upon the world. So I suppose we're moving in that direction, more of the system's ability to sense the world, and then starting to be more of an active agent in this. But that system, I mean, that's not only AI. I suppose that is shifted as well from being something where we automate stuff that mostly was done before. Now some areas where it wasn't possible to do things like that before, but the IoT sensors and networks make it possible. But I think we also have that shift where AI is more a part of the system from before, probably being not a part of the system at the beginning. So it's becoming, searching out that data, searching out this new frontier for AI, which lives on data. Päivi, what's your take on it?
As I'm not expert in AI or IoT, but what I hear now and what I was thinking metaphorically, so what we have here is a baby. This is the artificial baby that is AI, machine learning, all this networking. These are the brains of the baby, and all the sensory eyes and ears and that all tactical, all these sensory things are IoT. And of course, when babies are born, so they can hardly use their eyes and ears, so they are learning. So this is what is happening. This is what I would explain it very more qualitatively, as I say, metaphorically, which is really interesting. So, and as we know, babies, when they start learning, then they have all this capacity that grown-ups don't have. So actually what we can then expect is that something really amazing can happen when all this, well, this brain part of the system starts really learning things. If this will happen.
Amazing or scary, I suppose.
Well,
See what it grows up to
children can
become.
be scary when they have their tantrums and they come to certain ages. So this is also something that I think we have to prepare
Yeah, but
for.
this is a baby of a different kind, right? So we don't really know what it will become when it grows up.
In a way, yes, it is. We don't know, but you never know about the babies. We never know the people either, how they will. You can give them you can give them the best environment, but still they also have their own mind. I think the main question is also, does this system, this artificial system, does it have a free will? Or is it only rule-based and algorithm-based? Or does it already have it? Or will this be the actual endpoint when it becomes a new, well, individual, not a person as such, but an individual?
Yeah, I suppose when it turns 18, we'll grant it its free will.
Yeah.
I suppose that's the issue
yeah.
of control. And now we're granting them access to this sensory network. You know, we're making them, we're instead of keeping them in the basement, we're letting them out to play in the world, right? So that's both exciting, but also an issue that we need to talk about ethically, moral-wise, and also be vigilant for the direction this will take. Let's switch to the issue of who is driving this development, because that connects to the issue of control and what kind of guiding objectives that such a system should have, such an sensory empowered and acting agents in the world can have. So who is driving this development? So both of AI, IoT, and the combination of the two.
Oh, this is not one person. This is not one government or one. It's largely unregulated right now. It's in the hands of the developers and in the hands of the companies, and many of the choices that are made are just by companies, and it's up to them to decide what is right. I think the rules and regulations part of this is way behind still, right?
So another type of baby deciding over this other baby.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah. Go ahead.
Babies brought up by these companies with their goals, right?
I suppose it's kind of an evolution, right? So it's all these different forces moving, you know, in the same kind of direction, but with different intentions and different goal settings, and we'll see what becomes the dominating thrust in this, or if we get a diversified use of this. You know, it would be surprising if it all kind of distills down to one single direction. We'd probably have more of a variation in this, both in the short term and the long term. But at the moment, we probably have this kind of blooming confusion of different versions, and then it will narrow down a little bit, but probably keep relatively wide. Would you say, Toby?
But don't forget, I totally agree that it's the developers and the companies, but I think we shouldn't underestimate the users either, because the users actually decide if they will have these different IoT devices at home, if they will be using. If nobody would use them, then there would be no system, nothing would happen. So I think that's also very important, because most of the users are the ones who have who don't have so much information understanding of the systems, you just buy something and you start using it, and that's of course where all the, well, not all of the problems, but also that's why we can create more problems concerning security, integrity, and so on, and even it can be dangerous. Of course, the responsibility is both for the companies, the developers, but also the users. We share all this, I think, by agreeing to use it.
Yeah, I think a huge problem here is that we as users don't have the capacity to understand the systems fully, and we don't even want to, because even if we would, when these when these notices show up, we just click them away because we don't want to we want to use the system. We don't want to understand the system itself. So even if the information would be there, we are not capable, or we don't want to participate in that discussion, really. We just want the advantages.
Yeah, it sounds unrealistic that the user would be the person taking responsibility for this, because they just want to use it. But I suppose there's also that element of the type of system we're talking about, that the AI system will use our behavior, analyze our behavior, and create services and experiences that are based on this exhibited behavior. So in that sense, everything we do and say in this system that's picked up by the sensors in IoT systems and used is input into this greater system. Probably not, any single action will have a big impact, but in aggregate, it will. So it'd be interesting to see how good and bad behavior give the flavor of this system moving forward. Can the system look past individual instances of bad behavior and see what is good for the system and promote those stuff, or will it be a reflection of the entire human experience that it is sensing, the good and the bad? In a similar vein as machine learning systems today tend to propagate existing prejudices because they're fed on data that contains those human foibles.
But that's also really important and really interesting part is what kind of ethics do these systems, and especially the machine parts of it, they have. I mean, good and bad for the system. It's not necessarily what as we people think is good or bad. It can maybe good or bad is more of efficiency, the speed of the system, how it works, and maybe that can create a lot of other problems. But that's, I think, that's also something that I think it's very interesting. And can machines ever create their own ethics that would be something else that only the rules and algorithms?
And I mean, we sort of expect these systems to be fault-proof, right? We would like these to work the first times. We don't want self-driving cars driving over people, and we don't want these systems to do bad things. But at the same time, if we had the likeness of the kids, we want kids to be allowed to make mistakes, and we want them to learn from those mistakes and eventually build up their own sense of what is right and what is wrong. So maybe
in a safe environment.
In a safe environment, sure.
Yeah.
So what kind of things could happen then with an IoT-enabled system? Could it lock the doors when we're going to go out for ice cream sundaes because we said that we were trying to watch our weight? What kind of connect? What kind of
Yes.
Sorry,
do we
Dave,
still get
to do this?
Do we still get to decide and overrule the AI, or is this more of a authoritarian father figure that tells us as kids what to do? Because
maybe
you mentioned self-driving cars, dangers there, but IoT is different because it in a very real sense reaches into our homes where we
Yeah.
are, to a less extent now, but increasing extent.
So with the extended leash of IoT devices, we are actually letting our kids, the AI kids, into the world very far from us, right? And very far from our parenting control, which is kind of an interesting experiment. But I mean, kids needs to be let out in the world gradually, right? And they need to be able to return into the safe environment from time to time. So maybe we need to do the same for these systems.
So how much are these kind of IoT generated data and actuators and stuff like that? How much are they integrated? You know, if it's just a single system in an office building, a company, or at home, then it has limited effect. Are you seeing a progression towards, you know, a general AI-infused operating system with IoT as sensors and actuators? You know, we're moving towards that holistic functioning AI, which then would have a much stronger impact on everybody's lives.
So I think, you know, with the open source movement, we also got an open data movement. So we are creating APIs where we can get access to a lot of data. And the driving force behind this is that it's so useful for so many people, and they can find new ways of innovating cool stuff for us using this open data. So I think the general direction of data is going towards openness. At the same time, there are many, you know, people holding on to their data. So I'm not sure that there is a general direction overall. Yeah.
Yeah, there's also the sharing of data, you know, that people are willing to share that data. I'd say at this point, most people with IoT devices aren't aware of how much they are sharing. Maybe you can draw a parallel there with the rise and later constriction of social media. You know, that we had an extremely open system, people were sharing everything. And then, you know, quite recently, there's been this big pullback. You know, a broader public has become aware of the dangers of different kinds to letting all your data out. And now people are much more careful with that. But IoT seems to be this open door still. But as applications mature and start having more of a real effect on people, and you know, if IoT systems are used to pull in data to the same kind of actors that use data from social media, and that they add some extra selling power, descriptive or predictive power to that part, then people will also start pushing on the brakes.
I was thinking one system, it's not totally all over the world, but which is quite worldwide, is it GPS systems, these localization systems, because I said, and these are, I mean, it's not like social media, it's not feelings and so on, but I think they can be quite powerful because you can be quite easily, I suppose that by using whatever, watches, telephones, so it's quite easy to localize people or any kind of these kinds of IoTs. And just as an example, as you said, if the system is more worldwide or are they more local? And well, it's mostly, of course, all these films you see when it becomes dangerous because they can see where you are. So then you have to throw away your phones and all these tracking devices, and many things can be used to track where you actually are and what you are, not what you are doing, but where you are.
It's kind of going under the radar now, the IoT extension, that people aren't really seeing how this is potentially a big data collection device. And, you know, some of the units that are used, especially the mobile units like watches and Fitbits and stuff like that. They send all their data to a corporation, and we don't really know where the data goes from there. Most of the end user agreements contain a clause that they can distribute it to their partners, and a lot of them sell that data to a third party. So there is little control concerning that. And I think also in the more static components that you put in one place and then they generate data, like they can have a connection maybe to a LoRa server, a LoRa gateway, and that sends on data. To position oneself as a gateway provider, does that grant you access to the data that you then send on for that service? That could be another one of these free services, but you're paying with your data. I'm not sure what this situation is there with the LoRa networks, but this data will pass through many different systems, many different gateways, and the control that you have as a user is very low. As a system owner, is not very high either, because you want the convenience then of the out-of-the-box service that many of these offer.
So can this even be controlled? So can we, as engineers, put some limits on the use of the data? I think that would be an interesting question on this. Can we even make sure that our data is only used in the way that we originally intended it to be used, and can we as users control our data to make sure that it's only used for the thing that I want it to be used? And currently, I think this is super hard. I think it would be a really interesting research topic, and maybe blockchain technologies and things like that could be used to make sure that only the parties that I give access to has access to my data.
Yeah, it's the same kind of issues talked about in Web 3, next generation of the web, that you can track the data, you can own your data, you can control your data. That's kind of been taken over by the hype of crypto rather than blockchain, but there is a core there where it's the same kind of issues that one is trying to address for a potential new version of the web. And maybe this IoT extension of the web should be part of that greater network, because everything is moving to becoming more interconnected, and calling that new version of the web is probably a bit of a misnomer, a bit old already today. So that's obviously a big challenging issue in itself, but something that has started, something people are discussing, and IoT could be made part of that network.
I also think that there is an opportunity to process the data early on, so that even on the devices themselves, we may put machine learning models that are working on this really fine-grained data, and then produces more, for instance, decisions based on that fine-grained data, and then sending only the decisions, and thus allowing the devices themselves to anonymize a bit and make sure that we actually let loose less data or more high-quality data into the world and into these. So the trend right now, I would say, in IoT devices is to be able to put machine learning models on the devices themselves. So we, instead of sending a camera image or a camera screen, we send the result of the camera image, like, okay, there are 5 people in this room right now, or something like that. And that way we can anonymize and reduce the amount of information that we release from these models. So it can be only the amount of people and not who there are, or something like that.
Yeah, that's interesting. So a more distributed system, more efficient system, but also that allows more control what kind of information is spread in the next level or next step.
And I think what you said now, Daniel, I was thinking that also that as such, having a lot of data to somewhere and to be able to use it, as such, maybe it's not that's not necessarily a bad thing. But the thing, if you cannot connect the data to persons or to individuals, that would be quite helpful, because otherwise data can be very, as I said, useful for making models or testing models in many kinds of models, both medicine or whatever, natural disasters and so on. But as said, at least it will be a little bit more safe for people if you don't know where exactly from whom it comes from. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you know that better? Is this now technically possible to do this, or is it more that we are not doing it, but it's
yeah.
but
So right now the microcontrollers are becoming super powerful, and we also have specialized microcontrollers that can run these machine learning models directly on the devices. So we can have a camera that is intelligent, that is it's working like a person sensor, for instance. Like, okay, how many people are in the room, and it's just running a machine learning model that is counting the amount of people using a normal camera, but never sends the stream. So this already works, and I think this is probably a really good use case. But still, we might want to make sure that number of people, that value, so to speak, is only used by the people or by the systems that should have access to that data. I mean, even coarse-grained data like the humidity in my bathroom or something like that can be used to check if I'm at home or not. And so I think, so even if you get a 1 or 0 if someone is taking a shower or not, that data can still be used for bad purposes, so to speak.
Yes, there needs to be some level of control there, not just broadcast the information that you have, even if it's at a more abstracted level. Right, let's move on and discuss what kind of skills, knowledge, thinking capacity, or whatever that we need to instill in our students to prepare them for this new world. I mean, now we've discussed some of the dangers and pitfalls and dystopian scenarios of the future, but I mean, there's a lot of creative juice going into this, adventurous, new frontier, discovering new capabilities. So we need to balance that with understanding for the ethical, moral considerations, integrity, security, but we also need to help people to push forward, to find these new creative, interesting solutions that create value for people, create benefits of different kinds. So what kind of things could we do more of or be better at to prepare our students for this evolving world?
So okay, so just the view from the book is that we need to know, we need to be having a more holistic education. So we need to bring in more perspectives. So you're not only an expert in your field, but you also need other literatures or literacies, like the data literacy. Like everyone needs to be able to handle large amounts of data, because this is going to be the decision grounds for this subject, and all this data is going to be used for machine learning, but in order to interpret the results for those machine learning models, we need to understand this. So we need to be able to work with data. Everyone needs to be able to work with data. So I think that was the first literacy, something like that, that the book mentions. And then it also mentions technology as one of those, right? That everyone, even if you work in a less technology and a subject that it has less to do with technology, you still need to understand technology in order to live in this world where technology is taking over and over more and more things.
But finally, we also need to understand us as humans. So that was the third part of the book, as far as I remember.
Yeah, and there's so many different skills and you know, what's another word for skill when it's, well, soft skill. Then you have practical skills, you have soft skills, and a lot of these are soft skills, and you have the ones you mentioned, and then they push a lot for creativity, you know, understanding a situation, coming up with a balanced, rich picture of what you can do with all these capabilities, critical thinking skills, ethics, morality, integrity. The problem is that, you know, one person who can do all of this, you know, how long is this education going to be? Are people going to graduate in their 40s? Right. We can't have people who have the deep knowledge within each of these areas, as well as this broad knowledge. So the issue is, you know, can you be productive in this area? Decide about IoT technology, decide about AI implications and applications, without having that hands-on knowledge, you know,
So
about rather than at the depth.
I think there are two perspectives on this. First is that, okay, we will never stop learning, so that we will never stop going to school. We will always need to relearn and learn new things, because this development of machine learning and AI systems is going to change how we work, and many works are going to disappear. So you need to change that. You need to keep being creative and keep innovating solutions. The other perspective I lost when I started talking.
Robot proof, you know, in the title, it's selecting those capabilities that make us less like the AI systems. You know, what can we contribute? How can we collaborate with AI systems where they take over more and more of the automatizable work, the often routine work, but now we're discovering that, you know, what we considered more higher level work, you know, can often be automized as well, like law clerks or image recognition, you know, stuff that one thought required some kind of holistic understanding of the content matter. So it's proved very difficult to you know, determine what is more robot proof and what is less robot proof.
So I found the thing, and you actually more or less said it, but I think that we cannot know everything ourselves. We cannot have a holistic view ourselves. We cannot be superhumans. Maybe we can with enough machine learning help, right? But so we need to collaborate on this. We need to bring in many perspectives, and we need to make sure that as diverse perspectives as possible comes in and helps us in this. We need to be able to be even better at collaborating in order to get all of these perspectives. We need to make sure that the naysayers and the yes-sayers are in the same team. And we need to celebrate that we are thinking differently, and that we are from different you know, backgrounds and have different views.
And in that team, we also have a couple of AI guys.
Yes,
And I would also, something that I was, I totally agree of that, of course, all this technology and digitalization, it has a lot of good things in it also, certainly, even if we now have been talking about the dangers. But something that I was missing in the book, I also agree that what is needed in the future and already needed is this understanding of technology, certainly, and especially the digital technology. It is about understanding also this critical thinking, systems thinking, ethics, which is more about understanding people and people in society. But one part it's not very clear is also understanding the nature. As we are always, there is this artificial part, what people, who we are, what we are creating, but also we are living, our context is the nature. And nature there are still physical there are laws in the nature that we cannot change as far as we know. So all these three parts have to be connected. For example, if we are, which I think now will be also a really big challenge, is how can we save the environment and how can we make it so if we don't have all these three parts, so then it doesn't happen. We cannot just use, well, they are all important, but alone they will not, they are not enough. So that's why this kind of networking, and of course networking as such is important among people. Otherwise we have never developed where we are now if we have not been actually working together. As you say, when we become more and more experts in some parts, so then we really need other people to do other parts, because otherwise we will still be, everybody will still be in agriculture and just growing our own food, and that would be good also, but we didn't have time to actually do all these other things.
So I mean, there we have a key in the collaboration and collaboration among ourselves, that all these different capabilities that are important become more important with AI society, AI-driven society. It doesn't have to be a single person who can do all these kind of things, but in the team you need to have people who can do all these different things that become more important when AI automizes other stuff. And then it becomes even more important with the collaboration stuff, that you can collaborate, you can rely on somebody else in their area of expertise, but you can also be fluent enough in their language, so you understand the technology, you understand the AI implications, you understand ethics and morality, even if you're not an expert. So you might be an expert in one of those areas, but you need to collaborate and talk about the others. So I suppose you could describe it as I think there's an expression, a T-shaped person.
Yeah.
That you have breadth, and then you have a narrow area of specialization, and that allows you to bring that to the team while you can still talk to the others at a good level.
So I think that there is something really, really nice here. And I mean, in order to collaborate and in such large groups and with AIs and stuff like that, we need to be able to make sure that everyone is heard. And that means that probably the best collaboration skill we have is to listen a lot, right? So we need to be able to have an open mindset, which is also something that comes from the book, right? So we need to have an open mindset so that we are able to listen to other points of view. Because I think that we already see a lot of these problems that comes with from companies and governments with fixed mindsets that are locking in on very narrow paths, and that is not going well. So I think this listening skills to be able to collaborate even better when we have really complicated issues, and someone is saying, they say no to what we're doing, we should not just react and kick them out of the company. Maybe we need to listen to them first and hear them out and see why they are saying no.
So what about this completely different direction, that each person collaborating in this team has an AI agent that learns of your knowledge, your objectives, what you want to get out of some kind of negotiation, and then everybody does that, and then you put all the AIs together, and they can use their rapid speed to work through their clock cycles, and without the kind of prestige and emotionality that can cause people to say no to something that is in their best interest or that is a balanced solution, they could work it out. What about that?
Sure.
It would be a strange situation because we're collaborating, bringing people together while keeping them apart, because you have the AI representation between yourself and the other people in the group.
That would be really interesting experiment. Do you know if somebody has done that before?
No, but maybe it can be built into Zoom or StreamYard.
I mean, it would be very, actually, as I said, that would be highly interesting, really. We could just do that in a very small scale, very specific skills, and see what happens. What will the AI, what will they cook together then when they are working? Maybe it will become something that it's totally moral and terrible things, or maybe it will be great things.
Yeah, make sure to have a massive firewall around that baby that we're creating.
Yeah. So I think just the start of that would be the auto mute function. That when I'm going to say something stupid that is going to be hurtful and stopping the collaboration, we're going to auto mute me.
I suppose that's the intermediate step, you know, before we have
Yeah,
that
yeah.
full-on
Okay.
AI agent.
But
It's
I
going to
think
step in and
important.
auto-mute you. But that's drawing it to its kind of ultimate conclusion. You know, we're talking about collaboration between AI systems and ourselves, and we mentioned the difficulty in collaboration where you have things like prestige and personal conflicts and stuff like that. I suppose the problem is once you established AI systems functioning at that level, because the AI systems today have great difficulty in understanding complex goals and ethics and morality and stuff like that. Once you have them functioning at that level, you know, might they also develop these kind of non-objective behaviors that we would want to circumvent by having the AIs work out the factuality of the discussion or agreement. So, I mean, will that kind of direction lead to agents that also have these kind of non-rational attitudes and properties?
Yeah.
We'll have to do that experiment and see what happens.
That would be really interesting.
Yeah, so let's pull back a bit and talk about, you know, what kind of stuff could we do now in our education to prepare people for the current situation and the near future situation.
So I think stuff that we do already is that we are you know, bringing in ethics discussions. We are into our education. We force our students to work on these issues in many courses. We are I mean, we're also not only teaching them the technologies, but also we're also letting them work together as teams. I think stuff that we could do more is to collaborate more with other fields. Also to put these students out in the world earlier. So do real projects with real goals and real, you know, values incorporated in these projects. So I think collaboration within the university, for instance, where our students are working on data from other institutions, would be a really good stuff. I think that is sort of happening already, but yeah, things like
that would increase the closeness to reality and what kind of things they were working with when they graduate. But danger in that is that it will become very much influenced by what it's like right now. You know, we'd want to instill in them capabilities and way of thinking, way of interacting with other people that are less time bound. So in the technologies they use, that they understand the basic structure and purpose of different things rather than the practical nitty-gritty of specific technology. And in the same way with other types of capabilities, that they understand the purpose and theme of it rather than the details of it. Otherwise, we risk that they are very bound in time. And you know, an alternative to that is to have this very practical approach, but also give them skills so they can be agile and flexible and learn new stuff so they can adapt to that new world. So then you can have the best of both worlds. They're prepared for the world that they will encounter when they graduate, but they're still prepared so they can adapt to this kind of lifelong learning. So I suppose my question is, can you balance that out? Do you need to have more general knowledge, which is more flexible, or can you have the specific knowledge and then work with, help them develop those skills so they can learn themselves moving forward?
Sometimes it's just putting the knowledge to use. Like, okay, when we are putting a project, let's say that we have some software development or an IoT project that happens in the world, we must make sure that that is put to a level where the complexity of the actual project is made real, so that we discuss the ethical problems, we talk about how this data is going to be used, we talk about the difference, the longevity of the project, how are we going to reuse these sensors after the project, how are we're going to recycle these things. So I think that is a really, really good way to work on this, because then you can bring in many perspectives, and also to make sure that the diversity of the people that we bring in, that the people we bring into the classroom are diverse, right? So that we have people from the humanities, we have perhaps people talking about ethics, we have people from the industry, we have people from whatever, from the examples of users brought into these projects or into the education, and that way we can get many things sort of for free without needing to dedicate extra, we have humanities classes or we have specific ethics class. Instead we can bring that all together. I think that is probably what we should do, because that is so much more fun also than the other way around.
But that places special demands on us as well, that we need to provide. We need to have that perspective so we can see that multi-perspective that is needed, and also that we need to be at least this T-shaped person, that we can communicate with these different groups, see their perspectives, but probably a bit more than that we need to have specific capabilities, or can we have that in the collaboration with other subject areas or within a teacher group or whatever.
Yeah, and I also think that it's I as I've been teaching a long time, I really find it I find it very hard, because sometimes, as I said, I think there's still that some courses and some learning must be this very deep, just focusing on one thing. Whereas then, of course, there are other subject courses in other subjects which can be very broad and put it all together. But then it's not. I wouldn't say that it's a long process. You really need like a program, the whole of 3 years or 2 years, 3 years at least at the bachelor level, to be able to have all these parts.
Because you can't do it in an individual course, but you can do it as a package.
And then it can be, of course, it could be very nice that if you have these individual courses, some are deep, some are a little bit broader, but then always have all these courses, also this kind of haven't to be maybe a course or maybe a workshop or what you want to call it, when you actually test them all and put them together and see how it works, or if it's a practice that you really do something practically. But to have all this, I think, is needed, because only, as I said, it's impossible to do it at the same time.
But maybe we need to reconceive the way we look at higher education. The typical situation, having a 2, 3, or 4 year program, and then you go out and start working. Maybe you should have a fundamentals course of some kind and maybe start working earlier, but then you keep that contact with university for that lifelong contact, not a specific university, with university as a higher education channel. And then you can have the fundamentals, where maybe you focus more on people skills, creative leadership, these kind of things, and maybe also more on theory than practice. And then you have the practical part, that can be integrated to a certain extent in the fundamentals education, but you start doing that once you're out working with real projects. But then you pick up new skills lifelong. And not only, because I get a bit of a divider in the book, that they say that you should have this kind of liberal arts type of education, which would focus more on fundamentals, on reasoning, thinking, discussion, people skill, leadership, those kind of things that aren't directly practically applicable, especially within a technical area. You don't learn so much about specific programming languages or application areas, but you learn about thinking, at the basic level. And then on the other end, they have this lifelong learning with upskilling, with specific techniques that you learn in a more kind of boot camp situation, where they're very practically inclined. So you have this strong divide between very much more thinking-oriented, theoretical, liberal educations type of situation in the beginning, and then you have these extremely focused practical courses, for what you're working on right now. But is that the way to go?
Right? It's sort of a tool skill, or
yes,
this
absolutely.
is directly applicable. This is how you solve this problem. using this.
And I'm fully. Oh, sorry, Daniel. Did you want to say something? Please.
No, not really. I was just thinking when Martin spoke.
I was thinking that I think this lifelong learning is. I would say that will be the future, as things, especially as technology develops so quickly. So we really have to do. Everybody has to do that. But then there's the business model of it. In Sweden, it's not a problem because the courses also at the higher education are usually free. You can take the courses if you are accepted. But then it comes maybe it's more like this in more worldwide. It's more like this MOOC courses or that something like that you actually can afford also to build up your knowledge and skills without ruining your economy and so on. But it's so that also not necessarily MOOC as it is now, but something like that can be more freely accessible and not for example, so that you are not depending you don't depend on your companies or so, but you can also decide yourself what you want to learn more.
Yeah, who's going to pay for it? Important question.
Maybe
lifelong learning is a bigger question than it is at the moment.
Maybe it can, be just a part of the normal learning. So we give courses, and in my courses, I've let these alumni students to come back. So they've spent a couple of years or just 6 months or something like that, and then I invite them back into the classroom, and they talk about what they've learned in the companies since they left. But some of these students stay with our students, and since our lectures are open, they can listen to them again, and they also sometimes answer our students' questions because we are so open, right? So we keep these students, and it's super beneficial because these students are motivating my younger students, so to speak, and it becomes a collaboration and something cool when you allow for this. When it builds much on the openness, and I really enjoy that.
So it's kind of not only open data but also open education.
Yes,
or maybe
not super open. It's an invitation open, right? But
I know Johan has said that there are a couple of students that just follow along with the lectures. They're not registered, they're not enrolled in the course, but they know that they're going to be published on the YouTube channel, and they just do it because they want to upskill themselves at work. They're not interested in the accreditation. They want to develop themselves in their work life.
Yeah.
So that's a type of openness where accreditation then becomes less important than the skill that you learn is in focus.
So if we think of ourselves more as a community of learning than actual, classes and everything is super strict and boxed, instead that, okay, you can be a part of the IoT learning community, and you're a part of that community, and it doesn't need to be fixed in time. So you can go back there when you need to relearn something or you need to upskill something, and you can also be a part of the driving force of that learning community. So you are producing material for these people. You are answering questions, and you're allowed to. And I think that is a super strong. For me personally, as a learner, I think that is super motivating to be, helping other people and helping myself. And letting me be helped by other people from many different of skill levels.
So our role is more of a coordinator, and then you
I
got
think
students
we're
who are
moderating,
contributing, not just receiving education.
moderating, and make sure everyone is having fun and no one is excluded, and make sure that perhaps also make sure that we have this diversity in the learning community, so that we can have this open mindset and that we maybe that is the future role of this.
But that the full open level of this, I think many students appreciate and need the structure that you have in a program. They haven't got the vision to see what kind of things they need, how they fit together, what depends on what, so that you probably still need this kind of fundamentals. And then once that is out of the way, and that's probably somewhere between half and 2/3 of programs that we have now, then you can have more openness in choosing what kind of more practically inclined things you want to do, and you can get your specialty or your niche within this. And those kind of courses could be made much more open, and open also to working students that return after 10, 15 years, or do a course every year, or continually keep on learning. If you have a system like that, where you have a divide between the more fundamental parts that need to be a bit more structured, where the students needs more help in finding their way in the system to get that foundation, and then you can have a bit more of a smorgasbord, to use the English pronunciation of the Swedish expression, where you could choose, and that could also be choices that you have in the lifetime perspective, and also, like you suggested, Daniel, that you be more of a participant and contributor than just somebody receiving that education to get that accreditation at the end.
And maybe from the beginning also. I mean, it's super fun to learn things, and you are having specific. You are on your own level to begin with, right? You don't have the scaffolding needed to understand the subject as given by the teacher, or given by the single party. So maybe when you're in a learning community, maybe you can find other people who have also the same kind of learning problems, or I don't understand this thing, and you don't need to be ridiculous about that, but someone else can help you unlocking some of these things, even on more basic levels. And maybe
we solved it. Let's do that.
Yeah.
Let's pull back a bit again and look at what kind of specific skills are most human. What kind of things makes us more robot proof then, that keeps us in the mix at least for longer? Is it creativity, like they suggest in the book, or is it something else?
It depends on what we put into the subject of creativity. I mean, right now we have language models which are drawing pictures for us, and they are very creative and very artistic, right? And we have AIs writing novels for us, almost.
So I think the innovative, thinking about and collaborative, and I'm not sure actually that we're going to be kept in this loop for long.
I think a lot of the creative stuff, like we're discovering the limits of, or we're discovering the definition of creativity. As AI systems are producing stuff that would be considered creative if a person had done it. We're shifting those boundaries to say, but that's not real creativity. So in a way, we're reshaping that definition in the same manner as AI has reshaped our view of how intelligent you have to be to play chess or Go. It's reshaping our picture of what creativity is. But I think one of the strongest impressions I've had of creative processes within AI is that because machine learning has become so good at pattern recognition, and pattern recognition being one of the staples of creativity, that you see patterns that other people don't see, and you can connect dots and you can mix different types of things together where others didn't see that connection. Because relatively simple machine learning systems are good at finding patterns by using massive amounts of data. That is shifting boundaries for what creativity is. And that is something that I felt was slightly missing in this book, that the author then proposes creativity as one of the most important human capabilities that we can bring to the mix, collaborating with AI, but he doesn't mention that kind of encroachment that is happening with pattern recognition and other expressions of what we would normally or before consider creative.
And I would also say that, well, of course, eventually, when we will be able, either people together with the artificial systems, when we will be able to model everything around us in that level of detail that it's needed, then I suppose there will be no difference between artificial entities and people, but that's a long way to go, because I think that the number of variables is still huge in real life. We can go quite long by approximating with models, can be quite good, but it's there are still all sometimes. I mean, it works perfectly well, and then all of a suddenly there is something that we didn't think about, and that's of course kind of I think that's also the basis of ethics, is that ethics is not, of course it's rules, but it's also all the time being aware that we have to adapt. There can be things that cannot be solved by only rules, but you also have to have empathy. And what is empathy? Okay, and again, what is how do you define that? So in a way, I think so far I would say the thing that we as people have that machines don't have yet is this kind of ethical creativity. There are so many things that we could do, and that would be make maybe things work perfectly effectively, but we should not do that because it's
ethical
not correct.
creativity sounds like something a dictator would redefine in the dictionary.
If I could decide, so the world would be perfect. Yeah.
No, but I think you're completely right. That the deciding, what we want to happen, what is the AI's goal function going to be, and how is it going to change as we change our conception of what we want to happen. Because we've seen it's very difficult to define a goal function perfectly and then just let a AI system or a blockchain-based contract just carry through. It's so difficult to define what we really want in that kind of programming way. But we could be the arbitrators of what we want to happen. So if AI systems have a suggestion, that they should check that with us, and then we become the experts, where we use this ethical sense, which is basically what we want to happen. And then they defer to us. So they're not becoming our robot overlords. We stay in charge, and they are always asking us what's going to happen, rather than with us encoding the goal functions in the systems.
Or we focus on collaboration skills, and we stay collaborating with these AIs, so that we benefit both of us.
Yes, probably a better model, although that's a slightly scary situation where you have an AI negotiating with you about ethical considerations, but that probably would be a better solutions.
Not getting a fixed mindset, not getting stuck to the old values when the world is changing is probably the best way of doing this. I think the more that I think about it, I think that collaboration and sort of celebrating the diversity of people that you collaborate with is the key here to stay.
So is that the key also education-wise, that we need to help people work on their people skills, negotiation skills, and that they can use that deepened understanding of those kind of processes also in negotiating, collaborating, discussing with AI systems, because they need, or we need to do that as a person. But there are also ways of thinking, ways of discussing, where you can be a better expresser of what we want to happen, and also better balancing what you specifically want to happen and what is good for other people around you. So maybe that can be a specific skill that becomes more important when we become the judges of what the AI system should be doing.
So I think we have like 5 or 10 minutes more if we need it. So maybe one last question, one last.
So how about how learning should be performed in the future? So we talked about some of the skills that become important when AI systems can take over some of the things that can be automated and can be routinized. But what about how education is performed? And we've touched on this, that maybe we need to rethink how higher education is performed, that it needs to be a bit more flexible, it needs to be closer to industry, and it needs to take part over the full life term of your work life. But what about distance on-site learning? We have this fantastic new campus in Kalmar. Will we need the on-site teaching? Will that be flexible enough for the long-time learning? Will students stop working for a week, a year, a day, come to us, do the education, or will they connect from their workplace and maybe integrate what they're doing in assignments and stuff? So it's closer to what they're doing at work. So campuses, will we need them?
So I think one of the things that I've celebrated after the COVID thing is to meet other people, and how important that is. And we have online students and have had online students for many years. And this year I've met a number of online students that came here, and I've only seen them on the screen during COVID, and I've never met them before, but it felt really powerful to meet these students. And I became so filled of happy feelings just because I see a person that I've known for a couple of years, but this was the first time I've met them. So I think that there is something super powerful in meeting. So I think creating these places where people are allowed to meet and build a community there is still an important thing. There are a number of collaboration skills that you probably only can learn when you meet people. I think the online learning is,
I mean, sometimes it's lacking some stuff, and we are losing perspectives because we don't communicate as efficiently as we should. Yeah, but actually, while I was forced to use online learning only, I think that the conclusion for that was that it's important for me to meet these students and that we should celebrate these meetings.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this the other week, Daniel, that there are also some things that are better with online teaching, that, like in the course that we've just done together now, that in a sense, you get more of a personal connection with some of the students because you can have more FaceTime with them in a sense, although it's a limited experience in some way. And that limitation, I mean, it is a difference having a video conference like we have today and sitting in the same room. There's no getting around that the whole experience of being co-situated, co-temporally in the same place, right? We're finding all these new expressions to describe what originally was natural, but there is a difference. But there are also things that are better in the online world. And this is not a static situation, of course. And, as we move into the metaverse coming soon to a device near you, will that bring that same sense of presence that we now are missing in the audio and video-based conference situation like this, making it possible to make it better than the physical experience? Or do we still need at least a dash of personal meetings and maybe more for social purposes than for the practical work that we do in the courses?
Okay, so so I think that there might be some aspects that will take a while for us to to replicate in the metaverse, like the pheromones and stuff like that. But I actually look forward to trying out these kind of technologies and see what that brings.
I also totally agree that we need to meet people actually in real life. That's really important. But I am more and more I'm leaning to that. I think that I don't think we are going to need these huge lecture theaters where people just sit and listen, and when they just see each other's backs, but that's not very inviting environment to actually discuss or interact. But I'm sure that we will need campus, and we will need, but maybe other kinds of meeting places. And when we actually meet, so then it is about interaction, cooperation, and not so much this as a teacher just telling people what to do, and everybody is silent. I think that would be also something that would be more interesting for the students to come back to campus, because now I suppose we have seen that it's not easy to get them back from distance. But if it would be something that it's really worthwhile, something that we cannot offer on digitally or online, but I don't have the solution yet. But that I think we have to also be flexible and change the. I mean, we have been having.
Sorry, Daniel.
Yeah. So maybe if we look at one learning community that exists today, I mean the research community where people meet in conferences. So maybe the campuses are the conferences of the future learning, where you go to a conference to celebrate and to meet these other people and to discuss these questions and to have these workshops, and it's sort of and you go out and eat in the evening together because you celebrate that you finally meet each other, perhaps, and then you go out and collaborate online again for a year or so, and then you go to this next conference. So I think we are going to hand over the word.
Just a final.
Okay, one final thing.
to wrap it up,
Mm.
we're talking about what we can do as educators to prepare people for this new world with AI and IoT surrounding us. The obvious elephant in the room is, will we be replaced by AI systems and IoT eyes and ears and tentacles reaching out in the world? Could a customized AI educator provide a better, more fitting educational experience for a specific individual, because then it could be customized to their specific personality, learning style. If it's lifetime education, it could be adapted to the specific work situation and skill necessities and whatever. So will we be replaced by an AI robot, or will we collaborate with these and they can be extensions of us?
So we have recorded you now, and we're just going to switch on to the
Yes,
AI.
I for one welcome our new robot collaborators.
Yeah. Well, I think it may well happen, and it may well be even better than parts of of the education. But then I think it's totally eliminate people from the education, the teachers especially. Well, who knows? But it's a little bit hard. I think some kind of human touch is still needed, but I cannot exactly pinpoint where is it the most important.
If we think of education not as something that you receive, but something that you do, like you are part of this learning community, and then suddenly you want to share what you've created, right? Just as researchers share what they have come up with. And I think that is not just for funding. That is also because we want to be a part of something, and then in order to do that, you need to contribute to that. But I think that we are going to be more like contributors to a larger degree than the other people in this learning. So we are learning community facilitators in the future.
And as with many of these things, when AI is involved, we need to discuss. It can certainly be done, but do we want it to be done? So how can we be most human and enjoy the things that we like doing, and then we can enjoy the increased capabilities that AI system give us without selling out the good stuff.
Okay, so thank you very much, both of you, Martin and Päivi.
Thank you.
Really much enjoyed this discussion. And I think we're going to hand over the word to Weberöd, right? And Jan.
Okay.
And Tobias, hello.
Hello. Bye-bye.
Hello.
Hi, all. You hear me?
We hear you fine, Jan.
We hear you.
Great.
So
everybody okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
You have a great time?
You're outside and I'm inside in the office.
This is the place to be,
Yeah.
It's lovely weather here.
Yeah, I'm not envious. So
I bet you're not.
Jan Malmgren from Weberöd's Smart Village. Welcome to the IoT Lab stream.
Thank you.
Yeah, and you're going to take us on a little tour and tell us a little bit about this Smart Village. What's that about?
Yeah, we started a Smart Village in 2018, and we developed it to be a digital twin and a big 3D model for research village for what is smart and sustainable. And I'm going to show you live different places here, what kind of sensors we have, and how the village looks like, basically. It's a small village of 5,000 people that are going to increase to 8,000. So we're going to build a lot here.
That sounds super exciting.
Let us start with one of the first. The first sensor we have was a water bin for cows. In the middle of the forest, we developed an IoT sensor for measurement of the level of the water. And we saved a lot of cows from dehydration from that. And the next was one of these trees here.
Ooh.
Which is the first smart tree we got. And it's telling us the moisturizing in the soil. So it indicates when it needs water. And we save time and water, of course, with it. So this is experiment how to connect even trees.
Yeah, yes, indeed. And I'm fascinated by this smart water bucket that you had for the cows, right? Because I bet it can be a long way to haul a lot of water in the middle of the forest. So it's not only for that reason.
The problem there was a solar-driven pump, which was broken down a lot of times. So it was an accident where the cows went out on the streets, basically, and on the midsummer party. So that was really a good thing for to do. And the cow was even famous at political stages at Almedalen.
Wow. Dehydrated cows roaming the streets of Veberöd.
Yep.
But not anymore.
Not anymore. The farmer is very fortunate and happy about this. But let me take you on a small tour and point out what we do and show the village a little bit.
Nice.
Let's see. I can show you a swing. That sounds different and strange, but we have swings in Veberöd, playgrounds like this. And we have had students here from Kristianstad Högskola that made IoT sensor for accelerometer, and they learn about software and hardware, and they basically measure if swings do swing. So they learned a lot about the technology, but we got information about how much the playground was used.
So you can basically plan maintenance and stuff like that based on information like this.
Yeah. Exactly. So let me get into the car, and I will show you the rest of the village a bit.
Cool.
Let's see. I have a coworker who will help me with the camera.
That's a good idea, I think.
Yeah, I don't want to be illegal, you know.
No.
Just a moment. Titta på mig nu. Let's see if we survive this trip.
Let's hope.
And you get a sense of the village itself. This is a new area. That is why we measured the trees here, because they're new and they have to grow 2-3 years before they can be by themselves. So they are monitored.
Yeah, so the added benefit is that the trees won't die as easily, at least, if you have them closely monitored.
Exactly. But also, we have an area. I will show you in the front of the car now so you see the village more. But I will tell you, we have a big area in Lund where they have 350 trees. And the agreement with the municipality is that you have to go there every week and have 70 liters per tree. And we don't even know if the trees need water, if it's raining a lot or whatever. So that is one way of really saving water.
Yeah, I guess water is one of the precious resources all over the globe. But I think, especially in recent years, at least here in the southeastern part of Sweden, it has been a more and more scarce resource. So I think that's one area where IoT is really beneficial.
Yeah, a lot. We actually measure water a lot here in Veberöd as well. We have one sensor that measures 6 different types of measurements live, and it looks like a stone. So people don't know it's a LoRa sensor. So it's in the creek. It's a far away, so I don't drive there, but I can show the creek going through Veberöd.
That's really interesting. So hiding the sensors in a natural habitat, so to speak, it's a really interesting idea to not have it kind of like as stand out as a technological thing in the middle of the forest or water and the creek, as in this case. So is this stone, is it custom made or did you make it yourself?
No, it's a startup company called Vaquita, and I told them that they could make it a stone as well, so it was masked, and so they did. So it's handmade.
Wow, cool. Custom.
It's not stone or heavy. It's like frigolite or something like that.
Mm.
On this street, if you look to the left a bit, you have a bus stop where we have sensor for temperature. We also have sensor for temperature of the playground up here.
Nice.
And this is the main street, so to speak. It's not a big village, but very cozy. And I will drive up to the school as well, and you can get a quick look around here as well. On the street, we actually have radars live. So we measure the speed anonymous on the street, how many, how often, and so forth.
Yeah, I guess that's a good idea for planning, so that you don't, for example, maybe put up a school where there's heavy traffic.
Exactly. And this is the spot where a lot of traffic comes from school. And here we do have a few sensors as well for playgrounds, for preschool, sorry. When they forgot to close a gate, it makes an alarm that a parent had forgotten to do this.
Yeah, I think that's a classic. You pass by a lot of these playgrounds and preschools where the gate is open when it shouldn't be.
But we measure this traffic a lot, and we have two big mobility projects. One is actually with Red Hat and with Boston University. So they use our digital twin to simulate traffic here. So they're going to see if we can make the future village of mobility in the virtual area. So that is so interesting, how to use autonomous pods, for instance.
So is the goal to get the traffic to flow smoother or find better routes for the roads?
You see the roads here, right?
Yep.
And one way is maybe to have autonomous pods where you can lose the car at all and go by those 4 people minibuses that are autonomous. So I think this mobility features are very interesting for the rural areas as well, not only the cities, because they have other possibilities and other needs than we do.
So I think autonomous vehicles would Veberöd be the first? I guess it would be the first village in Sweden to have this.
Yeah, even next week we're doing a lot because we are flexible and we are a private company, and we have a lot of collaboration with companies and universities. So next week we're going to use a camera like we're doing right now with AI to look at the streets and start up to see cracks in the road or if the signs are in the right place. So we drive around like this on all the streets. Maybe it takes a day, I don't know. And the output is a 2D map of the faults of the street.
Yeah, that seems also super efficient for planning maintenance and stuff like that. That's really resource intensive.
Yeah, it takes so many weeks to go out by manually to look at the street, take photos and document and everything like that. This is just to drive around in the car, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a lot of sensors here, but I will show you one last one, which are smart light posts. They measure if the cars are coming, and they go down at 20% in light. And when the cars come, they go up to 100%. So it's like a white wave of light following the car.
Nice. We should have shot this at night then almost.
Yeah, that was also my thought. This is 10 o'clock, so I can show you the light spots, of course. Just a minute, I will turn left here. But our goal is to open up this as a digital twin that people can go into VR and AR and have research. So we invite industry or university to share this knowledge and learn municipalities how a society can work and be sustainable.
Yes, so the overarching goal is sustainability, I guess.
Yes, but sustainability is a really topic for us because normally you look at ecology and economy. I will just park here and I will take over the camera. Just a minute.
Yes.
Right. These are the lights here. You see there are lights, right?
Yeah.
And what they do is they sense the cars coming and they light up. But they also sense if pedestrians or bicycles are crossing here. So it's kind of a warning system.
Yeah, nice. That's extra benefit.
Yeah. So this is a private light post. So it took only 1 week to get permission. So it's very fast and flexible. So this also, we get feedback from the citizens, which is very important, what they do like about this. But I will go back to sustainability. And for us, social sustainability is a real topic for us, how to measure loneliness or health or happiness. And we are looking into that, how we can do that. Maybe with a happy app or stuff like that. But if you do something like mobility, you save money and you save time, but you don't measure if people are alone. So maybe you can look at sustainability at another way, how to have prosperous villages or regions.
Yes, I definitely think that's a very interesting aspect of sustainability to, well, not only think about economy or ecology, but also about the human aspects in this equation.
Yes, because this is a new business models coming up and many companies are looking for making money, of course. But if we can go from bottom up and look for the needs instead, then you get the products and services instead of making the best profitable product.
Yeah, that sounds very reasonable, I think. So would love to visit this beautiful village.
Yeah, it's a really cozy one. So this is a short stop for me, and I could talk for hours.
we are a slow TV channel, so we have hours. No, maybe not hours at least. Yeah. So if there's any questions from the audience, we could definitely take them now. I don't see any. Discord or use the live stream chat on YouTube, and maybe Jan or me can answer them. But it was really interesting to see this. So how long has this village been working as a smart village? When did you start?
Well, we basically started a communication platform called Weberud.nu, which is a normal local website, which was started with by my son when he was 11. And that was 2008. And 10 years later, we started Smart Villages. And we use this local website for communication with the citizens here. So it depends on how you answer. The Smart Villages is 4 years. And totally we worked with rural development for 14 years.
Yeah, that is a proof really that it is a little bit sustainable also from just being able to keep this up and running for such a long time, right?
Yeah, you have a lot of innovation that needs to be done, and financing and budgets are one of the topics that are different and difficult to get. But we manage and we get some EU fundings as well and help our Lund municipality as well.
Yeah, I guess there's a lot of parties involved in stuff like that.
Yeah, Sure. We love to network. We love to have open source. We love to have open APIs. We don't like products that contain the customer within platform that later on will be very expensive. So we use Digio, for instance, as an IoT platform, which is open for APIs, and it's very good for sharing data, who owns what data, what can I sell, and so on. And we use Smart Visualizer, where we can actually place X cubic meter in a place and see how it goes away. And the next beta test is to have an iPhone and take a photo of a fault in the village. And that photo comes with a position and the photo up in the 3D model. So this was going to be a 3D model with faults. So it's really transparent what kind of faults a village has.
Nice, nice. So thank you very much, Jan. I don't see any questions at the moment, but I will be sure to forward them to you if anything happens. It was really nice to chat with you and take a look at this beautiful village of yours. And welcome back next year. I think this will be an ongoing theme that we have. We have this well, almost 24-hour live stream every year now.
That is very cool.
Yeah, so let's see how thing has developed for next year if we don't meet before that.
Very cool.
All right. Yeah. Thank you very much, Jan. Bye-bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I will go outside now, I think.
You do that.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Are we going? Oh, hello. Welcome back to Böda. And as you see, we have very bad weather here. We're enjoying not quite as good as we hoped, but it's doable. And right now we are installing the second weather station, which we're putting up right here. And we can have Jacob. We live now. Hi. Yeah, introduce yourself. And
my name is Jacob. I work with Kalmar Energy as an engineer. I work with IoT questions, IT sensors, stuff like this.
Yeah. And
interesting stuff.
And what are we setting up right now?
We are installing two sensors, one weather station and the other one is wind direction. It's both about weather, temperature, humidity, pressure, sunshine intensity. They are both self-charging with solar cells. So
yeah, cool. And these are all utilizing the LoRa antenna.
Yes,
that
we have set up a LoRa gateway early today. We set up the network and we have coverage now. So we just setting up the sensors to start,
yeah,
receiving the data.
then we start the process of generating data.
As you mentioned earlier, the sensor, if they don't get a connection with the gateway.
Yeah, these sensors, they are smart. They try to connect to the network. If they don't find, they go back to the sleep mode. So you have to activate them again to connect with the network. That's what happened. We activate them before we set up the network. So they went back to the sleep mode, basically.
Yeah, cool.
And also, later we will show, will you be able to send data today or?
Yeah, so we start receiving if you want to see.
Follow here.
This, for the one we set up early, is connected, so you can see now, the temperature.
We're hoping we can get that.
Yeah, but we started so you don't get much of data because today we just started, the transmissions, but you see all these kind of data.
And the temperature sensor we were talking about, because they might have some issues like where we place the sensor because of the roof,
Yeah, because you want to get a good coverage. Like we set up the gateway high, so we get a line of sight. So you want to get a broad coverage. That's the reason, because you don't want physical objects in the way, and that affects the coverage. But now we have a good coverage. We got the first sensor, and then we are on the way to get the rest.
The second one, though.
Yeah. So we have. Yeah.
Well,
show the wind sensor.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
This. Oh, look here. And this is the little bad boy we're setting up here to measure the wind. I don't know the vindhastighet. Wind speed, I guess. My English is great, as you all know. This is what we're putting up, and I think that's pretty much it for what we're
We also going to put up some sensors that will be able to show how many people are
that's right.
the camping spot. But that's will show.
Yeah, that's
about an hour or so.
Yeah, that's exactly. So that's everything we have here at Böda. So if you want to switch back to Kalmar, so bye for now.
That are already booming in terms of digital twins, and there will be only more. Of course, communications in terms of like social VR. This is quite obvious that there's many applications in all other sectors. Interestingly enough, I've seen a massive investments made in the US in the health sector in terms of XR. It seems like those largest hospital networks, which are private in the US, actually see this as an actually interesting way to go. So not only this kind of common industries, but it seems like healthcare too. So what are the main challenges / areas that are developing out there? So we have digital ethics and values. Of course, we don't hear about the ethical AI, and this applies to all other technologies, and metaverse is kind of bringing all together. So we need good ethics, good values, good legislation. This all needs to catch up after the social-technical changes. Again, I stress on social-technical changes, not only technical. The world is shifting. Digital economy, which is of course about blockchain, Web3, NFTs, everything around that. This is booming. Cryptocurrencies so far, they went down, but they are not out yet. And there will be certainly some kind of evolutions of these. And then finally, digital content, media and entertainment convergence. From my past studies on the Compact project, we kind of realized that TV is doomed. Basically, they lost a lot. In the last 2-3 years, they lost almost 80% in revenue. And there's no way to recover unless they become part of something bigger. So it seems like there will be strong convergence between TV, mainstream media, gaming, streaming, all through these new convergent platforms. And there is no way back. Like we see many instruments trying to rescue a mainstream media, but it's either they adapt or they die. And it seems like the way is basically convergence. So yeah, just to sum up, I'm not sure how much time. I believe that XR convergence through metaverse will encompass probably all the technologies discussed and mentioned here today, and much more. As I say, I also look from the perspective of media. I think media will also transition. Will become much more interactive, much more game-like, and this will all join this new next generation internet. So yeah, that was my quick bird's view of the space.
Excellent, Lucas. Big applause. Thank you also for your
Yeah, so this is your VS Code is running, but it has a problem. See what is the problem.
Yes.
So this is your VS Code is running, but it has a problem.
Let's carry
The device is not connected.
Böda.
They're coming here.
Nej, de är klara redan. Ja, men
What's the problem?
för då kan vi egentligen bara köra dig.
Are you going to the phone?
Så ska vi ha ett camera-team.
Yeah, I installed the file. That's why it's there.
The code like this.
Yeah, but if it doesn't install, that's what's the point of doing the code. If you don't have the device.
Annars så blir det ju att jag hoppar mellan olika rader. Det funkar så bra. Jag är lite skeptisk. Men
Maybe it's out of...
då håller vi oss undan dem kanske. Ja, det är nog bättre att liksom börja mer öppet i alla fall. Tid har ni så det
No, I tried all this.
Men då håller vi oss inte så mycket. Kör vi mycket bara öppna ut huvuden, alltså husen.
Have you ever used VS Code?
Inte våning 9 eller balkongvåning 7 och sånt också. Det kan vi göra på anställning. Bara ni testar och kör husen. Så om ni åker med på slutet. Lördag så...
If you wish to unhide the previous select this box and
yes!
Restart your VS Code.
Telefonen eller vad jag
something.
Ja, det blir nog att man mitt i telefonen.
Close your... Yeah, I know. I did everything. So close your VS Code. And then start again. No, from there. Yeah. So there is an error. I think for that error it doesn't work properly.
zero. Writing the information to the keychain fail with error. The name.
Have you connected Synthol, the last one?
Yes, we only need to check it with because it's connected to the so I sent him, but he's been busy too.
At the following next to your listen home and
So hidden.
he says it's hidden.
Yeah, right click here.
It's hidden. Existing.
There is no file called existing. You create a file like this.
Yeah. Create that.
Then copy this one. Go to pi. Oh my God.
That's a lot of stuff happening in there. That är jättebra. Det kan vi ändå
Så vi måste lite röka och tänker inte någon koppar fel.
Jag kan göra det. Ja.
Log in again. So close the VS Code, close everything.
Mycket bra. De har gått in i sin
Okay, let's open it.
Same problem.
We didn't solve it yet. We said login again. Have the following programs installed. Set out. Should be similar to other. Hackman. Launch. The default password field or create a new one and keep it on the restart the login. If the kitchen creates a room message to fail, and okay, it has. Following the steps going to create a new. If the error is writing login information to the unknown, so it's civil, access. Is it the same here?
Yeah, same.
Collection unit 2. Okay, have the following for you. We should add this as well. How we can add it?
Yeah, maybe Aronsson is expert in Linux.
Where is the console?
Console is here.
No, view kernel.
What is nothing. So this Pacman is not found. So try to install Pacman. I don't know what Pacman is.
What is Pacman? Is it open here? Yes.
Yeah, you love Google.
Yeah, I told you to hear it.
You don't love it?
No.
Yes.
Try install Pacman.
For the big sensor, we have 1, 2, 3, 4.
Is this something?
Yes. For this one, we have.
Okay, hello guys, and welcome to this tour of the Linnaeus University in Kalmar. As we used to say, we live in Kalmar. I'm a citizen in Kalmar, and this is a medieval town. Just close to the campus area here in Kalmar we have a castle, a huge castle, that's Kalmar Castle, and also the new built university that we will take a quick tour around is based just 150 meters from the city of Kalmar and the central station in Kalmar also. We have been here for like 1 whole year now, but some buildings has been here before. If you look up, you see the Sea Captain Tower has been here since 2004, and the university in Kalmar before this was located in like 16 or 17 different addresses. Now we have a unique university area in Kalmar because it's so close to each other. Everything is based at the same location. And also in Växjö, we have a unique campus. If you Google search what is a campus or something in Sweden, the only real campus in Sweden is Växjö campus because everything is based at the same location. And this is also a unique place in Sweden because no one else, no other university has these buildings so close to each other, and we're working more together with each other as a whole university. So I think we will start with the main entrance and head building, the yellow one that you see over here, and I will talk while we go there. This is the university library, and it's meant to be from the architect like a clam, like open up, and the yellow building is the pearl, in the clam, and looks like a shining pearl or something. So let's go and head inside the university library then. I forgot to introduce myself. I can do that while we're walking over here. My name is Ted, and I live in Kalmar. I've been studying at Linnaeus University also, but I studied in Växjö, at Växjö campus. And now I'm back where it all began. So I'm an alumni from the university, but now I work here at the communications office. And I'm working with web and search optimization. And then I also do these kind of things, talking about the university and have some tours and so on. I actually work, we will not be able to go up there today, but I actually work on the 6th floor, on the high building that is called Kulmen in Sweden. We'll see later on if we have the opportunity to go to 7th floor and the balcony over there. When they built these new buildings, all of the buildings that you see is almost new. We only have 1 or 2 that are old ones, but this is totally new and brand new. And when they built this yellow one, they actually found an old ship from 1700 beneath under here. And then everyone stopped and took 3 deep breaths, because if they would have found some treasures or anything else from those medieval days, these buildings would have not been done today. But fortunately, what was that the city of Kalmar is built upon like small islands. And these islands didn't exist for a few hundred years ago. So they filled up these small islands with old ships and stuff. So this ship was just to fill up this island over here. We have a AR solution where you can see the ship that is actually down beneath this building right now. So they took it up, scanned it, and took a look on it, and then buried it beneath this building. And when you walk in this building, you see a real cool stair, a huge wooden stair in the library. And this is also where the main entrance on the University of Kalmar is. This house is called Stella. And Stella in Latin is like, you know, what we talked about before, the shiny pearl and shiny thing. A really cool outdoor interior of this house. The yellow one that's like a mirror almost. The guest harbor outside here, when it's shiny, you can almost see like the city of Kalmar mirroring itself in this building. So let's go up like one stair and have a look. A normal day after the Corona, now we have like 15 or 2,000 people in movement every day in the library of Kalmar. Before Corona, it was much more because now the students are more comfortable sitting home or have the lectures at home. But in the library, we have a lot of group rooms that always are full, and a lot of students sitting and studying in these open areas over here. Not today, because it's summer and vacation. But a normal day is pretty full in here. Compared to the old library and old buildings, these ones are really open, and we put a lot of focus on the student areas and the open areas that we are in. Before, we didn't have these solutions for the students, and I think we had 65,000 square meters in Kalmar before. Now we are down to 45,000 square meters in all the buildings, and that's why we put more focus on the student areas and less focus, I would say, on the staff members. Before they had like one person office that was like huge. Now we have smaller offices for the staff members and bigger for the students, I would say. Okay, let's have a quick walk over to the next building then. Let's go to House Vita and then leave Stella. We have Latin names because we are a big university, of course, but we're not that big or huge university, I would say. We have 44,000 students, I think, but that's with distance students and all of the students. We don't have 44,000 students here every day. But the names of the buildings should also be working on all language, like English, of course, and Swedish, of course. So if we would have picked Swedish names on the buildings or whatever, we would have have to have English names also. That would not be so functioning for us as an international university. So we have a lot of names that are picked from the location in southern Sweden, close to the island over here, and then some areas around Kalmar and so on. I used to say it's similar to like IKEA when the name picking their things, like the shelf Börje. It's called Börje in every language, like Japanese or Chinese or whatever, because they want to. It's typical branding thing, I would say, to have those names, Swedish names. We are also a university, but we are a small university located in southern Sweden. So we keep that thing also with the names, I would say. So main entrance and main entrance for House Vita. And in here is it's the Faculty for Health and Life Science. Through the tour now, give a thought when you're walking around and looking around on the outdoor feeling from outside the concrete and the living trees. Not this one, but the other ones are living trees and so on in the other buildings also. So put a lot of focus on how the outdoor feeling comes with you indoors also, at least in these open areas for the students. So Health of Life Science faculty, just this door close to me is training health clinic for the students that are going like the nurse program and so on. I used to go here once a year to have my blood checked up or anything else. I can have a physics test and also hand massage and so on, and all from the students. Let's take a walk down the lane in House Vita then. So now our buildings are, as you see, really empty. We're used to it because of the corona, of course. But after corona, when the restrictions was put away, a lot of students and staff members has come back to the university. And as we talked before, the outdoor feeling with a like brick wall and a wooden wall also. And if you are able to see on the floor, I don't think if you are maybe, but you can see some footprints that actually are in, some art in these buildings, because a lot of a big thing in the university and the academics are actually art. So we have a lot of art in these buildings. The footprints also comes out from the student pantry in here and goes out this way. Let's have a quick look at a student pantry also. Also some art, a carpet. Yeah, as I told you before, a lot of focus on the student areas, open areas. This is a student pantry. Real nice, brand new, with microwaves and everything else to sit here and have the lunches as a student. We can also have a look in one of our big halls in here. This one is called Lapis. This one is made for 100 people, sitting people. Let's see if the lights are with us. Thank you. Yeah, so a pretty big hall in here with 100 people. We have one bigger that is 250 people. This is for, of course, lecture and for education, but we also have a lot of conferences here at the university. One nice new feature that we used to get questions about from conferences is, but you have like a microphone over here? But no, we don't. See if the cameraman is with me. Can you catch this one? Yeah. This is a microphone. It's not put on now. And then you take your questions. And I can speak in the microphone like this. And I can throw it to the audience. Yeah. Some new nice features with the AV media that is brand new. It's nice to be here as a staff member and also students, because everything is brand new. So let's go up to the biggest hall at the University of Kalmar, 250 people. Now we are in the next building. It's House Kulmen. And Kulmen stands for like a tall one. It's 9 floors high. And it's almost only staff members in here. But we have some exams hall on the 2nd and 3rd floor also. And then it's just staff office and so on for the next floors. So let's have a quick look in this one. This one is Aula Siena, and it's made for 250 people. This looks like a biograph of or something, but the one I missed some things in this one because it's not made for event. We can't have like a concert or an artist performing here. It's not that good. It's not optimized for those kind of things. So that's one thing I miss of the university here is like a optimized event arena or something. But also a nice hall. And in this one, all the students are, not one faculty or anything else. It's for all the students. So that was the 3 of our 6 buildings. This was the last building on the east side of the campus or the university. So House Stella, House Vita, and House Kulmen is on the east side. And then let's head over to the west side. And over here we also have 3 buildings. The one thing I love about like being city into a university is this, because it's nice to have another things happening around here, not just the students or whatever. I'm actually an old skateboarder. You can see if we can borrow one. Tjena grabbar! Får jag pröva eller? Tror du jag kan någonting eller? Vadå, det var väl helt okej eller? Nej, jag klarar inte av kickflip tyvärr. Men jag kan åka i alla fall. Ja, när jag var typ som er. Ja. Vi har en livestream här borta. Så nu är ni med på livestream uppe.
Är vi med på live?
Kör hårt. Tack så mycket. Ja. Ja.
Är det på YouTube?
Ja, jag tror att det är på YouTube faktiskt. So we got some new fans. Okej, åker vidare nu grabbar. Hej med. Okay, that was my skateboarding tricks then. Let's head over to the next building then. Let's head over to House Forma then. Bye guys. Hej då. Hej då, hej då, hej då. Vi ses.
Men vad heter det?
Det är bara till universitetet. Okay, we got some new fans. Okay, the next building is this one. This is House Forma. This is for the School of Economics. In Kalmar and Växjö, we have similar educations. We also have the School of Economics in Växjö, but some are not exactly the same. And House Vita, where we have like the Faculty for Health and Life Science. Some educations are not that seem exactly the same because we don't have the same programs in each faculty and Kalmar and Växjö. But this is the smallest building here. This is the School of Economics, as I told you. One cool thing in this one is a gift that we got from a donation fund. It's this art and this lamps hanging in this stairwell. It's nice, cool, and really nice. And when it's dark, it also gives some nice lights. Okay. Also some more focus, like I told you before. Take a look at the open areas and like hanging areas for the students and so on. So now we moved into next building. That is House Radix, and Radix stands for something like growing from the roots and up. That's why we go down to this area. This one area is below sea level. So now we are on first floor, but now we move on to the basement floor or below sea level floor. And in-house Radix, we have two faculties: faculty for art and humanities and faculty for social science. And this area is really nice. Here we all have some events for the students and also some conferences and so on. And as I told you before, these are living trees. It's called black olive and also gives a nice study feeling for the students here. A normal day, this area is full. One nice thing when we moved in, before we moved into the university, was this Lego model of the whole University of Kalmar. It gives you a more feeling about where we are and how it was supposed to look like. This is, I think it's like 7 or 8 years old, I think. And it's 27,000 Lego pieces. But it looks pretty the same. Now we are under this building here with a green roof. We have been to the east side, House Vita, House Kuhlman, House Stella, School of Economics in House Forma. And this is House Radix that we are in now. And in House Radix we have a popular education that is called where education for the journalists education. It's always full booked of students, and also some design and arts educations. Let's head over to the journalist area and have a look on their special occasions. We have a lot of normal lecture halls and so on, but on the university we have a lot of lab halls and special made areas and special made rooms. So let's have a look on some of these special made rooms for the educations. The nurses and the other ones also have some really cool rooms where you're being education for a nurse. I tried it out actually, but they have I call it a zombie arm, but they have an arm where you take your blood samples and so on. And you can try it out, and it actually comes like blood-looking from that arm, and it's so authentic. So I love that for the students. It's so authentic if you study those kind of education. So let's see if we can get some light. This is a studio for the journalist, the studied journalist. Normally I think they have a radio program and a TV show that's going on when they are active here for 24/7. So both radio and a TV channel where they produce like news and weather forecasts and so on. And they have cameramans and they have other rooms where the rest of the crew are sitting and producing those kind of things, just like in real life, I would say. This is a really special room. And we have some more. We can have a quick look if it's free. Let's see if they are, but I think. Oh, wrong door. Sorry. This one. So in these buildings, there are double doors for the noise cancelling and so on. This is a editing room for a journalist where they can sit and have the mixing table, and they can produce like a podcast or something in here and listen to the ones that are sitting and talking in here and producing the stuff in here. Really quiet room. Nice. That was not the door. This was the door. It's like a maze sometimes when you're walking a lot in here. Okay, so that ends our quick tour of House Radix. Let's head over to the last building where you guys have your live stream from today, House Magna and Faculty of Technology. And House Magna is 50% new building, and 50% like old one. And the old one are like the white one you see over here, and the brownish building are like attached, and a new one here over here. So also a nice student pantry, and also a nice open area for the students. I would say that this area is also normally full of students when the students are here. And also a living tree in here, just to get that, as I told you before, the outdoor feeling comes with you indoor. Here we have some educations for the Faculty of Technology. One cool thing in Kalmar is that we have the Sea Captain education and Sea Captain engineer. Those educations has been in Kalmar for, I think it's like 177 years, I think. And now they are under our flag of Linnaeus University. So let's head up 4 floors then. And this ends our quick tour, I would say, a really quick tour for 25-30 minutes of the campus. Maybe we can end the tour here. And I'll say thank you, and thank you for watching. And if you want to have a look at more on Kalmar, just come by and stop by. Normally we are open from 8 to 7. The university is really open, actually. So, yeah, thank you.
Ja, så nu kör vi lite. Now we are doing the 360.
Okay.
Yeah. Detta är ju rätt convenient egentligen. Det är bara att ta med den här. Vi kan redigera hela filmen sen. Jag tänkte att man får hålla för lite grann sådär. Så det ser man inte så noga. Alltså det går ju faktiskt att hålla i.
Maximum size is very hard to work with.
Lite, det är ju ungefär som att du håller en mikrofon. Ja, precis. Ja, det är inte någon som ser egentligen. Det är ju lite... Mm. Ja, just det. Får vi lite schyssta miljöbilder om vi bara kör lite med den här. Jag skickade ett meddelande till Cecilia här, jag måste bara, kan du köpa med en snusdosa? För jag vill inte fråga Madeleine. Hon bara, nej jag är inte bekväm med det. Så jag skickade till Madeleine i alla fall, så hon gör ju det.
Alltså det var på riktigt alltså?
Ja. Tack. Samma kaka hela tiden. Ja. Ja. Yeah, coffee, thank you.
There's a big problem.
Den har 10 kilo om resistor. Ja. Och jag har testat pull down resistor. Ja, så här. Men de har en breakout board med 10 kilo om resistor och den verkar inte funka.
Okej.
Ja. Den här. Den var bra.
Ja, absolut.
Ja. Men den här och så tar jag gärna den som ni hade så kan jag. So that we can sit and test maybe later because it's nice. We have lots of students that ordered this.
Yeah,
have the sensor.
Previously it was Frederick.
Yeah.
I think they are presenting.
Yep. Okay, so welcome to the 3D printing workshop.
Yay!
And this is actually part of the course content, so you're obliged to watch this if you're taking the course, right?
Ooh, no pressure.
No pressure. So this right here is a 3D printer.
Yay! Yes, indeed.
What kind of 3D printer is this?
Well, this is I won't say expensive, but it's not the cheapest printer that you can get, but it's a fairly good one for the price that you pay. So I don't know exactly the price right now, but I would assume it's like 1,000 euros or something like that, right?
Okay.
Maybe 700 euros or something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, and we will actually just start to try to get something printing because that's a little bit of a mess itself. So we have a prepared model for this.
That is going to run and print while we're talking so that we can go back and check on this while.
So,
and this what we print right now is this model, right?
Yeah.
So
So
this,
it's a stand.
yeah, so it's stand for, we actually have one back here also. Oh, we did have one there
Yeah.
also. So we have done quite a few of these. And
Yeah.
why did you design this, Tobias?
Well, actually, it was because of the pandemic. So when we went home, I wanted a better way to have my laptop not take up all of the desk. So I wanted it to be able to fold open and stand and be more like a monitor. Because, yeah, I have a separate keyboard and mouse anyway, so I don't use the keyboard. So I wanted to be able to have my laptop standing like a monitor. So I designed that, and yeah, it worked out fairly well. So I've used it, and now we use it here. So yeah, it was a nice model to do. So it was based on a need. I needed something, I could design it, and then I could print it and manufacture it almost myself.
And this is what is so cool with 3D printer, that you can find, or you may discover that you have some kind of everyday problem, and you can actually design something that solves that problem for you, and you can also manufacture it yourself. 3D printing is nothing new. I mean, we've had this technology for really a long while, right?
Yeah, at least.
It became popularized when very cheap 3D printers came out on the market a number of years ago. And now this printer is, so Tobias has started a print of this thing, and it's warming up. So we can see the temperature of the hot end and the temperature of this build plate becoming really high. So the build plate is around 60 degrees Celsius, and the hot end on the underside here, which is a bit hard to see from your angle, is 215 degrees Celsius.
Yeah.
And you can see that the printer is starting to move, so it's actually following a program. This is a G-code program. The G-code is the file format, so it's actually just very simple instructions to this robot, because a 3D printer is essentially a robot. It can move in 3 axes, so we have this build plate that is moving back and forth, and then we have a print head that can move up, down, and left to right. And now it's starting to extrude plastic. And Tobias is checking that the distance between the print head, which the plastic comes out of, you can think of this as as a tube of toothpaste that is pressed onto this build head. And when it has extruded one layer, it's going to move up and extrude another layer of toothpaste plastic on top of that, right? And we're using this gray plastic, actually the same as the one that we're holding there, right?
And if you come in a little bit closer, we can almost see now that we have kind of like the perimeter of this object being printed layer by layer of thinnish plastic. So you can, of course, print a lot thinner because you see, maybe you can see, but you can definitely hear when I do this. There's a bumps, ridges going on here, and we have quite a large nozzle on this printer. It's 1 millimeter, so we can
push a lot of
molten plastic out that nozzle. So that one would be interesting to see. It's smeared something a little bit there, and there's always a risk that things get caught.
Yeah, and we can actually see that 3D printing is not an exact science. It can be pretty exact.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, we have a big nozzle, and we also pull up the temperature a bit in order to print fast. Because one of the qualities of 3D printing, or one of the qualities you want in 3D printing is, as in any manufacturing process, is speed. From a manufacturing process perspective, 3D printing is actually quite slow. You can see the print head is moving quite slow, and it's outputting this molten plastic just 1 millimeter at a time, 1 millimeter width at a time, right?
We're doing 0.5 in thickness.
Okay, so 0.5 millimeters high and then 1 millimeter in width, and then it's just outputting this plastic. It can move quite a bit faster than it does right now. It's still in its first layer, is it?
No, it's not.
It's in the second layer or something like that. But this is a calibration thing where you need to set all of these parameters. You need to control the robot, so to speak, so that you get the result you want. And the plastic comes in these rolls. So you can see here on the top, there are these rolls of plastic. And we have a number of different rolls. It comes in plastic. What is it called? This
is TPU.
TPU.
So it's a little bit elastic.
So this is one kind of plastic which is almost rubbery-like.
So if you hold on to that,
yeah, sure,
you can probably see that it's a little bit stretchy like this.
Cool. Other types of plastic, like the one with printing, this is PLA or polylactic acid, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that, which is much harder. So you cannot pull like that. It will break if you pull like that.
Yeah, or it won't do anything. I'm too weak.
Yeah.
So nothing will happen really.
But compared to this one, that one is pretty hard and fragile.
Yeah. So,
you have a question?
Yes.
Sometimes I see people use glue stick on the hot plate.
Mm-hmm.
Is it both to get a better start and easier remove after?
Okay, so the build plate here is hot, and that is because we want the plastic to stick to the build plate. If the plastic does not stick to the build plate, we might get a failed build. So some people use different, mechanisms to get this plastic to stick, and one of those tricks is to put use a glue stick and put it on the build plate, and that can be used to make sure that the plastic sticks to the build plate. It's essentially mostly to get it to stick. In this case, we have a build plate that has a special surface that makes the plastic stick very well, so you don't need to put any glue stick on this, unless you print with plastic that is quite hard to get to stick. And in those cases, you might want to have like a glue stick, or there are specific glues that you can use.
Hairspray can work.
Yeah.
And I personally use actually just a thin sheet of metal with wood glue and water on it. So you have different tricks of the trade. What works for you and your setup and your plastic is kind of like what you need. But basically, at least on modern, these kind of surfaces, you don't really need anything if you're printing normal stuff, really.
Another question. Can you combine colors on the model?
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
So we, in this printer, we can only combine colors by stopping the print and putting another plastic into it. So you can have different colored layers in this because we have a single nozzle. So the plastic is going through the nozzle, and then it's pushed into what it's called a hot end, which is 215 degrees in this case, and that became so that it becomes molten, and then it's pushed out through this super small nozzle, like 1 millimeter. This is actually quite wide, 1 millimeter in printer sense. But there are other printers that can output several types of colored plastic, like your printer.
Yeah. So this model is printed with a 2-nozzle printer, so it can output 2 different materials, really.
So is the gray one the same plastic?
No, it's not. Okay. I don't think so, at least. So it's some other gray plastic, and you have this orangey kind of like
semi-transparent.
Semi-transparent. So on that printer, we had 2 nozzles and 4 times the trouble, basically. Yeah. So that's the trade-off. It becomes a lot harder to get these things to work, and it often wastes a lot of plastic because there are basically the idea that you can have several nozzles, or you feed different colors into this hot end. But if you only have one hot end, things remain inside there and are dirty. So if you want a clean color, then you need to purge until you get that. So you have a sacrificial part of the print, really, that you print until you get a clean color, and then you print the real stuff. So yeah, it's a complicated process, and there are also separate units you can buy that automatically cuts the filament into different lengths and fuses them together to this multicolor strand. So you have those solutions too, but yeah, it's definitely a more complicated setup.
And yeah, so there are add-ons that you can buy for this printer, and there are add-ons that you can buy for almost any printer, I think, that can, switch colors of this. So in this case, why are we printing? What are the different use cases that we can use a printer for?
Yeah, of course, you have a problem. You want it solved by something. You can design and build something. So this is
actually this use case, right?
Something breaks. You need a small plastic part. If you go to the store and try to buy it, maybe it does not even exist. So then you need to throw your whole thing away.
Yeah.
Instead of having this little plastic part. But then you can design it and print it instead.
Yeah.
And
so
save your stuff.
Something that I've done is that in my shower, there was this shower wall that you move, or door that you move, and the wheels for that broke. So then I just took it down, checked the diameter of the wheel, and then 3D printed these wheels. And they've been working for, I think, 2 years or so.
Yeah.
And then the handle for the shower when I turn on the water broke, and then I just 3D printed one of those.
So you have a 3D printed
So I'm gonna have a totally 3D printed shower. But there are.
Do you need supports while printing?
Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And I think we're going to talk a little bit about supports when we are creating a model for 3D printing. Essentially, think of this as toothpaste that is just pushed out on the build plate. And if you push toothpaste out in the air, it's going to fall down, right? So if you design a model that has, space under the plastic, it might fall down. So in this case, this is actually printed like this, which means that soon it's gonna print here.
Yeah.
So if this plastic is actually just poured down out in thin air, but it's done quite quickly and with a fan that cools down the plastic so it doesn't sag down. But probably it did sag down slightly, right?
Yeah.
But if you have something that does not have a support on this side and does not have a support on that side, or just on one side, then you need to have a piece of material that you build up artificial support, so to speak, so you can use supports.
That you remove later.
Yeah. So, but we're going to talk a little bit about that when we design something for printing. So I'm going to talk a little bit about different use cases. Other things that I think is funny to print is that you have some kind of idea of something bigger that you're going to print. So this is actually a house, and the architect made a design of the house and a 3D model of the house. And by 3D printing this, we can start touching it. We place it on areas together with other houses. We can try out different materials, and then suddenly you can also show it to other people. You can okay, this is your new house, and things like that. So when you go from a digital model into a physical model, you can have the 3D printing as a step where you can learn stuff. I sort of had the same problem as Tobias, but I also wanted to do, a design thing. So I wanted to have a stand for my cell phone, and I also had an idea that I wanted a stand that looked like a cheese. And then I could print it, and then I put my cell phone on it, and I realized, and you can see that it bends a lot. So this cell phone was put here, and then it fell over. So I can try out a design really early, and I can, okay, now I've learned that I cannot have it like this. Maybe I should have a little bit of cheese filling here or something like that, and then I can iterate on my design really, really quickly. So I think that is also one of the exceptional things with having a 3D printer or a number of 3D printers, that when you're designing something, you can try out different ideas, and then you can get feedback from getting the actual thing in your hand. That this kind of feedback is kind of hard to get in the computer. Of course, you can have physics simulations. It's actually in the software that we're going to demo today. You can have physics simulations, but it's easy to forget things. I also had this idea of having a hole here so that I'm going to be able to charge my phone while it's standing there, but it's actually quite hard to put the cable into the phone while it's standing here because I don't have a hole on the underside. So I think one of the things that I really, really enjoy with a 3D printer is that you can have a creative process where you design something and you can learn. I print this, and then I learn from that, and I redo the design.
Yeah, and you don't need to spend days or weeks waiting to get your physical item to have that and touch it and to feel it and to see if it fits or if it is suitable for what you want to do.
How long does it take to print this one?
I think we have 1 hour and 50 minutes left on that one.
Like close up.
Yeah. And then I did bring this model also. And this is to show a number of things. First, okay, this is just a skull that I found on the internet, which is cool, right? So I downloaded the files for this skull. It is a branded skull. Someone has made this. And there are a lot of different cool files that you can download and print for everything, right? So you can find my designs out there, but you can also find this really cool stuff for printing miniatures or small houses or toys or gimmicks or, everything. So instead of buying things, you can actually print a lot of things that other people have designed also. And you can share these easily. And you can check out, there are a number of different sites for this, but I think Thingiverse is a good place to start to search for things. And you can print tools and stuff like that. So if you need a specific, a specific screwdriver or a specific
jig or a holder for something, you can often find it. So if you need something for a tool, if you need something, go search for it first. And if you can't find it, then you can design it. Because chances are that someone nice has already done it, put it out for free, and you can use it.
The second thing that I want to show you with this skull is that it's actually printed in 3 parts. I'm not going to break apart these two because this is printed in PLA plastic, which was hard, but also brittle.
Yeah.
So it will break and I will never be able to put it together again. So you need to be a bit careful with PLA plastic. But the reason that it's divided into 3 parts is actually twofold. First, some large objects you might not be able to print the entire thing on one printer. I mean, this would be able to print this, but there are smaller printers and maybe you have a larger print. So instead of printing in one go with a super large printer, you can actually divide the print into several pieces. And the second thing is that this is actually, it's broken in the middle of the skull, and then the bottom half of the skull is printed like that. And the top part of the skull is printed like that. And that is because we want to avoid using these supports. So if I printed it like this, we don't need supports. We can actually see a bit of sagging here where the molten plastic did drop a little bit, but it was cooled fast enough so that it still looks okay. We can also see on this print that the layered lines that Tobias was talking about is pretty visible. So I'm not sure that you can see it on the camera, but there are like lines here. These are almost like a tree's interior. I think on the top here, it's very easily noticeable. Does it show up on the camera? Maybe. And it's simply because the printer is printing one layer at a time, and then it's putting another layer on top of that.
So basically, it's a 2.5D printer, really.
Yeah.
So it's
layered by layer,
like this, and builds up the model. And we can see we have got kind of like more than a centimeter now, just by standing around chatting.
So it should be like 20 layers, right? 0.5 millimeter.
Yeah,
each layer.
something like that. Something like that.
Cool.
You got a question about materials. Which material is better, PLA or the other?
Okay, so we've talked about two materials now. We talked about the flexible one, and we talked about PLA.
Yep.
So different materials have different material properties. So this is the flexible one. So I can actually flex this like it's just like rubber. So I can bend this without it breaking. So it's good for printing things like rubbery things, like the shoe sole on your shoes. You could print with this, or a band for your clock or something.
Or a gasket for your shower, maybe.
Yeah.
You lose that also.
Yeah, then I'm going to use this thing. But this material is, that I know, harder to print.
Yeah,
right?
it is.
It's much harder to print. Yes. And one of the reasons for that is when the plastic is pulled down, you can see that it pulls on the plastic here. There is a motor here, an electric motor here, that drags this plastic down and pushes it into the hot end, which is the where it melts. And if you drag on it's fine to drag on something that is elastic, but when you push on something that is elastic, it's pushed together, which builds up pressure.
Yes, bendy, stretchy.
And that can be quite hard to print. We're going to look at the different printer when we have designed things, and that printer is actually pushing through a long pipe. So it's sort of a different kind of printer. This one is called direct drive because the motor that it's pushing is so close to the hot end, and the other one is called like
Bowden system.
Bowden system, yeah. So a Bowden system is not very good at printing this. So one of the material qualities is that this is
elastic,
and one of the material qualities of PLA is that it is easy to print and it's hard.
Yeah. So it depends on what you want really from a material. Cannot really say that this is the best material. You need to think about
flexibility.
Where is it supposed to be? What's it supposed to do? PLA has many advantages. You have many pretty colors.
Yeah, like this one that is glittering, right?
Yeah,
so
super nice.
Maybe if I move it a little bit, it's glittering, right? And PLA is also cheap. It's really easy to see the layered lines here on the top also. And we can hear them.
We can hear them.
Nice. So there is also a material called PETG.
Yes.
And that stands for
I have
no idea.
Yeah. Polymer something.
But PETG is pretty strong. It's also a bit more flexible than PLA, but it would still be a rigid plastic when it prints. So this also can handle higher temperature, because if you leave a PLA print in your car, it might have almost look like it's melted again, right? But this will stand up to like 80 degrees.
I think it's even more.
Yeah, depends.
Maybe.
So it will not melt it's melting at 225 degrees. It is almost as easy to print as PLA. I know a lot of people who are using this for their standard printing material.
Yeah. But it's a little bit more expensive, I think.
Yeah, it might be. Yeah. There are different temperatures for when printing, so you need to set up your when you're setting up your printer, you need to set it up for the material that you're using. There are these plastics called ABS, which is I think it's the same plastic as in Lego. So it's very hard. It's also can withstand a lot of pressure and stuff like that. It doesn't break as easy as PLA, but this is also
generally harder to print.
Yes,
and also a little bit toxic.
It's one of these plastics that we would not recommend, really. Okay, and there are plastics actually that you can use in your nuclear reactor, like having they don't break down from radiations and stuff like that. There are many different. This plastic over here in the box is carbon fiber,
and it's also nylon with carbon fiber.
Yeah, it's nylon with carbon fiber, and the reason that it's in the box is that this kind of plastic is collecting water, so it drags out the water from the air around it and stores it inside itself, and that actually destroys the plastic. So we have this in the dry box, and we also have these silica bags with it, so that these capture the water instead of the plastic. And you need to you can actually turn this on, and it will heat up this box so that the heat will drive out the water from the plastic. If we have water in the plastic, the water will come down and then into the nozzle head and boil, and that will produce steam, which will break the plastic or put bubbles into the plastic. So if you're printing and you hear small pops sounds, that could be water in your plastic, and then you put it in the oven for 40 degrees for 2.5 hours.
Not too hot, because then you have a big piece of plastic in your oven.
Some people want to put their prints in the oven after printing in order to get different properties. So there are plastics that you can put in the oven, and you anneal them. So you reheat them, which makes the layers, because the layered plastic is put on each other, to fuse together into one piece. Okay, so I think that we're almost done here, and we're gonna leave this printer, and we're gonna go into my office, and we're gonna design.
Sounds like you have a question. No.
Yes, there's a few more questions.
Awesome. We like questions.
Yeah. We have one here. What standards are there for the specification of the output? Compare and contrast this.
So that is a weird question.
Yeah, the output of what?
I don't know.
Okay, so maybe we're talking about the specifics of a print. So how thorough or specific it can be. So I would say that this depends muchly on the printer that you have. But this printer is right now, pushing a lot of plastic in order to produce a fast print. But you can have a much slower print with much nicer quality. So with a smaller nozzle and a slower print, also you will also get a more exact print. Right? So I would say the normal thing for such a printer, and the nozzle size that it's usually shipped with, is 0.4 millimeters width, which we can make much more exact. And then every time the print head lifts when it's put down a layer. So the layer height is another factor that you can put in, and that is designed in software. So you decide that yourself. And I would say a normal printer like this one can have a layer height of 0.1 millimeters. So you can have 10 layers in 1 millimeter, which is giving a pretty nice output. I think the sides here, you don't feel the layers, and that is because I've used a better layer height here. It was a long time ago, so I don't swear to it, but I think that was the case, and that is the reason that it's so nice.
So I guess this also depends on what you're actually going to use the model for. And you can argue that 3D printing should put kind of like its mark on the manufacturing process also, and it could be an aesthetic that you can see that this is 3D printed. It does not look like a molded form injected plastic thing. It's kind of like manufactured in its special way.
And also, I mean, if you're if I'm like designing something and I want feedback from that something, it's not something that I'm going to keep. I just want the model in order to learn from the model. Then I want to print it fast in order to iterate fast, right? So this is actually exactly the same thing that we do when we develop software, that we test the software and then we learn from that process. So I would say that is the same process. So did we have any other questions?
Yes. Do you need any knowledge of the software you would use for the printer? Or is it easy learning by doing or kind of thing?
Okay. So I think,
yeah, we will take a look at that, and it definitely is a learning by doing kind of process, and I don't think you can really escape that because.
But you can print first day.
Yeah.
So I bought a printer, and I think like 30 minutes from putting it together, it was printing.
Yeah.
Because in this case, the program, the G code that I talked about, is put on this SD card. And usually the printer is shipped with one SD card with some models that are already for this printer that you bought, so you can start printing. Then you need to learn, basics of, just running a slicer, which we're also going to try out. But you can definitely start the first day and get printing unless you have some larger problems.
Yeah, I think so. The most printers that we get nowadays are pretty good quality. They are pretty cheap, and you will get them up and running fairly fast. Then it also depends on your use case. You can spend months and days on just modeling your thing that you want.
And you can spend months and days on adjusting the parameters in order to get it to print faster or to get it to print nicer, or trying to find the sweet spot between nice and fast. So there are like
that can be a hobby in its own.
Yeah.
Soon you will be printing stuff for your printer.
Yes. Yeah, that is.
Printers that print printers.
Yeah.
My God.
Yeah, that was actually the goal of
RepRap project.
Yeah, RepRap project, and I think this is actually a descendant from the RepRap project. So they essentially wanted a printer that could print itself.
Let me see. We have some questions about fumes. Are some materials dangerous to print with because of the fumes?
Yes. So ABS, for instance, is one of those materials. It smells. You can feel that it's bad for you. This PLA, I think it ejects microparticles or nanoparticles and stuff like that. It's actually a radius thing, so maybe everyone should step back from the printer. And for some of these plastics, we don't know the effects of that. I personally have put my printer in the shed at home, so I'm not printing in the living rooms. But for a number of years, I printed actually in the living room too. But for this reason, I put it in the shed.
I would probably not have it around small children. So because they will accumulate during their lifetime. So why make that worse? So, but for me, I'm an old guy. I don't mind.
But I mean, and then there are these printers that come with enclosures. And filters and stuff like that that you can put your printer in. Yes.
What plastic material is okay with connection to food?
Oh, that's an interesting.
That is a fun question because it's all over the internet.
Yeah.
Right?
So basically, you can see the ridges, right? This is kind of like you have the layer lines. Stuff will get stuck there.
Bacteria
will grow there. So it doesn't really matter how good the plastic is per se. It's the physical thing that you have layers that makes it hard to clean. So I would probably avoid having food in containers made out of printed plastic.
At least that are used for a long time.
Yeah.
Or reused.
Then you can kind of like paint them with stuff that you get a smooth surface and things like that. But that's really a special kind of topic, I think. But in general, no, don't do it.
You touched some on biodegradable plastics.
Okay.
Which ones are?
Okay, so PLA, or I think there is a version of PLA that is more easily biodegradable. Other than that, actually, the recycling process of these plastics is quite bad. I wish we had come further in this. I know that there is plastic that are, they make this plastic out of reused plastic. But reusing plastic is complicated subject. in itself, and you don't want impurities in these. But I've personally, we printed a lot when it was COVID, and we printed like many kilos of plastic, and you always get these failed prints and these residues. And I handed over that to a makerspace, and they, melted this down and made it into new things.
Yeah.
So that was kind of cool.
You can always, if you're really into this, you can collect kind of like the scraps yourself and just grind them down and feed them into a machine that makes new plastic of it. So you can think about it a little bit like that.
Yes.
Otherwise, maybe if you dig it down in the ground for a couple of years, it will be destroyed.
Yeah, and I've heard that you need like a higher temperature than just throw it away.
Go ahead.
Okay. So let's start designing and let's come up with more questions. We like those.
Yes.
So step into my office.
That did not sound pretty. So will you do the modeling, or I do the modeling, or how do you want to do this?
So I can start at least.
Yes,
right?
please.
Okay, so what we're gonna do today is that we have this board.
No, I already know this. So you go. Ask him the questions.
It's a low pi,
Yeah.
and I have an expansion board for this. So let's imagine that we want to have a case for this. This is, I know, the usual thing when you have an IT thing and you want to go from a prototype in the lab to a prototype in reality. You want to have a case for it. We're actually not going to make an entire case. We're just going to do some of the basic things.
Because you don't want to put that kind of like out in the wild, because it will be destroyed by weather and wind and stuff like that.
So let's see. Awesome, and I am screen sharing, so you should be able to see my screen. And if we take a look at the PyCom's data sheet for this expansion board, may I add it to the stream myself? Awesome. We can see how it looks, and we can also download specification for it. But we also have somewhere a 3D model of it. Yeah. And this is actually not that uncommon for electronics devices that are used for in this kind of use cases, that they release this with models like Raspberry Pi. You can find models for those, for Arduinos and other things. Now I've downloaded a step file, which is actually a CAD file for this one. So we are gonna import that file, and I'm gonna open it up. Yes. And I'm gonna open it in, and this program is called Autodesk Fusion 360, and it's a CAD program. So computer assisted design, I think it stands for. I'm not sure. Yeah. So now we have the dimensions of the board in Fusion 360. And this allows us to get the measurements from the board, which is super important for us because we are gonna, maybe we want to put screws through these and we want to make sure that this fits inside the case and stuff like that. And so you can see that there is no low pi on this. I'm sure there is a model for the low pi and we could drag it in here also. I'm actually gonna change something like this. A quirk from Fusion 360 that it does not capture the design when you open a file like this. So now I have downloaded that and I want to make a case for it. So I'm going to create a new component and I'm going to call it a case. And Fusion 360 is, I think it's quite easy to learn and simple to use. But it's a huge tool, so there are so many things that you can learn about it. So I would recommend to start with an online course or something like that. There is this Danish guy that is super awesome too, and you can look at his lectures and you can learn from those lectures. So the first thing I want to do is that I want to make sure that my case is the activated component, and then I want to start drawing, and I'm gonna place a 2D drawing. So now I'm going from 3D space into 2D space. It's essentially like I'm gonna draw the box on a 2D surface. So we're actually gonna do that. So I'm just gonna take a rectangle and I'm gonna drag it out like this. Something like that. And I'm not specifying any measurement right now. But then we want to make sure that we get these holes connected to ours. So we can press P, and that means that we project things from one model to another thing. So I'm going to project this hole, and I'm going to project that hole, and I'm going to project that. It was P. It was P for projection. It's in the menus also, right? And then I have 4 selected things. And this, and I can press OK, and then now they are projected. So if I hide the expansion board, we can still see these, and we can see those in 3D. That is still just a 2D drawing, right? And now I can decide measurements depending on this board also. So we're going to turn it on again so that we see it, and then we can actually project more things. We could project the outline like this. Oh, okay. You want to be careful to only get the things that you want. So I'm just projecting these lines. And if I turn that off, you can see that I have these lines. Yeah. These lines, I'm not gonna those are not going to be included in the actual in the case. Yeah. But they're going to be used to decide the dimensions of the case. Okay. So I'm going to mark these, and I'm just shift marking them, and then I'm going to put an X, which makes them dotted, and that sort of shows to Fusion 360 that these are not a part of the case, it's just a projected line, right? And then we can decide that, okay, maybe we want the outer part of the case. Oh, let's see if we can do this again. To be a certain number of millimeters outside of this. So I'm gonna, let's see, that one. So here you can see that right now it's 5.5 millimeters. Yeah. And maybe we want the outside to have room for the actual case wall, so to speak. So maybe we say that it's gonna be 3 millimeters outside this one, or maybe we want a tighter one, and then we want a wall which is 1 millimeter or something like that. So 5. So 5 is pretty good, but I would say like 3. And then we'll say like 2 millimeters outside this one, and then one for the one for the. So 3 could be a good measurement, right? And there are something called parameters, and parameters are variables when you're programming. It's essentially the same thing. So we were talking about the wall size, and we were talking about the distance between the wall and the board. So we could make those into numbers. So we can say, let's call it margin, and let's say 2 millimeters margin. And then we add a comment distance between board and wall. It's actually quite good to do these things. And then we have the wall width.
Yes, 1.
And that will be 1. Yeah. And then I think that says what it says. And then I can change the dimension that we just put here, which was 3 millimeters, and that shows up here. And we can say that this is margin plus wall width. Yeah. And that didn't change. You can see that it now says FX, and we can see that the same measurement is over here. And actually, this measurement we want for the other side also. And then I just click on this one, and it will get the same value.
And for the bottom side as well, no?
Yeah, for the bottom side. Actually, if you look at this, what can you say about the low pi?
Yeah.
Compared to the, so the low pi is sticking out, right?
Yes.
So I'm not sure that it shows, but the low pi is going outside of the wall, of the back wall, right? So I think we have a ruler here. And just as we could have downloaded a 3D model of this one, but it's usually the case that we have some requirements that comes from the reality, and then you need to measure things. So ruler is quite nice, so we can see that it's, okay, it is 20 millimeters wide, sort of. It is sticking out maybe 3 or 4 millimeters, depending on how thorough you are. Actually, I'm maybe not that thorough, but let's do it like this. Also, we want to make sure that this is the back side.
Yeah.
It is the back side. So maybe we would like something like this, right? For the back wall. And then we can,
Others can see that it's like this.
Yeah, that's the same. We can actually break up this line. I would like to remove the part of the line that is, not the outer wall.
Yeah.
And then we break that, and let's see, it's broke it. It understands that it needs to break it, and then I'll remove that part. We can set a dimension for this one also, which is going to be, I said something like 20.
20, yes, for the...
Yeah, 20 something for this one, right?
Yes.
So let's say 20, and then you need to have this distance.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be 2 walls times 2. Like that. And you see that it didn't understand that it should center things here, really.
Yeah.
But there are ways of
It's
doing this. I'm not actually not gonna go into details on how to do this, but there are a number of constraints that you can put on your model. I don't want things to become too complicated here, really. But let's say that we make this line a specific length, and then we make that line the same length. So we say that those two are going to be equal. Then this is going to be placed sort of in the middle, right? At least if this one is as long as this one. So we can put constraints on a model. So say this one is equal to that one. And suddenly those became the same, right? And then we say this one is equal to that one. And then suddenly we have...
Even.
Even, right? So I think that is sort of good enough. Okay, then we're gonna draw the inner lines of the model. And actually, I'm gonna let it be open on this side with the connections. And then I'm just gonna have the back wall of things. Maybe we put the front wall in the top case, but we're not gonna do a top case today. We're just gonna play it out. So I'm gonna put a line here and down here, and then I'm like this. There are really these cool things where you can get you draw on only one side, and the other one is drawing itself. So usually when you have something that is symmetrical, you draw just one side, and then you say that I want this symmetry to be mirrored through this line. So you try to avoid things that are repetitious, just like in programming, actually. Okay, then we put some dimensions into this and say that this one and this one is going to be wall width. We had already set that to 1 millimeter. And this one to this one is going to be wall width 2. We can actually just press over here. So if we want to change this anytime, we only need to change in one place. This one is also going to be wall width. And I do see that this, yes, and that didn't work for some reason, I'm not sure.
Therefore, only making it symmetric, yes, we put this.
Yeah, but I think I might have something that is not fully straight here. You can see this line is not fully straight. So we can say that we put a constraint on this one also, that it's going to be parallel or horizontal. So I'm gonna, it's trying to solve that. I'm not sure why it cannot solve that. Oh, it's the other restriction somewhere.
I think it's not symmetric, is it?
No, it's not.
No.
So
It should
so
go
this is essentially
sideways.
this program has a constraint solver inside it.
Mm.
And this makes sometimes these constraints, if you put them in the wrong order, they might work against you.
Mhm.
And we actually have one of those issues right now. And I don't think that we are not gonna, you know.
So let's put it not.
So I think maybe if we put this constraint, which is the equals constraint, remove that, then suddenly we can have, and let's put horizontal constraint on this one, and it doesn't want to do that. Fail to solve, okay. Yeah, so essentially if you have a lot of constraints, you can run into a thing where one constraint is stopping you from putting another constraint in there. We can, you know, be just pragmatic about it and say that the wall width is going to be 1 millimeter, and I didn't want to. Not sure why. Well, is it this distance that is wrong?
But if we remove constraint that we put and push, yeah.
So yeah, usually they say that you put in the constraints first, and then you put in measurements afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
And you can see now it worked, right?
Yeah. Nice.
We also wanted to have a distance between that wall and this one, and I don't remember what to call it. We called it the.
Wall?
No, it wall width. It was something like parameters. We called it margin.
Margin.
Awesome. We use this one, call it margin. Awesome. And then we say that this distance and this distance is also going to be wall width. And I think this one and this one should be parallel, right? So they should be. So I think we can put in, it might over-constrain it, but it will tell us if this is. So they are going to be parallel, and this one and this one is also supposed to be parallel. And then we can say that the distance between them is supposed to be wall width also. Yeah.
Now it looks
Now it's symmetric.
Yeah.
And then how far did it go out? A couple of millimeters. So we can say that the distance between this line and this line, or actually distance between that line and that one, and the inner wall should be a couple of millimeters plus margin.
Yeah, it's at 4.
Yeah, we could make that 4 into a parametric also, if we wanted to.
So much measurements.
Yeah, wall width. Awesome. So I think that sort of settles it. We can have, you know, angular measurements and stuff like that, but I'm gonna, I think that I'm sort of done here.
Yeah.
And this should also be margin, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then I think that it would be nice if we could put this on it, and we don't need to put screws through it.
Yeah, okay.
So different kind of designs, but I've seen these boards where you screw them in. So you can have holes for the screws, or you can have something that sticks up through this one, and you just put it on top of those. So I'm thinking about
the second option is better.
I'm thinking about the second option for today. So we are gonna mark this one because now we have the dimensions of the holes.
Yeah.
And let's see, that one. And then we're gonna make those also into just not something part of the sketch. but something that we project. And I think that we are gonna, you can, when you are doing these sketches, you can do several sketches, right? You can have one sketch for the bottom, and then you put another sketch on top of that for the walls.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna put everything into one sketch. And that is to get an overview.
You mean by a sketch layer?
No, it's actually the 2D drawing of the 3D object, right? So we have a 2D drawing, and then we're going to extrude that 2D drawing into 3 dimensions later on, and then so
one sketch we are.
If you know 3D modeling in Fusion 360, there is reasons that we want to have several things, but I just want to make it really simple here, and also not drag it out and not make it too complicated for everyone to follow. So I'm just making a small circle here, and then I'm gonna press D for dimensions again, and then I'm gonna say what is gonna be the distance between the inner edge of the hole and the thing that is sticking through it.
Okay.
And I'm thinking like 1 millimeter is probably too big, but 0.2, something like that. We could make it into parametric also. This is really nice, especially if you have many of these. So now I'm just making another set of holes, or these, and then I'm gonna reuse the dimension. So.
Then how are you sure that it's not small, so small or tight? The 0.2.
Okay, the 0.2 could be too small. It could be too tight.
Yeah.
We don't know that until we have printed it.
Okay.
We can, of course, we can be very measure very carefully, and we can have knowledge of the printer and the material. But usually I would say that it's better to try something out.
Yeah.
And this is especially true if you have materials that are different depending on moist. For instance, wood.
Yes.
So if you're working with wood, not for 3D printing, you can actually 3D print plastic with wood content in it. But if you have something that moves or is dependent on things like that, then you try it out.
Yeah.
So if you have a very big thing and you want to only know the dimensions of something that just fits, or it's a very good fit, then you just 3D print that little part. You 3D print a test.
Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Okay. So I think that is, oh yeah, that became cool. So that became super small. I didn't see that. So actually, when I made this, I just clicked on the other one, so I made really, really small dimensions. So we would like, this was actually the wrong measurement. So we want to have the distance between this one and that one.
These two.
And that one. And that should be 0.2. And we don't want super small. So this was like 0.2 millimeters off. Oh, we need to remove that one first. Oh, yeah. It says over constraining, which means that you have more measurements than you have freedoms.
Yeah.
So this would actually be a thing where I put a parametric. Okay, so now it's time to go from 2D into 3D because we have the things that we need. So I'm gonna remove the expansion board, and we can see that we have a number of surfaces here. So actually I'm gonna start with the things that we gonna pull up. So I press Q, and it's called press pull.
Yeah.
And press pull means that you take a 2D surface and then you drag it out into 3D space. Then I'm going to mark the different areas, and I'm just using Shift. And these, I think that we're going to drag them out. So I get an arrow here, and I can drag these out into space, right? So, and right now, I have no idea. I'm just going to write 10 here. And as you can see now, we have 3D objects instead of a 2D sketch. And the 2D sketch is actually a lot gone, and it's actually just hidden. Then we have another area that I want to drag out in the same direction. So maybe, and this is the, the height of the case. And I'm just going to put that to 15. And then finally, we're going to go from the bottom of this one. And I'm going to drag it out, but in the other direction. So I'm going to say that -1 millimeter. But look what happened for the walls and the holes.
Oh,
so it's not it becomes a separate thing from the other things. So in order to get those also to drag out together, we need to mark all these surfaces.
Oh, yeah.
And now we have a 3D model of that super simple case thing. Of course, you might want to have a lid on this. You might want to, perhaps you have different, holes in this one, but we just want to make a really, really simple model.
I didn't get why it's 15. It says 10.
Yeah, so it's actually just two values. I didn't really think about them too much. And the next thing is that, we want to put this new object that we created together with the expansion board in order to understand what you tried to understand now, right? And this could be done by, I print it and I put this one on top of it, right? But we could also do it inside the computer by putting these two together. There are a number of ways of doing this. We could just move the object, like, okay, how long it's going to be, and I could, move it and place it in relation and look at the screen. But we can actually do another thing, which is that we put a relationship between these two objects. And by doing that, you can put really rules how these objects can interact with each other. So you can say that this one should be 1.2 millimeter from the top of this bin, you're sort of programming it, right? And there are other kinds of relationships. They're called joints. Like if you wanted to be able to spin around a specific axis, and you can have a wheel joint and different types of joints that simulate actual relationships between different parts of your model. So we're going to have just a simple rigid joint. And then I'm going to mark a point. When I place joints, it's sort of important where these joints are, on what component they are. So I'm not really talked so much about components. I just created one component and called it a case. And when I loaded the expansion board, I got a component. So we're actually going to mark the parent component of both, and we're going to place the joints of those. Because it's not a part of our case, the joint. If I had a case with a top lid, we could have a joint between the bottom half and the top half. That could be a part of the case. But in this case, this joint is just for us to check out how the box or the case and the things work. So it's important for us to know the relationship and to gather data from, but it's not a joint that is in the case itself. So I'm creating a joint now, and we are supposed to check one model, and then I can, start with saying that, I want it to be the top of that hole, and then it wants me to select the other components. So I'm gonna select the top of that, which means that when these are gonna be placed together, I'm gonna show this one now. It's going to be placed so that those align up, right? The top of that hole with the top of the expansion board.
This is the joint with it.
And actually, the expansion board itself is constructed through a lot of different components here. So actually, probably the other things didn't follow here. So it might be that actually not super sure what happened. I might have just selected this one. So we might want to step back and remove that joint again. You can see that the expansion board is very many different parts. And maybe just because we downloaded a step file, I don't think that it has joints itself, right? So we might want to redo that joint. So I'm going to remove the one that we press, delete, and then let's do this again. Let's place it up here. Let's create a joint. Let's select our case instead, and then select the top of that as, and you can see the case moved down now. And actually, that was a sort of a dirty fix of this problem, that the expansion board was not a thing. So I'm just shifted who moved, right? But now we can see that, okay, on the underside, we have space. So we don't really need to have such long. They are too long, right? So we can go back, and we can go back to the point in history where we extruded those, and we can change the distance of that. So I think that was the first extrusion we did, right? That was the first extrusion.
So
and
it
then
saves the steps.
it saves the steps, or it can save the steps. So let's make this into 5 millimeters, something like that, and then we move the design up into the present again. This is a history line of the design, right? And then we can see that, oh, those stick down a little bit, but if you check the underside of that one, those legs does not exist.
Yes, there is nothing.
So I think that would be fine. And it seems that the top side of this will go under the 15 millimeters. No. Okay, so essentially we're done with the basics of the design. I'm going to show you how to work a little bit with so that it looks nicer and also feels a bit nicer, and probably also prints a bit nicer, and finally that it doesn't break as easily. And the magic button that we're going to use is the F button. I'm marking the component again. This is not supposed to be, of course, in Fusion 3D 360. So if I mark this area here, I would like to let it smooth out its edges a bit. So I press F, which is called a fillet. And fillet, and then I can say that I want to fillet for 1 millimeter. And I'm going to press OK, and I'm going to hide the extra.
What does fillet 1 millimeter mean?
Oh, so look at the edges now. So it has dragged itself up over the edges here. And that means that we have this on the bottom of each pillar, it's having this smooth edged, which will make it less prone to break, because we have a little bit more plastic there. Then we can, we can have these. Oh, we want to make sure that we select the entire area. And then I have these 4 selected, so I press fillet again, and I say, okay, 1 millimeter. And that will make those a bit round, so it's easy to put it on. Maybe 1 millimeter was too big, 0.5 millimeter perhaps. And that will help, because these might not be, perfectly aligned either. And maybe we also want this top surface to be put down a little bit, like 2 millimeters or something like that. Oh, that was too big, 1 millimeter. Oh, too little, 0.5. So if you say that you want something to reduce beyond its diameter, it's going to reduce it all of it, right? But you just want it rounded edges, really. So there are a million things you can do in Fusion 360. It's mainly for design, I would say, but there are other things you can do. You can render things, so we can get a nice picture. We can animate things. We can simulate things, so we can simulate stress and stuff like that we talked about. How much can this bend, right? You can actually 3D print from Fusion 360.
Yes.
But I've never used that, so I'm not going to show it. Instead, we're going to use the Prusa's slicer, and you can, create these nice drawings of that manufacturers can use from your.
Yeah.
So, but what we're going to do now is that we're going to save this.
I sent it to print. It's ready.
Yeah, so I think that this is more or less ready for printing. And so there's something that we need to do. Now, this is a Fusion 360 model right now. And a 3D printer does not know what a Fusion 360 model. It wants something called G-code, which was actually just plain instructions to the 3D printer's microcontroller. And these plain instructions are like, move the nozzle 3 millimeters to the right, move it 1 millimeter up, heat it up to this, the language of the 3D printer, and actually other robots also. So we need to go from a model into something that the 3D printer. And there is an intermediate step where we save the model as a wireframe.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm gonna just mark the case, and then save it as a mesh. And we can decide different formats here. Many times when you're downloading stuff on
binary.
When you download stuff from the internet, it's going to be STL or OBJ formats. But now the thing that you want is free MF. You can select how smooth our rounded edges going to be, because if you have a wireframe, it's made out of triangles. There are no smooth stuffs, right? But in the Fusion 360, you can round things, but because it's parametric. So I'm just going to select medium, and then I press OK, and then I'm just going to save it as case. And then we are going to put it in the slicer. And a slicer is the program that makes the program for the 3D printer.
Yeah.
The application that makes the program for the 3D printer. So it takes one of these wireframe. We're going to put one wireframe case here. We're just opening the file we just saved.
Cases from the 36. What was it?
Yeah, Fusion 360.
Yeah. And
so
we upload it here.
Yeah, so just exported the file and then imported the file. So this is actually, you can see that this is the printer's print bed. And we can do cool stuff here, like, okay, I want to scale it. I want to maybe put a fill board. Is there some fill? No, fill bed with instances. So I can say that I want to have 4 of these printing at the same time. Now we don't want that, because that would be a waste of
we can make it
resources.
Bigger.
We can make it bigger.
Okay.
We can say that I want to rotate it, or I want to print this upside down, or I want to print it on the side and stuff like that. So there are many ways. Usually we want to make sure that a print is easily printing, right?
Yes.
So I'm going to put it like this, and then I'm going to select the printer, and we're going to use the Mini, which is in the IoT lab. And we want it to print pretty fast, because this is just something that we do to evaluate it. And then we say, I'm going to select PLA, because that is the material we have in the printer. And then I'm going to say slice now. And what I get now is a sliced model of this. So if you scroll in, you can see the layers. And if you reduce the layers, you can inspect the model layer by layer. And there are different types of layer and different speeds of layer and stuff like that. And there are, you can see that I put it into expert settings here.
A question: if we put it, for example, 10 millimeter the height, and if we reduce the layers, it changed that height. Yes, is it like this? Or
yeah. So if I put another, 0.1 detail and then reslice it, it's going to be much more fine grain, right? So the layers are going to be. So, but in this case, we want it to print fast, because we want to get started with it. And then we should export the G code and put it on the printer. So I'm having a USB stick here. And maybe we should have
And put this USB to the printer.
Yeah. So I'm just going to put it on the USB stick. It's called case 0.2 millimeter PLA.
Yeah.
And now we're done on the computer.
Yes.
So I'm gonna, we're gonna go to the printer and we're gonna start the print of this. So we go into another printer. We can check on this one because it's pretty far into this. You can see that this one actually leaves a bit of hair. Those can easily be burned off using a lighter. Using a lighter, yeah. But you might want not to start any fires. But that has come pretty far. But let's start the other printer. And this is also a Prusa printer. And I'm just adding the, and it's already turned on. And when maybe you want to go around there, check. So directly when I put it in, it shows a picture of what I want to print. So I'm just going to start print. And now it's going to heat up. And it's going to heat up this surface here. And it looks pretty clean. And let's hope that it's configured correctly. So now it's heating up to 170 degrees.
Yeah.
And this material will print at, PLA at 215 degrees or something like that. And this plate here that says don't touch will become 60 degrees. And that is to increase the chance that the plastic is sticking. With 0.2 millimeter, the nozzle is going to be 0.2 millimeters from this surface when it starts. But that distance is super important. And you did see Tobias starting the print, he was really, really looking that the distance becomes correctly, because that is the most usual reason for prints failing. So it's 165 degrees and 45 degrees on the plate right now, and it's still heating.
And how long it takes printing for this case?
So it will take
like 1 hour.
42 hours, 42 minutes, I mean.
Yeah, 42 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It depends on the layer height, of course, and the nozzle head.
Yeah.
And the nozzle head of this printer is 0.4 millimeters, so it's much slower, but also much more accurate than the other printer.
Slower, and I mean.
It's a little bit different printer design. It doesn't have a support on the left side. But this is much cheaper. So I would say around 4,000 Swedish, 400 euros or something like that. It's also a Prusa printer. I have one of those at home also. I think it's reliable and nice. So now it's 60 degrees on the plate.
So you prefer more accuracy than the speed?
Yeah, depends. Now it starts to calibrate itself, and it moves the printer head, and it has a sensor. You can see the yellow thing there, and it's measuring the distance between the sensor and the board, and it does that in order to get very accurate distance over the plate. So it builds up a 3D model or a grid of the plate, and it can actually compensate if the plate is a bit bent or something like that, which is a common problem for cheap printers.
Yeah, okay.
So now it has measured all the points, and it's heating up to the temperature where the plastic is going to melt, which is 250.
Yes.
It's calibrated itself, yeah. So now it's heating up to 215 degrees.
Wow, 215.
Here we have one case for Prusa, for Lopi.
Yeah.
That someone has created with a lid also. You can actually see on the inside here that this lid was printed like that, which means that the inside here has sagged down. This looks a bit ugly, I would say. I would prefer to have it printed like this. But perhaps they wanted these letters to be nice, so they selected it to be on this side just because of that. So the print started, and it starts with outlining the print. And this is a good place where you can look at what it's printing and make sure that it's slightly flat and that it is, looking good. There are actually, pictures that you can compare with. And to me, this looks pretty much very nice. So now it's going to work for 42 minutes or so.
So there is a question on Discord.
Okay.
Does it calibrate in Z-axis with a camera or a probe?
Okay, so we got a question on it. Does it calibrate with a camera, with the Z-axis, or a probe? So it's using a probe to calibrate itself. So the yellow thing on the side here is the probe. So it's actually a magnetic sensor. And the sensor lights up when it's close to a magnet. And there are magnets in this board. Or I guess the board itself is also magnetic. So I think it's calibrating in 9 points, but you can have different grids for this. But actually, you need to calibrate that sensor first. You do that with a small screw, usually. No problem. So I think that now that we got a surface printing, that surface pretty much looks very flat because it's or a little bit mirror-like, which is nice. Then I'm happy with it.
Cool.
Cool. Any more questions?
Any more questions? No.
I think we've covered most of the 3D printing stuff right now.
That's really.
So is the cameraman an expert now?
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we can see.
Yeah.
How.
Look at that shiny surface.
Amazing. Nice color.
Can you talk about price range?
Okay, so yeah, we can talk about price range.
There is a question.
So I think these.
On a good printer.
Okay, so I would say this printer that we've just seen is a good printer. Probably the best you can get for sort of a budget. So this one is 4,000 or similar. The other one that we saw was maybe around 7,000 if you buy it as a kit, but then you need to build it yourself. It takes a couple of hours. What do you say about that, Francis? It's a nice build project.
Sorry?
The building up the Prusa printer.
Yeah.
You're an expert in that, right?
It took all day, yeah.
It took all day. So you can buy it for around 10,000 Swedish, 10 or 11,000 without you needing to build the entire thing. But then there are, printers for millions if you want these really, really advanced printers. There are other types of printers also. We have these resin printers where you have a basket of resin fluid, but I don't have one of those, so I don't know anything about those. But I think this is a nice hobby to get started in. So I would really recommend everyone to buy a printer and solve your everyday problems or print little figures or fun things for
But there was another question.
Cool.
Instead of buying an expensive printer,
Mhm.
is there any 3D printer as a service that you can?
Yes, there are print shops where you can send your design and then you get a model printed and you get it sent to your house or back wherever you want it. But the problem here is that then you can more or less, I would say, you're restricted to either a very long turnaround process. If you're designing things, I wouldn't do that, because if you're designing things, you want to have this quick feedback. But if you just want, someone else has printed this model before, then you can send it to a print shop and get it nicely printed, right? Then you don't need a printer, of course. But if you are, designing things, you need to change or tweak things, then you should get a 3D printer. And today, when the price ranges are so low, I don't think there is much reason, price-wise, to not have a printer. It's more a question of space, really.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Any other question except related to price?
There might be another one.
It's not fast.
Okay, can we actually ground the printed items to avoid those creases or greases? I don't know. What do you call it?
Okay, so grind, I think, might be the verb. I don't think that we ground anything, but we can grind it if we want to. I'm not sure that that was what the questioner asked, but yeah, so if you have a 3D printed model, there are ways, you can use sandpaper and sandpaper this, but since the print is heat sensitive, especially PLA, it will also be sensitive to the friction when you have sanding paper. So that will actually melt the print and destroy it, right? Or, you get sand stuck into it. So you might want to use the kind of sanding paper which you can have water with that. There are other kinds of plastic like ABS where you can put it in fumes from, now I'm a bit outside of my knowledge range. I think it's ammonium or something like that. That will sort of melt the outside of the print and that will make it very, very smooth. But if you leave it in, it will melt the entire print. So if that was what was meant with ground, I think probably to make it more smooth.
No.
Okay. Then maybe we just look at the fantastic print.
It's not as slow, I think.
So the first layer is always slower.
Yeah.
And that is also to make sure that it sticks. So good bed adhesion is super important. So that is why it's slow, because and you usually when you print PLA you usually don't cool down the first layer either. So you don't have the fan running. So there is a fan attached to the print head also. And that is not running right now. There are actually two fans. The one on the side is running because it is cooling the top part of the hot end. Because you're pushing hot plastic downwards, right? And heat goes upwards. So in order for that plastic to not become molten inside the motor, you need to cool the motor, right? But then you want it to quickly become heated in what's called the hot zone, and then you push out this molten plastic, and then you want to cool it again. So there is a fan on the back side of this one. Yeah, that is a cooling fan, and that cooling fan on the back side is actually cooling the print after it comes out of the nozzle. So you want it to become molten, and then you want it to thicken again and become hard. Actually, this looks really, really smooth.
Is done. It's like this.
Yeah, maybe. The first layer always takes more time.
So
This should be a
like
quite quick print because we asked for a 1 millimeter bottom. So it's gonna do a number 5 more layers like that or something like that. So it's printing the perimeter. You can see that it's sped up a little bit more.
So we design a model, feed it into the G code.
Yeah.
That our printer understand it.
Yes.
How should move.
And everything in this print is now just G code. So it's simple instructions that the microcontroller takes one instruction and does that, and takes the next instruction and does that. Move to the left, move up.
And it's cool that it doesn't go like this. It goes to the edge that is needed. But
Yeah.
by that code. Yes.
Yeah. And there are many different things that you can do with a slicer, so you can decide the patterns. It's much faster now.
Yeah.
And now I think also we can see that the cooler on the backside has started. So now it's pouring cold air over the print to make sure that the plastic cools very quickly.
Next thing.
Cool. Are we done?
Yeah, we're done.
Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, Daniel. Yes.
All right. Hello, Peter.
Hello there.
How are you doing today?
It's lovely weather. I feel fine. And you?
Yeah, I can also see that it's lovely weather. But as you can see, I'm in the office at the moment. So
That's good.
I hope to be able to get outside and demonstrate the Starlink later on to have
that's great. Yeah.
satellite communication and Wi-Fi in the wild.
Have you used it?
We have tried it at least here a couple of times, but we have not really a really good use case for it since we have Wi-Fi at the university. But it will be interesting to try it more and more. So Peter Aronsson, Vice Chancellor at Linnaeus University. What do you do every day really here?
Many things every day. So today my sort of outward-looking activities has been that I've been opening a conference on community nursing, an international global conference. And then I've been, which is more in alignment with the themes here, I've been at Fort Knox. They have a sort of leadership forum and trying to understand how they could interact more dynamically with the university. So that was a good experience.
Yes, that sounds super interesting. Collaborating with the companies that we have around us in our society, I think it's a super important task of the university, and of course our students leave and they go out into society and hopefully contribute in a good way. But you're also a history professor, right?
Mm-hmm. That's true.
So
anything you wonder what happened earlier in history that you would like to know?
Everything. So I think I thought about this a little bit, and I kind of like I took my own area of computer science and I thought about it, and it was really, I know nothing really. It's a little bit sad that, well, we are in the forefront, try to be in the forefront all the time, and maybe we forget a lot of valuable things along the way.
I think what you miss is the opportunity to get some inspirations or warnings from earlier experiences, because that's what history gives us. It's a wider field of experiences that opens to us. And I talked about it actually with Fort Knox, that I think it's a very exciting history in Växjö, going back to Telub, which was a defense company, very secretive when I grew up in the 1970s and 80s. And then it moved out of Växjö, and I think a lot of programmers and IT people made startups instead. And I would like to see that history written to understand how earlier investment and sometimes bankruptcies do invigorate new companies and new ways of doing things. And after that, we've seen, I mean, a burgeoning IT sector in Växjö. And I guess there's a similar story around Kalmar with the sort of e-commerce and things like that. And I think that kind of modern history, which you may not think is history proper, but I think you can learn a lot from that and be both inspired and see mistakes that you don't necessarily have to do yourself.
Yes, I guess it's like this almost evolutionary perspective on this also, that the big old giants often die out because they cannot move as agile or as quickly as the smaller little animals on the ground. That's a really interesting thing, I think. We have certainly seen this in Kalmar also, kind of like we had the big Volvo factory.
Yep.
That was closed down, and before that we had the shipyards and things like that. So we have moved from maybe big companies to smaller ones and more service.
You have some new or semi old sort of mid-size, like Northern Machinery and Moodig's, which are really sort of world-class leading in their sectors. So, but they are not so well known, and they have not produced a cluster around them yet. But that's what I think a university can be also a meeting spot for new or traditional industries to invigorate themselves and connect. Perhaps, for example, these machine companies, I think they would benefit a lot with having more contact with the IT, and perhaps also with behavioral science to understand, the way people work, because eventually you always have to do with people, either as workers or companions or as on the market.
Yes, I think maybe that's one thing that is also, a little bit lacking when I think about my own perspective on especially computer science. It becomes very, very technologically oriented, and think more maybe about the technologies in itself than how they should be used and how they should be used for the benefit of, society and environment and all of these things that are really at the heart of what we want to do with technology. We want to make the world a better place, I guess. But that's also technology seems to have played a double-edged sword here, really, in the history of man.
Yeah, it has, or rather, perhaps the man is playing a double-edged sword, because the sword is always held by. It can be used to open a champagne, but you can also cut off a head. So no, but I thought that I don't think you should apologize too much, because we need the nerds, the specialists, and we do that both in science and in companies. But we also need a wider organization to have the capacity to put knowledge together and to make it work in all its aspects, both socially and economically and environmental. And I think that's why it's actually good. It doesn't always feel that to be involved in an organization and have a boss and things like that. But I think in the end, it helps to facilitate your specialist work and make it have that kind of impact. And maybe later in a career, you change a little bit, like I myself have done. So I think that it's not the difference will not be made so much by me working as an historian and writing one more article, but rather like trying to use my knowledge on historical change in practice and try to see how a university can act as a historical mover in a time where we really need this kind of knowledge to meet the challenges that we are facing.
Yeah, I think this is one of the maybe major challenges that we have, and major things that we need to work on at the universities and in the educations also.
Yeah,
definitely. So we have had a let's say, remarkable year, I think, since the last stream you were on. I actually looked back at it and listened to, and we made a rather eerie, not maybe prediction, but you talked a little bit about the challenge of that we need to stay communicative, and we need to continue to communicate, else we may face a new world war, really. Well, that was maybe something that, yeah, sure, I thought when I first saw it, but things can really change, and change so rapidly. It's almost yeah, it's definitely scary. How rapid things can change. So from a historical perspective, it's for me, it seems like it's changing so rapidly right now, but has it been like this throughout history, or has it been slower kind of like things?
I think to me, it's actually one of my own research fields before I became a university leader, trying to understand how the self-understanding of countries enforce them to either work productively and dynamically with our sort of people and neighbors, or you have these kind of outbreaks of the revenge and violence. And we compared 37 countries in Europe, and it was possible to see a pattern that any country has differences, conflicts, both within the country and with their neighbors. And if you are able to work them through productively and not hide them away, you will have a better prediction of how you continue to interact peacefully and productively. And in the case of Russia, it was in a way rather predictable that the small open window in 1989 was closed definitely only sort of 10 years later, because of their inability. There was not enough structure to deal with the trauma of losing a totalitarian system which promised to solve everything, and suddenly it solved nothing and was opened up to, well, market forces, you could call it, or you could call it to mafia forces. And so there is a deep sense, I think, among people that they've been sort of lured or taken away and not given anything instead. So it opened up for this grand view of Putin and his close relationship of that the golden age was perhaps with Peter the Great or with Stalin, when Russia was a great country, and that's the natural destiny of Russia, and we need to reinstall that. So he's not revolutionary in a sense; he's very sort of conservative. He wants to reinstate something that he looks upon as a natural state of things, and that has its similarity with Hitler or Mussolini. But it's nevertheless dreadful, and this is where sort of history ends to be useful. That I can't really tell what to do but I can only predict that if you don't deal with, if they would have dealt with the trauma of 1989 better, and that's not only sort of a cultural issue, it needs to be dealt with also socially and economically, so people are really feeling trust in society. We might have not had to experience this very dangerous war, because it's a nuclear power, and with a dictator in top of it. So I'm also scared.
Yeah. I guess. Do you think that technology has kind of like accelerated it has, from my perspective at least, made it easier to have a large impact, both for good and for bad. Has this kind of like changed over history, or do you think that, well, technology has kind of like relatively what they had before, it has always been so much better technology-wise, the progress that you have made? For example, if we take the bow and arrow, for example, riding on a horse, that was so much a game changer for the Mongolians, for example.
But you can, I mean, if you put at the bottom line, are there more people now than earlier, and do we live longer? And the answer is yes. So mostly you could say that in that perspective, that we have a sort of positive outcome of the evolution. But I mean, I would say the nuclear power and this, also the climate crisis, is a game changer, because it threatens the very sort of basis, not only of 1/3 of Europe or so, but of everything. So that's the sort of really unthinkable consequences that we face now due to new technologies.
I think it's also interesting to think about this. It seems like we have, we have all of this information, and we have all of this communication, and it's better than anything we have had in the history of humankind. I can communicate with someone in Australia or something at the press of a button, more or less, and I can collect information from sensors all over the world, or even from space looking down on Earth. But anyway, we seem to be struggling with many of kind of like the basic communication issues, and we don't trust information really. Is that something that is special for our age, or has this been, from an historical perspective, also true?
That's a very, very interesting question, and I often think about it. Often in my role as an historian, I tend to downplay the differences and look more on the similarities, because I think that we are, as human beings and as societies, we are driven very much by what we fear and what we hope for. So it's not sort of a fact-driven society. That's not how it works. So then fear and hope is also about how these worlds and worldviews are formatted. And we went from a sort of religious formation where we had an idea of Christianity, and that was a very bipolar world, because there was hell and heaven, and what we did as individuals decided where we would go after death, you know. And that was a very strong incitament for your action, which I think many people actually took as a driving force. And going down, for example, with our Gustavus Adolphus II to fight a war in Germany for the right belief, for the Protestant belief, killing 1/3 of all Germans. So that's close to a genocide, you could say. But going back to how that is formatted, it's quite different now, and it's not only the sort of official media which is edited somehow, but now you have social media as a new power, very powerful to have rumors. Rumors played an immense role also in the French Revolution, but they were slower, but they were still rumors. And I think now there is it's a speed and it's that can drive it, and the drama is always higher if you have a catastrophe, if you have a fear to monger in this market. Because otherwise, I mean, there are so many good deeds that are being done every day, and we defeat a lot of illness and people live longer, but that doesn't make the agenda of media or in our mind. That was what Rosling was trying to do, to show us that we have an immense exaggeration of the role of evil. And I think actually this is evil. It's not good. We should have a more balanced view, but as we are driven by our own fears, this doesn't seem to happen. So it's very unbalanced, where the sort of bad things, people are afraid who doesn't need to be afraid. It's much safer today. The killing, the violent killing in the 17th century was 30 times higher than it is today in the most dangerous places in Sweden or America. So, but yeah, I don't have an answer, but I think that you are right in that the way our communication and the way our sort of worldview is being built up is very important, and we give too little attention to that, and it's much more difficult when we have this kind of egalitarian tools in social media.
Yeah. Well, one thing I've been thinking about also a lot in this perspective, when I started with internet back in the 90s, it was really a movement of democratizing things, making things free, and basically you could put anything out there without any type of censorship, for good and bad, of course, but it was really a free internet. Now we see a lot of different initiatives to, well, close down things and make things protected, and a lot of things in the name of security for the individual or for states or for European Union, for example. We have all these GDPR things going on. So it has been from a really free and open thing to becoming moderated in some respects. Is this a traditional kind of like when we started writing things?
Yeah,
when we
it's the
started
same.
printing things?
It's the same. I think that it's the internet and IT is really the sort of third, perhaps, communication revolution. The first was the printed word, and the second in the early 19th century was the cheap printed word. And then you have IT. Then that makes it sort of, the marginal cost is close to zero for spreading it out. And in both these censorships and regulatory editorial practices with journals and newspapers and archives and all that, and now we have that on the sort of digitalizing it all. So, and what I would like to say there is that I think the movement and defense of the academic values, which are under the label of open science, I think is still sort of trying to live and moderate that dream of, and also it's not just a dream, it's actually a fact that the pace at which advances can move through collaboration is so much faster. That's why we are not in a COVID lockdown now, because that kind of sharing of findings on the genome of the virus was shared to all scientists across the world. So I think we need to be a stronghold for that principle. And of course, there is a lot of integrity and ownership and things like that. But to see the power of that sharing of knowledge and and it's so much needed to take care not only of a virus, but of the all kinds of bacteria that is becoming resistant. And then you have sort of climate changes. And there's so much need for more knowledge. So curating that rightly, I think is the academia is really, really important. That's why I think it's important also to engage in that on not only in Sweden, but on a European and on an international level.
Yes, especially this the vaccine that could be actually created in such a record pace. It's really celebration of scientific knowledge in general and collaboration across universities and companies and everything. So yeah, I think that's super duper important for us. So how do you think we should incorporate this openness in our technical education? Because I know, for example, with collaborating with companies, they are sometimes a little bit hesitant to, oh no, we don't want this to be known, or we have shareholders that we need to take into consideration and things like that. How can we navigate this in a good way, do you think?
I think one thing is to work with sort of open licensing, which I think we should learn that better with our own production. For example, this product, is it licensed? This live stream, and when you do your sort of educational products, is it CC0 marked, or how is it marked? So that you have a ownership and responsibility even when it moves on into new settings, because it's I think that's important to be able to also to divide between fakes and real knowledge. So you need that kind of authorship to be. And then, of course, when you have a patent or otherwise licensed objects, that is also, I think, legitimate and needs to be dealt with in a juridical way. And we do that in our collaboration. We make contracts. It might be you have 3 months before we let it go in the sort of open science field. I think the companies that are strong, they learn to make use of that. So they open up the platforms for, and then they will expand, and they will become the sort of great platform if they don't put too much. If you are too greedy and too anal in your protection of your own company, nothing will happen. You will just sit there with your own findings.
Yes, I think that's plays into my experience also, that the more mature the company is, the safer they feel in collaborating with students, for example, and using open licenses for things. So I think that's, and I think this stream is under Creative Commons, for example. So I think all the materials we produce today is under Creative Commons.
That's good, because when I checked on LNU Play, we had 100,000 videos and only 10,000 were licensed under Creative Commons. So I think we have a homework to do with our teachers and researchers to realize that this is a good thing to do and learn how to use these tools.
Yes. So I think we have promised half an hour of your valuable time. And I think we're exactly at 16:30 right now. So do you have any new predictions for the next year's stream?
Well, then it must be we will survive.
Yeah.
Next year.
Yes, indeed we will. So thank you very much, Peter. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And this will be on film. You're thinking.
No, it won't be. We're not there yet. Okay.
But okay, are you filming? Okay, let's go. Yeah,
okay.
You see. But hello, and now we're at Emnify, and this is one of the booths here at IoT Week. Let's see what they have to say.
Yeah, definitely. So first of all, IoT Week has been an exciting and fun event. There's been a lot going on with a bunch of sessions, and I'm probably more interested in hearing about what we offer as Emnify. So Emnify is an IoT connectivity platform, allowing you to have connectivity on a global scale through one platform. So it's one billing partner, one management platform to manage all of the connectivity all around the globe. Now, why is that important? And the best way to explain that is by talking about a customer that decided to use Emnify after doing something quite interesting. So they had a cool startup, and they were building their product, and they were building it in, I think, Austria. And then suddenly, unexpectedly, somebody in Italy wanted to buy their product, but they were using Austrian prepaid SIM cards. And so instead of trying to find another solution, they decided, okay, we need Italian prepaid SIM cards. So they would fly over to Italy, purchase SIM cards, fly back to Austria, put it in their devices, and send them out to their new Italian customer. And so what we're able to do then is say, don't do that. Don't work with multiple providers. Stick with one provider that then gives you access to an entire range of connectivity around the globe. And that's what we do.
And that's very easy when you explain it. You have some giveaways.
Yes.
I'll make sure to take one of those.
Well, definitely.
But yeah, there are competitors in this market as well.
Absolutely.
I actually spoke to you yesterday, so
Oh,
I have
no.
not to you, but
Okay.
but to Joseph. So
Okay.
But the thing is that we have the ones. We are actually using ones quite much in our course at the moment. So about 100 students have ones cards.
One more time? Couldn't hear you.
Yeah, about 100 students in the course.
Okay.
They actually use the ones card.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's also a German company, sort of the same.
Pretty much, it's a similar concept, but they're focusing on something a little bit different. And what we're
I think sometimes I
you need the microphone. Right?
Yeah.
Oh, if you want to jump in, we gotta.
Yeah, you can just hold it and then.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what we're doing is we're working with people who have been working with different providers and operators, and people are learning as they go.
Yeah.
They're learning about both the technology that works, but also about the whole ecosystem. So like one part is the integration with the Amazon Transit Gateway to get data out of the sensor through the core network to their network.
Yeah.
And then many providers have the solution, but getting it up and running. So like my colleagues in Berlin and Würzburg and around the world, they're really helping people get on board, avoiding the headaches of what's going wrong.
Yeah.
And transparency is a huge thing. So like in our portal, we're making it really, really transparent for people to see what's happening in the network.
Yeah.
What networks they're connecting to, what's happening with the IMSI, why are devices not getting online, and then they have real people to talk to. And this is like, we'll say, one of the big pain points that people say, I'm talking to this huge operator and I'm not getting anything. My business is stuck, my devices are offline.
Yeah.
And
there is a salesperson in the other end.
We're actually winning people over because we've got people who are more technical.
Yeah.
I mean, you can have a fleet of salespeople going around saying we're wonderful.
Yeah.
The big operators definitely have this.
Yeah.
But it's more we're focused on the IoT industry, and IoT is our core business.
Yeah.
And people see that like you care about our
you
security
do. So you're only within the IoT sector. So
our focus is on. This is our most important customers are IoT customers.
Yeah.
And when you look at some other operators, they're not. It's like a little nice business that you can put a lot of salespeople on, and if also their ability to just dump it if it's not their core business.
Yeah.
There's a high risk there.
Yeah.
And our customers are seeing that, there are some operators who deployed like LoRaWAN, and now they find, it's not for them. And this is a big risk, and this is not just a technical risk, but a financial risk to people because they've committed to service. And we're helping people to see what's happening with the real deployments in the field.
Yeah.
A lot of people think IoT is the future, but we're working with the people who are doing it right now.
Yeah. You mentioned LoRaWAN.
Yeah.
So what's your perspective on LoRaWAN? Do you do you're from
well, actually previously I was in the LoRa space, and I was a huge believer in LoRa and loved LoRa, and went to a pitch with an investor. I was really excited. I went down and I had everything ready about how great LoRa is, how everybody can deploy it, it's open, anybody can use it, and did the whole, the LoRa pitch that people do. And the first thing, he just looked at me and said, why would I, as a large company, ever want to manage my own network? You can get people to do that for me, outsource the security, outsource the whole thing. Why would I want to incorporate an entirely new part of my business that doesn't actually part of my product or business when I can just outsource that part to a connectivity provider that's already established? And then what I want to expand, then I got to now have new people to deploy a network in a different area to ensure I have the connectivity, and then have people go and manage it. And then the next part, what if I need to update the devices? What if there's a new standard out, there's a security issue, and I have to update the devices?
Yeah.
Well, there's limited number of downlinks on LoRa, very little amount of data that can be sent over LoRa. And so I have to go individually to each single device to update it. And isn't the point of connectivity not to have to do that?
Yeah.
And so that was his argument. I think that's the best argument I can say. And it actually got me thinking for a long time. And now I work in a cellular connectivity platform.
Yeah, of course. You're biased, and well,
yeah, exactly.
Well, everyone is. So
yeah.
But yeah, it's interesting. I mean, like the future, a lot of talk in the IoT sphere at the moment. I mean, everyone is, well, depending on who you talk to.
Yes.
But those that talk LoRaWAN, they talk LoRaWAN, so to say. Yeah.
And I used to be one of those that talked LoRaWAN. And I think it's a great technology. It has a lot of space, and it's a lot of fun for students.
Yeah.
Right? If you're playing with technology, LoRa is fun to play with.
Yeah.
But when it comes down to an enterprise solution or a large deployment of devices, and they want to go all around the globe, and they want to expand quickly, that's a whole other infrastructure they have to then consider and worry about.
But there are these, I mean, we also talked about that yesterday, but like the Helium network, that is starting to get traction, like, well, you're starting to get something that is more or less, not all over the world, but at least the Western world at this moment.
Yes, but okay, so the Helium network is an interesting concept, right? So you have individuals deploying these devices all around. These individuals are connecting it to their own internet structure, right? So they're using a consumer-based internet connection to then provide connectivity.
Yeah.
And in doing so, they are reliant on the service level of agreement of a consumer-based internet connection in order to maintain that connectivity. So let's say the majority connection provider in the city goes down for 30 minutes or an hour or 4 hours, then that network has just gone down in that area as well. And so when you're looking at SLAs and service level agreements, you want to say, I can guarantee a certain level of standard, a certain standard confidently, otherwise you have the right to sue me at some level, or maybe not like that extreme, but it's difficult to do that on a LoRa network still. Maybe someday they fix that issue and they have a solution for that. And I'm excited to learn about that because I love the concept of integrating blockchain with this publicly owned wireless network for these devices. I think it's a great concept. But right now, I think the service level may not be enough to be confident as an enterprise to dive into that.
Yeah. But that's what your customer base at this moment, like you're talking about enterprises, so that is sort of the space that you're working within, like you're not home tinkerers or students that much.
Well, we have that as well. So one of the things we want to do, and that's why we have the SIM cards on the stand actually, is because we want people to tinker. And so when you sign up with our platform, you actually get free credit, you get free SIM cards, we'll deliver them to you without charging you for it, so you can test it out. And that's like one of the biggest things we want. We want people to say, okay, why would I not use this? And so grab the SIM cards, play with them, you have your credit, you don't have to add money to it to get started, and see what you think. And then let me know. So send me a message and say, this is what I think of your platform.
Yeah, maybe we can put some contact details and
absolutely.
Or even better, just film.
Yes. Okay. Send me an email.
You will get thousands of emails.
That's perfect. I'll be excited about that. Bring it on. With relevant information, please, not like kitten gifts. And now I'm going to get kitten gifts. Okay. Thank you, guys.
So well, do we have anything more to add, or
do we have more to add?
I was thinking about community-based networks as well, and I remember back in the early days when everybody was going to have a FAN in their home, and we were all going to have, mesh Wi-Fi, and even Wi-Fi is designed as a mesh network. But in the reality, when it comes to maintenance and taking responsibility and ownership for network and connectivity, and how do you troubleshoot it? Who do you contact when something doesn't work? Having somebody to call and say what's going on. And even on our page, we're very transparent. We're providing information about what the network status is. And we've got people investigating whether it's on the signaling plane, on the data plane, whether it's operator specific, whether it's a signaling issue between networks. And having a team responsible, reacting. Even we know that there are issues on people's networks or their devices, or if they've configured something incorrectly, because we've got proactive maintenance. And that's some of the things that you can do a lot of homebrews, and we want to help people do homebrews. But then there's a level of professionalism that comes in that makes the ecosystem sustainable.
But one other question: the global supply chain shortage of electronics. How has that affected your business? Or has it?
Okay. Well, I mean, it's affected our customers. Right? And affecting our customers, it affects our business because we have customers that have great plans and great devices and aren't able to get chips. And that comes into how devices are now designed today. If you use proprietary systems, you're always tied into that one provider. for your chips, and if they have problems, you have to wait for them. So you want to use more like an LCC or something that's more swappable in the sense of standardized surface mount that you can then use. And that way, for example, I worked in a company. What they would do is when the chip was no longer available, they'd buy as many chips as they could. They had somebody on the embedded software side that would then, the chips were no longer available, grab the next chip that was available and start modifying the embedded software to use the new chip so that we can continue to deliver during the shortage. I think that's an interesting approach. Yes, it takes an extra investment. You have to have somebody working on it. You can't build a new product, but at least you can deliver. And I thought it was a pretty cool concept. And so while the competition was unable to deliver for 6 months, we were able to get out 2 weeks, and that made a huge deal.
Oh, I understand that. Also, just to understand correctly, but like you are, so is this like a virtual operator? Is that the name of how you run? You don't own your own infrastructure in that way, or how does it work?
So it's actually quite interesting. I like to think of things more as a second gen and next gen type operator, and then the virtual operators. And so we have the first generation operators, and they were set up as very regional originally, right? They had their region, and eventually people started traveling more, and like, okay, we need roaming, so they started building roaming agreements. But it always comes back to that regional focus. So they have their data centers in their region. So I was traveling for 3 months in the United States, and I live in Germany, and I use Vodafone. And it's really annoying because in the United States, they don't want to update their websites for GDPR. And so instead of doing that, they block every single access from a European IP address. And so when I'm roaming on a Vodafone Germany network in the United States, where it reaches the internet is actually in Germany. And so I'm trying to do like a COVID test center, and sign up for a test. And I can't do that unless I use a VPN because it thinks I'm in Germany because the data center is in Germany.
And the data travels like two times around the world.
Yeah, so data keeps going very long distances. And it's just something that with our ecosystem doesn't have to happen, because I forgot exactly what point I was going to make out of this originally, but I'm going to tie it into the breakouts that we built it in a way where our system is in the cloud and we have AWS breakouts all around the globe. So if you're operating in the United States, you can have a breakout in the United States and keep your data in the United States. If you're operating in Europe and want to say our data never leaves this region for GDPR reasons, the US does not process our data, then you can have a European breakout session region. So it's absolutely flexible in that sense.
I have one more question. And
yes.
This is just from curiosity, from like, okay, because we have ONCE, we have Emnify, and we have also, I think Deutsche Telekom had its IoT starter. Like, that's 3 companies doing. Why all in Germany?
Okay, so first, while in Germany, because Germany is awesome and we love to innovate. I'm American, I'm saying that, so I'm not even German, so not terribly biased. But yeah, I think it's just a nice location for new startups, and Berlin's been very startup friendly recently with incubators and a bunch of investors looking to invest in that area. Especially when you incorporate blockchain with that. Berlin had a huge blockchain scene 3 or 4 years ago. I don't know what it is now post-pandemic, but I'm sure they're still around somewhat. But returning to your question on why Emnify is different and what we do for infrastructure. We have direct roaming agreements with the providers, the MNOs, and then we provide our own data core, which allows us to do these regional breakouts. So instead of using the full infrastructure of the provider, where we say, okay, we're using their data core and then adding a software interface on top of it and then interacting with them on their timetable where they give us data back every 24 hours about updates, or it's not instantaneous. With our system, it's an instantaneous update because we have our own core. And then we can also add APIs and different integration opportunities because it's all specifically our own core. And then it's a lot easier to add new features. Like customers come to us and say, wouldn't it be nice if we had this? And we can do it because it's our own core. So we leverage the hardware on location, but when it comes to actually how the data is being processed, it's in our own system.
Sounds great. I think we need to end it because it will be too much time.
Because I talk too much.
The stream.
Yes.
So, well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Our pleasure. Great. Okay, are we live? Okay, great. So then we're here also at another place in the IoT Week conference. So, well, where are we?
So we're at the Connect Research Centre.
Yeah.
And Connect is a telecommunications research centre, national one, in Ireland. It's located here in Dublin, headquartered at Trinity College. And our remit is to do advanced research in the area of telecommunications. So networks, everything networks, so from wireless networks to optical networks, from sensors to applications, and from everything in between. Pretty large centre. We're funded by the government. We're one of 17 national research centres.
And that is in Ireland?
In Ireland, yeah. And our remit really is to kind of bring together researchers and present a large-scale research facility for the purpose of doing traditional research and also collaborating with industry to produce graduates, to help industry solve problems, and to produce, basically to bring research to life for wider society and for wider benefits. We've been in existence since 2015. We're about 300 researchers at the moment, about 45 principal investigators and funded investigators, so key academics. We've got about 150 million euro in research funding that we brought in from Irish sources, from EU sources. We work with large number of companies, 45 to 50 companies, typical US multinationals, small SMEs, and everything in between.
Yeah. How much does the Microsoft, Google, Amazon, that things are in Dublin? How much that does affect you?
Yeah, it's very important.
Yeah.
So a lot of those companies they've had an established presence in Ireland for the last 30, 40 years, perhaps something like this. And over the course of that time, they have increased the value of their presence here. So initially it would have been a lot of manufacturing type activities. Now there's a lot more value-added type activities. They're increasing their level of their research and other type activities, and then collaborating with the ecosystem here to enable them to do that. So they've been very important in helping us to get off the ground and then to really establish the type of activities that we do.
So if I understand you correctly, Dublin is the place to be if you're doing research in IoT. So it's
I think so. I mean, I think it has become a very well-regarded location for it. So it's an easy place to do business. We have we have very friendly government policy, regulation. In our case as well, in telecommunications, we have a very accommodating regulator for access to spectrum, so we can make spectrum available for research specifically, so the ability to get a license to do something. So that's quite an unusual kind of feature that's not typically present in a lot of larger companies. We don't have our own military, for example, that to the same extent that they do in the likes of the UK and other European countries. So we have an availability of spectrum that allows us to do these things. So we can test and trial lots of things in an urban context, in a rural context. Ireland is quite an interesting country from that point of view. We have dense areas of population here in Dublin, but also very sparsely populated areas in the country as well, so it allows for that. And then we have a generally very business-friendly government, I would say, so a lot of incentives and opportunities for companies to locate here. The workforce, very kind of available, highly educated workforce as well. It's been, in recent 10, 15 years, very attractive place for people to come from other countries to work. So very diverse population nowadays. So so I think companies look at these kind of opportunities and benefits as a good reason to locate here. So yeah, I think so. And then there's a very large emerging startup scene as well. So a lot of Irish companies starting to emerge from the universities, from the research environment. So indigenous companies.
But you're on top of universities, this Connect is the research center is as you said, a national thing. One of the national research centers. So which universities are you mainly working with? All of them, or?
Yeah, so pretty much all of them, right? So there are a lot of universities in Ireland. So it's a small country. We only have about 5 million people living in the country, but we must have 10 or 12 or more. I don't even know how many universities we have. They're emerging all the time. But most of the key ones are involved in Connect at the moment. A couple of new ones being joined. So at the moment we have about 12 universities which are part of Connect. So I don't know if we're missing anybody, to be honest, really, across the country. So and then we also have a facility whereby if a university is not part of Connect, then we can bring them in as well, right? So it's quite flexible.
Yeah, but you directly fund research. So what happens at the universities might be directly funded by the Connect in that case.
Yeah. So basically, our main function is to channel research funding into the university, into the researchers, right, to enable them to do their research, right? And there's two types of research that they do. So they do traditional academic research, and then they collaborate with industry to do collaborative research with industry. So our function is to kind of bring this all together to provide the supports and mechanisms to enable them to access this money, to undertake the research, and then realize
But everything is this like only in the Ireland context, or so
I think really good. Like we can collaborate with partners internationally as well. You know, so like Horizon Europe is a massive focus for us as a centre. So
there's a bell ringing.
Yes, bell ringing. Does that mean our time
time's up?
Horizon Europe is a big focus for us as well. So collaborating with other universities, other research centres throughout Europe is very, very important to us as well as a centre. And also I think even in terms of the IDA, Enterprise Ireland here in Ireland, in terms of driving collaboration with attracting new industry to Ireland as well. We work closely with those state bodies as well to attract international companies in, not just the established companies who have been here for 20 or 30 years. So I think, it's a relatively small country, so, you can travel around quite easily. You can bring delegates from, Dublin to Cork to Limerick to Galway, quite handily as well.
That's actually a nice thing coming from Sweden, that we generally think ourselves as a very small country, and then come to Ireland and, well, it's a little bit smaller. So about half the size in population.
About half the size in population, a lot smaller in terms of the geography of the land.
It's like Denmark, population-wise.
I introduced my colleague Martin, who's actually from Sweden. So.
Yeah, you are. Okay, nice to meet you. Hey, Fredrik.
Martin.
We're told you have to communicate in English, apparently, Martin.
Yeah, sure, of course.
Yeah.
So you're being live streamed.
Yeah, we are live streamed now. So.
Actually, you even have a session running here now during the afternoon.
Tomorrow. I think it's.
Not today, I think.
No, not today.
Or something giants, it says there. But that's something perhaps more of a other. It's not you're from the university, no, I see.
No.
No.
Probably more Swedes
it's
around
some thematic
here.
area that kind of denotes, yes.
Yeah,
That's
but we think we are about before noon tomorrow, or it was around noon, so 11. Okay, yeah.
All right, very good.
Yeah.
I'll be here then too, so.
Yeah.
So Martin is an interesting. So Martin is one of our immigrants, right? So as I would describe, with people coming to live and work in Ireland, right? So Martin, I'll let you tell your story, right? But you come from Aronsson, right? So a technical research background in Sweden, and then you come by way of an EU project, in fact, to collaborate with people in Waterford, in University of Waterford, and then from there you become part of Connect, right?
Exactly. Yeah. No. So it's first I meant to come here for work, and as it just developed, I also married my wife, my now wife. She's from here.
Yeah. Okay.
So I also live here since like 2010 for many years, and exactly became part of the Connect Center, and I worked with Mark for many years now, and also now Pat Reilly, for example. So enjoy my life here and enjoy to work for the center, certainly.
Yeah.
If you guys have any technical questions about communications, Martin is very competent in this regard. I've learned a huge amount from him about what it all means and what the significance of these things are and so forth. But
and then, I mean, why we're here? I mean, this is a part. I mean, you might not even be aware of this, but we are it's a part of an IT course at the Swedish university. But we are doing this for it's Europeans that are also. So it's an international course, distance course, and about 400 students. So there are many people that are joining in. Everyone is building their own IT application, and we do have, I'm not sure about Aronsson, but we do have a lot of students that are actually active in the industry. So we have senior developers from Telia, I think I saw on the list, and so the thing that IoT attracts so many people, and I think that there are so many that are interested in, the fear of missing out effect. It's quite strong at this moment. So we see that from the university perspective is that there is a really, really big suction for knowledge into this area. So
I think you might probably have told about our academy of the near future and such kind of
initiatives that we are running for training, education purposes.
Yeah.
Which is really to inform kind of a little bit of a wider society, but also like councils, etc., about what is about to happen, right, and how will it have an impact on the whatever developments and evolution of societies. So it's definitely on our agenda, and we have a long-standing relationship with the Dublin City Council here in Dublin, but also other councils around the country to engage, reach out, to try to do our best to explain and help out for how you are really developing your society into this whatever new future, right, of a highly connected society and connected cities and everything.
It shouldn't take too long, I think. But before we end, like an open question to maybe all of you, like what's like next big thing? Yeah, well, no, we're talking to students now. So like all these hundreds of students, they're working with LoRaWAN, they're working with NB-IoT, LTE Cat-M, and embedded technologies. So we're everything below a Raspberry Pi, sort of. So ESP32. So what's the next big thing?
Would it be quantum, Martin?
Yeah, no, I think quantum communication and quantum computing is definitely there, right? I think it still have a few years to go. If you talk about the same area of a little bit of IoT and connected devices, what's coming forward is this kind of whatever reconfigurable reflective surfaces or whatever you call them, right? Have different names. But basically you start to embed an ability to have antennas literally integrated into walls or whatever, right?
Okay, yeah.
And it's kind of supposed to assist in terahertz communications and everything. Now this is also still 5 to 10 years ahead, but it will hugely transform our way for how we can stay connected and at kind of capacity and at speeds that we haven't really seen yet. So, but yeah, it's a few years ahead, but I think it will be highly transformative for society.
Is that something that you think comes in with 6G, or is it?
Yeah, I think it's a bit envisaged for 6G. It's not really a 5G, but there are a lot of research really out there, and companies like Aronsson, Nokia, etc., they are clearly onto it, right? And it will surely happen, and it will be. No, I think it's one of the perhaps next big things. It's hard to say, rule out, whatever, single out one.
And if I can ask you to explain maybe, or if you can, what is quantum computing or quantum networking? What are they? What do they offer compared to what we know today?
I know too little. I mean, it's basically, I mean, I think with respect to quantum communication, has so far been really an ability to secure the channel, basically on an optical level, right? And basically make it impossible to intrude any sort of whatever interference or anything.
Like this quantum entanglement.
Yes, so they are exactly right. So it's encoded basically in the photons, right?
Yeah.
And how they so any sort of interference will be noticed. You can't really, right? So it is viewed as whatever, more or less, as far as we know now. Of course, there will be people who are thinking of attacks who will come up with something, but it looks like impenetrable, right, compared to our.
Those things are really hard to understand. That you have two photons on other totally different sides of the world that are sort of entangled.
Yeah, exactly. No. So I mean, it's just going to, but that beyond that, I think it's also a matter of how much they can increase the capacity. But really, that's exactly where my whatever old legacy from Ericsson etc. starts to feel. Otherwise, it has been quite easy to understand what's coming forward technology-wise, but quantum is a leap that really would, at least also for me, require some further education to fully grasp the details.
So quantum is the new blockchain, or?
No.
Well, I'm talking about buzzwords now.
Yeah. Okay, you can say that. Of course, yes. As something coming forward as a new technology, yes, it is something similar. And it's supposed to be used whatever, right, for satellites and everything. And so that's and we have applied for a substantial grant from EU to build the kind of first nationwide test bed here in Ireland. It's called, I think the call is called EuroQCI. I don't know how much you have seen it, but I think all countries are supposed to first create their own nationwide kind of quantum communication testbed.
Yeah.
We will do it here in Ireland and Sweden, definitely likewise and others, right? And then they're supposed to be interconnected across Europe in a pan-European testbed, and eventually probably being transformed into commercial type of network. Yeah.
I think we need to end the stream now. So it will be too long. But I'm sure we can like sort of maybe distribute contact details or whatever if someone has like additional questions, because we haven't been able to take those.
We should mention, if any of your students want to come work with us, we do welcome students to come to connect. So we have lots of not just these. We have lots of PhD open positions, also postdoctoral opportunities as well. So our centre is comprised of primarily PhD students.
I also
and
want to
postdocs,
apply for more postdocs. So
well,
shouldn't take them all.
Maybe we can help each other out.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for your hospitality to talking to us.
Great.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Okay.
Yes.
It's not running.
We need to search here for
Because I'm just getting the
pin.
pin 3. It's in pin 3.
3.
Yes.
1, 2, 3. What?
Yeah, everything is fine.
Yeah. Yes. Hello, everyone. Now I will begin to print PCB prototype. I will use Volterra PCB printer. So I will print a prototype for the sensors which we done. Yes, these sensors for the team X, and this is the three sensors. It's SDS 011 and CO2 sensors and CCS 811. So I've done the design by using Eagle program, and now I will print this design. I don't know the camera can show the design from my computer or not. Yes. So now I will open my design.
Yeah, what is called the software V1?
Yes, this program it's for Volterra PCB printer. It's called V1. Now I will choose this choice, elegant.
Align.
Yeah. So, and I will choose also romantic ink, which we have this conductive ink in our labs. For PCB printer, there are many kind of inks, but we use the conductive ink, which called romantic ratio.
Mm-hmm.
So now we have the platform in front of me. Now I will upload my design.
You have designed it before,
Yes.
Mustafa, in FritzSync.
Not in FritzSync.
Okay.
I used Eagle.
Eagle, okay.
Yes, and we can use many programs for designing.
Mm-hmm.
For example, as you said, FritzSync and Eagle, and KiCad,
Okay.
also CAD and OrCAD, many programs for designing.
Okay.
The aim from the designer program is only to generate Gerber file.
Yeah.
But I use sometimes Eagle program because it's a little advanced.
Can you share the screen?
Okay, share the screen.
Oh, wait.
You are using StreamYard, right? StreamYard.
Yeah. You're using a StreamYard? Yes. Or not?
Not.
No.
Not sharing. No.
Let's see. Do you have an account, or I can use my account?
No, just sign in with
Okay,
your
sign.
email,
Yeah.
and then you'll get the account sent
Yeah.
to the email, and
It
then
doesn't get a start. Get a start email address.
yeah.
Mustafa Omarin @ where is that sign? LNU.se. And please open your LNU email. Yes. No. This one.
Yeah. So while you
This
log
one?
in,
Yeah, there's a login code.
there
Okay,
was a
copy.
question about which one of the Eagle, KiCad, and FritzSync has the easiest way of
Paste.
creating custom footprints.
And login.
Sorry. One.
Now, okay. For what you here, we are going to StreamYard. For sharing the camera, you said we should use it, or
Video.
So when
no? We are
Broadcast.
so you used your account or whose account?
Yeah, mine account.
Yeah, you use your account because maybe Mustafa is not added in the group. No, just go to the StreamYard and then
yeah. But okay, let's
log out. No, just log out.
yeah. There's a lot of
No, go to the
No.
StreamYard account.
Is
Yeah,
is log out.
use your.
Yeah. No.
No, you log in, not to get it started. Yeah.
Okay, and then
Go to my team. Yeah, go down. Last, go to the studio.
this one.
No.
Which one? This one. Slide. Interested you?
Yeah.
Hello.
Okay. Now,
Type your name.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, that's Mustafa.
Yeah. Okay.
interested you?
So now share your screen. Which share screen you want to share?
What?
Go share. Mute yourself.
Share
Screen.
Share screen.
This will be good.
Entire screen, yes, okay.
Yeah.
Share. Sorry.
What?
Good.
Wait.
Yeah, now go to your. No, yeah, go to your screen.
Where is my screen?
Yeah, which is the screen that Mustafa was sharing.
This one.
No, it's.
Yeah.
No, it's shared on.
It's sharing. No, it's sharing. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry for that. I will continue. I will say again. Yes. I used the. I used the Eagle program Yeah, I use Eagle program, and we can use many programs for designing the circuits, like KiCad or Eagle, Cadence.
So there was a question: which one is the easiest way of creating design?
Yes. The easiest program is fritzing. But if you want to get more advanced option, you have to move to KiCad. And if you want to get more advanced, you have to go to the Eagle. More advanced, go to OrCAD, and so. But for the beginning, my advice, if it's simple circuit or simple design, it's good to use fritzing. And if you have a good, not so much high advanced learning about electronics or something like that, it's good to go to KiCad and then Eagle. Yes. I will open now, if I can open again here, we have this design. I will show this Eagle. It is okay. This semantic for our circuits. It contains 3 sensors, and
You can show it.
yes,
Yeah.
this is the sensors which we have. The one of the sensors here. This is number. Okay, this is number 1. This sensors is SDS 011. It's
It measures the particle.
Exact.
It's for air quality.
Yeah, it's air quality. It's measure particle.
PM 2.5 and PM 10.
Yes. And the other one is the sensor SCD41, but sometimes it's called the CO2 sensors. It's for measure the CO2 gas. And the other one of the sensors, the third one is CCS 811. It's also air quality sensors. It gives us many measurement for air quality. One of them temperature, one of them humidity, and CO2, and and so. And we connect all these 3 sensors with the lobby Phoebe. And we used bin number 21, 22, and bin number 10 and 11, and the ground and VN, and so.
For connecting these
For connecting.
sensors.
Yes. One of the sensors, it's fed up by 3 volts, 3.3 volts, and 2 of the sensors, it's feeding up by 5 volts. And also our MCU, I mean the microprocessor, it's feeding by 5 volts. And we have also one ground for all of them, one ground, as we see here. And we can, for example, move to the
another perspective.
Yes, another perspective. Yes, it's the board. It's the real design now in the board. We will print this now. Exact.
Okay.
Yes. And we will use this program. It's called V1 program. It's for Volterra PCB printer, which we have in our lab.
So after designing in fritzing,
in Eagle.
We are now uploading the file into V1.
Exact.
To send it to print.
Now I will upload our file.
Yeah, it's processing takes time, I think.
It's happening not so much.
No, this is really... So we want dedicate to subscribe.
Yes.
Let's see.
No, it's load last. Oh, no, I don't want this. We need a choose file. We need our. It's another pilot case, another PCB print. So in desktop, I put it in a folders. First team.
Is to start with what? F?
First team D here.
Okay.
So this I will choose the extension .gbl. Open now. It take a little time.
And we have already prepared.
Yes.
There's a program to load Gerber files below or get started with the.
No, this is. Let's see. Yes, this is exact. And I will choose the holes. Another file drill.
What is this file?
It take a little time because it's a little complicated, not simple as usual. Yes, but if it's simple, it go directly. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, it will be faster.
Yeah.
Yeah. What is this txt file that we loaded now?
Yes. It's we have. By Eagle, we generate for two files.
Yes,
one yes, for one of them is called the GBL or Gerber file. It's for this design. Okay.
Yes.
Exact. The other one for drill.
Yes.
Yes, if we need to get holes in our boards, it's the next step. But now we will go with the first step. It's GBL. So now we upload our files. Now our files in our programs and our files ready to print. Okay, we will go to the next step by press next. So the next step on, as we can see here, the first step. To clean the hole, we will use this.
Clean the holes.
Yes, little cleaning. This is two holes. One of them to measure or determine X dimension. The other one to determine or measuring X and Y. So now I will check the nozzles. Okay. After we check a nozzle, I get next. And we did this step before.
Yeah, the clamp board. Yes.
Yes.
We did it and fixed it.
Yes, and we will check again. It's good.
Yeah, it's fixed. Doesn't move.
Yes. Next step. Mount probe. It's very important. This step. We will put the probe gently. Yes.
Okay.
No, it's good.
Yeah. Next step.
Next step. Now. Yes.
It's aligned circuit.
Yes, it's a line circuit. Because we have options from the beginning. One of them it's simple print and the other it's a line print, and I chose before a line printing. It's good for us because we can move our design on the board in which place we want exactly. I will begin, move to feature.
Yeah. Use the highlighted feature.
Yes, here is some information. We have to follow all this information, and it's with a lot of details.
Yeah.
I think we don't need more details more than these details here. So now I will begin. I will begin to calibrate. The dimensions here, it's same the dimension here exact.
Yeah.
In the dimension in the screen, same the dimension in the platform. So I will see again if it's suitable or not. As I can see, it's 1, 2, 3. So we can take a little here, and
It should. It says that probe should be closer to the highlighted feature.
here also we can take advantage from this space. We have here. So now lower. We can see again if it's suitable this point for us. We can see. Let's see, take a measure now. I take a measure for this point exactly. I will move to the next feature. Yes, the next feature is very good as I see. So we can get lower. Measure. Now I will move to the next step.
We measure these 2 points.
Yes. According to these 2 points,
Uh-huh.
it will measure all the circuits.
Okay.
Yeah, it will calibrate all the circuits. Confirm, yes.
Alignment, yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Now we have as measure height. It's for all the point in the circuit. Now we will get probe. Now every point in the circuit, it will be measured, and it will be determined by the programs according to the 2 main points which we decided before.
And what is the time remaining?
Yes.
It takes 5 minutes.
Yes, 5:30. Yes, seconds. It's about 5 minutes for this step.
So which application you are using now for design?
For design or for printing?
Both. There was a question on both.
Yeah, we answered it, but for design is Eagle.
Eagle
and
now,
For
yes.
printing is V1.
Yeah, V1.
Yes.
Actually, for printing, we must use this program. We haven't any option to use another program because it's this program. It's for this PCB printer. But for designing, we can use many programs.
Yeah. V1 is built-in, I think.
Yes, as we can see, the point which is accepted, it will be dark now. We have, I don't know if it's clear in the screen here. Yes, we have now many point begin to be more darker.
What does this points that are not bold and big, they become bold?
Yes.
But what does it
yes,
mean?
yes, it will finish when it will be all of them dark. It's not
okay,
empty,
okay,
full. Yes, yes.
Can we open the door, please?
So
it's very hot here.
Why
That
then
door. Thank
it
you.
will finish? I will prepare the ink.
Okay.
So we
you
have.
wanna show it? So
Yes, it's good to show. I don't know if the camera is now.
I think we wanna show this. Is it?
You want to use that one?
Yes,
you can just move around this one if you want.
Okay. Yeah, we can use it and show it ready.
Now I will replace the head. Show this also, and this. Actually, we have many kinds of inks and many kinds of head.
Yeah.
For ink, we use this. Yes. Yeah. For ink, we use this conductor. It's we use it's this conductor which we used. Yes. To the camera.
Yes, here. And this one.
Yeah. This ink actually for solder paste. Yes, it's for solder. Sometimes this PCB printer can solder, but we use for solder for this example of CMD electronic elements. We use this solder ink. Yes. I don't know.
Yeah.
But for our example now, we need to solder the electronics by our hands after we finish. So we will use conductor ink.
Okay.
Yes, and we have two blobs or head.
Yeah.
We can say. This is the advanced one, and this is the simple one. Yes.
And types of them are different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Look.
Yes.
Like a pin.
Yeah, it's like a pin. It's also expensive. This. I don't remember the price
Okay.
exact, but it's very expensive to use this. But the plastic one, it's also I tried before. It's good also, but we can use it for 1 or for 2 times and yes, cancelled.
Mustafa, I think measurement is completed.
Yes.
Yeah.
So because the measurement is complete, if I'm not satisfied about the measurement, I can press probe, but it look nice. All the points detected and everything is, it look like okay. So I will go to the next step now. Next, as we see, we have to remove this probe gently. We don't need this again now. So remove probe. Next, prime conductor. This is the most important things. So, and sometimes it need to be little careful. So I will replace the head or the nozzle because it's very old. I will put a new one now. I don't know if it's clear.
Okay.
Yes,
We are using the plastic one.
Yes, I use the plastic one. So I will follow the instructions here. As you see, turn the gear counter clockwise, as I will do. I don't know if slowly.
Yeah, until ink barely comes
Maybe
out.
clockwise.
So
let's see here. Maybe.
I think this
No,
side
this is right. Look to the ink. It began.
It's gone.
Yes.
You can stay. Okay. You can see here.
Yes.
Yeah.
The ink began to go. So now, after the ink go outside, we have to turn in the other side a quarter only. Yes. Now we'll it ready. We will see. I will put this again here. Still careful. I hope it's good. So now to the next mount counter. I put it. Next. Now calibrate conductor. It's very, very important. We must calibrate and we must print this before printing our circuits. If it's good to print this clear, like the screen here in the right, it will. Let's begin. Calibrate.
Started to be calibrating.
Now it's calibrated Z, this hole. The other holes, it's X and Y. Let's see what will happen. It will begin. As I see, Nada, it's a little thin. So I will.
The thickness of the ink,
Yeah.
you mean?
Let's see. We will see again. Yes.
Yeah.
As I see, it's so we can put this.
So tight. You mean they are?
Yes.
So
And
soft. Can
remove. Yes, we can remove.
Yes, we wiped out our circuit, so
Yeah, maybe we have to do this many times to be
sure that which one is better.
More.
Yes.
More.
A little. Is it a test before
Yes.
printing?
Yes,
Okay.
it's a test. Until I be satisfied, I will
Yeah,
stop the test.
Nice.
Until now, I'm not satisfied.
Okay.
Maybe it's good, but I think it's
Yeah.
you have to
We should calibrate it to -10, I think.
always it must be clean here.
Yeah.
What it is? -10. Let's see as another. I think it's now it's good for me.
Yes.
I think it's better. Another, if we used this nozzle, it will be more accurate than the plastic one.
Okay.
Yes, but now it's yeah.
It's now
Yeah,
it looks.
yeah, it looks good.
Yeah.
Maybe little,
You can start.
a little
Okay.
decline.
-12 or.
Yeah, it will be good. I think. -12.
Then we can send it to.
But I will not see. I will begin direct to the next step.
Okay.
Yes.
Without any more testing.
Yes.
We go to the
Next.
next step. Yeah.
Now, let's begin. Start.
Okay, 10 minutes we need.
Yes, printing 10 minutes.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah.
It's here. Yeah.
It always begin with the writing. Always. After finish the writing, it will begin with the designing.
Okay.
Yes.
It's now writing VCC, ground,
Yes.
and VIN.
It's Nada, it's not important to put writing in the our design, but it's helping methods only. I put the writing only for helping. If I need to put our elements, electronics elements, it will be so helpful. So many people printing without writing anything, but I think it's good way to writing always, and also we can write the date of today, for example. What is this? Little,
printed,
yeah.
yeah,
Why we printed? What the number of this prototype? Yes.
Okay. Nice.
And many important things. And also, I always it's my methods. I always put many numbers and names of the boards which we used in our circuits. It will be so helpful.
But it shows what's the number of the pins here, yes?
Yes.
That we have in our design.
We can do this.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
It's now zooming
Yes,
it.
we use bin 11, 10, 11, and we use bin number 21, 22 also.
Yes, and 10.
Yes, 10, 11, yes.
Okay. And Line University.
Time remaining about 8 minutes.
Fantastic. IoT lab. How much hot it is?
No, not hot. No.
No?
Yeah.
After it
After.
start to.
Yeah.
Okay.
After the last step,
Uh-huh.
it will be hot
Okay.
as a baking.
It's good.
So how's the PCB printing going?
Yeah, it's
Yes. It's very good now.
nice. Yeah.
Are you team X?
Hey.
Are you team X?
Yeah, I'm in all the teams. I'm switching teams now. Wow, this is
No,
either
Francis
cool.
is the person that switched the team.
This looks so nice. So
Yes.
maybe we can do.
It's better, yeah. Yeah. I was showing this thing, so
Yeah. Does it look all right? Cool. Because this is, yeah, if 3D printing is magic, this is double magic.
Yes, it's for anyone who works in electronic circuits. It's awesome things, really.
Yeah. So thin.
Yay. Now we are.
Wow, this is so cool. So how long will it take, do you think?
It's 6 minutes.
Wow.
6 minutes.
Yeah, also
30
faster than
seconds.
3D printing.
Yeah, it's fast.
But I guess it's like one layer also.
Oh,
So.
that one is ready, and we took it.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, that
Sweet.
one.
You want it?
Printed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's done. It's done.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I think this is really nice to see. I haven't seen this printer before in action, so this is the first time I see it actually doing something. But it's quite expensive, right?
How much is the price? Should I ask? Or...
Yes, it's about $5,000. Euro.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's
50K.
Yeah.
50K crowns. Yeah, that's maybe not something you get just because of the fun of it.
Yeah. But do you know, I think from 5 years ago the 3D printer, it was same the price.
Yeah, more or less at least. And maybe not 5 years ago, but let's say 15 years. Yeah.
Okay. But it was a dream.
Yeah.
Also like this.
Yeah.
Yes. Very nice. Okay, only 5 minutes left.
It's so satisfying to watch. Cool.
You can get the camera even closer. Okay. So you can really see it.
But there would be no stream if we did not have the ultimate stand. 3D printed. All right. Very cool.
We can do every circuit with
Every circuit.
Okay.
Every circuit. For the hobby or for the works or for the development, anything. Every circuit which we want, we can do.
Nice.
Do you know the solution before the PCB printer? It was to send our design to China or any factory can print this. Sometimes it will take time and it will be costly.
Okay, now we have
now we have
printer,
our printer. We can do anything for reality.
Yes, it's very nice. But the stuff, if you want to buy this thing, is too costly.
Not,
I think.
Yeah,
no?
not so much. I can say it's for one ink.
It can print
one ink fillings. It can print 85 prototype. It will costly about 1,000.
This one?
Yes.
So what's the temperature that you need to put this paste
Yeah.
in the store if you want to store it for long?
Now it's is the no temperature. It's the room temperature now. But after we finish, it need
when you don't use it.
we don't use it. We will save this in the refrigerator.
So what's the temperature you need?
4 or 5.
Okay.
Yes, only in refrigerator.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it will be dry. It's very important.
And how much heat it can take? This is the plastic, right? The green thing. Is it the plastic?
Not plastic. It's called fiber.
So how much heat or current it can take before it melt, or?
It's now after we take this away from the refrigerator, we must wait for 15 minutes always. Yes, it's a factory instructions. So 15 minutes we have to wait. It get little smell after 15 minutes, and we can begin to print.
And also the plastic nozzle. The plastic nozzle, does it get hot?
This one.
Now it's printing without hot.
Okay.
Yeah, it's only move the gear. Only move the gear. Yes. So when you move the gear, it's brush the ink. It's a little pressure.
Can you print those nozzles using 3D printer?
3D, no, it's look to one. It's it's so narrow, the hole.
Yeah, but 3D printer can print.
It's tiny. I don't know. I'm not sure about that.
Okay, there was a question on Discord.
Okay.
This one is all the same size, no? Or they are.
Yeah, same size, but the perfect one is this.
Okay.
Yes. For example, if I want to use if I want to print CMD circuit like this, I can use another nozzles, the more expensive one, because these nozzles is only 1 time or 2 times. After that, we will throw away.
So after that we have heating, and after that
Drill.
soldering.
Yeah, drill.
Okay.
After that, soldering. Yeah.
Okay, I prefer to send it to much work. I think
1 minute.
we are closing to finish because 1 minute is left. Okay, I think I should start to downwards counting now. 10, 9, 8.
7.
Done.
Yes, good.
From
Okay,
8 to 0.
Yes.
Yes.
So we'll move to the next step now.
Yeah.
We have to remove this.
Conductor. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have to remove this a little carefully.
Again. Wait.
So we'll put this here, maybe.
Yes, look at it. Complete one.
Don't touch.
No, I wouldn't touch. Just want to have it here.
I also I little clean the hole always. It's cleaned. Next, let's see. Now we have to be careful. We'll flip boards.
Yeah, unscrew there.
Yeah. Take this away and we will follow this.
Is it okay?
Yeah. We have to be a little careful because we need to heat. This must be like, let's see, the first step. Go. No, don't touch. Okay. So put this here and this here.
Yes, we can show it here.
So, and also we will put our circuit in this side. Little careful because the ink is still melt.
Yeah,
I will see.
It's not right, so.
See.
Little she goes.
Yes, try.
Okay, just open it.
No, open. Yes.
Yes, because it's a little tight. We need. Let's take it here. Okay, it's fixed now.
Yes. Now we can move to the next step.
It was the front side. Now
Yeah.
it's the back.
Yeah, back side.
Back side. Okay.
Next. Bake.
Bake.
Yes.
Yeah, bakery now.
I'm not start. I will start. Let's start. Okay.
Let's start. Without.
Oh, we don't. Now the temperature, as we see here in our screen, in my screen, the temperature go up and up. Now the temperature between 40 and 60, it will be about 220 in the final. Now it's 80, and I don't know if the camera here we can see the red
okay.
color. The red color, it's referred to the heating. It means hot surface don't touch this surface at all. It's very harmful. If we must be careful about this.
Yeah, and we need about 1 hour.
Yeah, about 1 hour.
For the
yes, for
heating.
that heating. Yes, heating surface now.
Yes. So.
Yes.
The fun image, the green.
Yes, it's so dangerous to touch.
Yeah.
Touch it.
Red light, you mean
Red
by
light.
this
Yeah,
light?
yeah.
Yes.
It's heating now. It's,
So
it's
can
heating.
we cook on it?
Yes, yes.
Small
It's
hot
called
dog?
bacon.
Yes.
Yeah.
We can bear some by
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
now it's 100,
Yeah.
160.
Yes.
It
How much maximum it will go?
about 220.
The temperature is goes to 200 maximum.
Yeah.
Now
about
it is 180.
80, yeah.
Wow.
Okay. You can see, smell
Yeah.
little. Yeah.
Mhm.
This is very important step because with this step, the ink can be always is fixed good.
Mhm.
I mean the ink will be permanent, not temporary.
Why we don't mm, uh, make higher the temperature at the time and make the time less? I mean, now is 1 hour with 200 temperature. That's the
Yeah.
what is
Yes, it's
the
very
unit, but we can make it.
Yeah. Not actually we cannot determine this because the company which produced this product,
Mhm.
for example, they designed it. For example, if we use our ink, this is called romantic
Mhm.
something. It need
Romantic radio.
yeah
Mhm.
okay romantic radio. It need about 1 hours for temperature 200 Celsius. But
Yes.
maybe if we use another type of ink,
Yeah.
It doesn't need 1 hour. It maybe 30 minutes
Okay.
only. It's enough. It depending on the type of the ink which we use and the time it's
Mhm.
determined
Based on
by
that
yeah
quantity.
yeah
Okay.
based on
Nice.
this.
So 53 minutes.
Yes.
Nice.
We should leave it until 7, I think.
Cool. What happened if you leave it for too long? Nothing?
No, nothing.
That's good.
Nothing. I
Yeah.
leave it for the next days. Yes.
Okay.
But I prefer to stay always around.
Yeah.
If something not good happened, or I can manage.
I guess it's the same with the 3D printers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm.
You can leave it for a while, but
Yeah, it's not nice to leave. So, I think I need to take a little water
yes.
because this here is very warm.
Good job. We should have the air quality.
Yes. Exactly.
So you could see the curve from the start in the morning.
Yeah.
Now we're down here.
Movement
We have
quality.
further to go.
Does it work now?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes. It's
I
now.
can-
It's
can the sound
yeah. It's bake.
Yeah, it
Yes.
smell.
Yeah. Here we go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here we go. Little break. Why then it's finished? Then we can move to the next.
You skip the light one. Yeah. Okay. We are light on. Yeah. Okay. So now we're at Boodskap. Boodskap.
Yeah.
Okay. So we start with just the pronunciation game. Yeah, we're going to ask a few questions, and maybe you can show us something to what you do.
Sure, absolutely.
Yeah. And and who you are. Also
Yeah.
introduce yourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm Jagan Vincent. I am the founder and CEO of Bootstrap. And today I'm going to show you a little bit of the platform features here. So we are a horizontal end-to-end IoT platform provider, meaning the platform runs on a cloud.
Yeah.
And also it's downloadable. You can download and run in a laptop or a small network. It's highly scalable, highly available, and it has all these features of connecting all kind of hardware which can communicate through one of your wireless medium. Either
Yeah.
it can be NB-IoT, narrowband, or doesn't matter, LoRa, 4G, 5G, doesn't matter. So, and the connectivity part is actually, we support almost pretty much all IoT protocols, ranging from COAP, MQTT, HTTP, and FTPs, the old legacy protocols like datagram protocols and all those things.
We even have very old legacy protocols like email way of communication as well.
Okay.
You can send an email and you can listen on an email and trigger an action on that.
Okay.
So now I'm going to show a few features. Yeah. So this is how developer console will look like. And once you sign into the platform, it's actually publicly available platform.
Yeah.
You can go to platform.bootstrap.io and register a domain for yourself. And once you register, you get a domain key and an API key. These are the two critical parts. Using these two credentials, you can start pushing data into the platform. In order to do a push data into the platform, you can go to developer.bootstrap.io, which talks about, which has more than 50 instructional videos, which talks about the platform, the installation, just in case if you want to install by yourself. It talks about various installation mechanisms, and then the firewalls and third-party gateway configurations, and then sending messages. This is the critical part of it. Any IoT developer who wants to send data to a platform, this is where you have to stop by.
Yeah.
It has an example of how to send using MQTT, HTTP, HTTPS, and each section will have an example as well and a tutorial as well. So if you take a look into this code, this is nothing but a Node.js, not a Node.js. This is actually ESP32 code, I guess. Yeah. So, and also it has examples in Python, Ruby, JavaScripts. So it's very developer friendly, and you can go to the platform. One of the cool features of the platform is, let me show, where is the platform? It's here. Okay. So we have an area where you can go and interact with the platform just like a Bash shell, and you can have a, can you type, Vicky? Can you show them help? And so this talks about the various context objects available in the platform to interface it. And for example, if you want to send a SMS, so there is a context to send an SMS. If you want to trigger a FCM, Firebase cloud messaging, and you don't have to go and integrate with a third-party FCM provider. We have everything inbuilt here. So we have more than 400 different context objects in the platform. You can literally integrate with any of the third-party providers using REST protocols, using backend connectors, and all those features.
And in the platform, it's already a database built in as well.
Absolutely. The platform comes with two different backends. One is actually Cassandra, and other one is Elasticsearch. So all the data will get replicated in both this area. So you can actually query the platform and build beautiful widgets. And can you open the mobile app editor? And we have an inbuilt mobile app editor studio where we can dynamically create a mobile app which supports both Android and iOS.
That's
so
cool. Yeah.
You can drag and drop, and we already have a pretty much decent library of widgets. And you could also create your own widgets. And widget is nothing but let's go to the widget library. Just open one of the widgets and show them the three part of the widget, which is
This is a marketplace for all the widgets. We have that collection of like a Play Store. We have a widgets marketplace. So if you see the single widget, you can see the code in HTML, JavaScript, CSS. Once who know these three things, they can easily develop a widgets and create a dashboard in a file.
And sort of just copy paste.
Exactly. Yeah. So also we are giving some shell script command. Using that command also you can install the widget in your end.
Yeah, and you have the MIT license here.
Yeah, exactly.
So that's good. We like that. So, and in terms of platform, you don't have to host anything for yourself if you don't want to, or but you can if you want, or
absolutely, absolutely. And you have the freedom of going with your popular cloud, just in case if you're developing for AWS, you can host the entire platform in AWS or Azure or Oracle. We have Docker, and Docker we support, on-demand scaling. And it's pretty decent, meaning time and again we have shown our clients about 85% of savings in terms of both time on money to implement the large IoT solutions.
Yeah.
And literally speaking, let me give you this analogy. If you were to build a beautiful, sizable product in IoT with 25 developers,
Yeah.
with various technologies, if it is going to take like 6 months to develop a product, now Bootstrap can challenge you with 4 developers and 90 days time to go to market. That's our secret sauce. But the point is, there is initial pain. Obviously, any platform, there is a learning curve.
Yeah.
You have to go and watch all these 50 tutorials.
Yeah.
50 tutorials is about 3 to 6 minutes. So you might have to spend 6 or 7 hours of your training,
Yeah.
which won't happen in a day anyway. So there is a month of learning curve. Once you have familiarized with the platform, then literally you can build a solution within 30 minutes. A simple solution.
Yeah.
Ranging from. So, like I said, for academics, it's free. Anybody, any developer can go to platform.bootstrap.io. They can register it, and they can practice with their own devices.
Okay, this is perfect. We might actually get a lot of students that are
Absolutely.
sort of jumping into your platform when they see this.
Absolutely. The only down point is, we don't allow bursting of messages.
No.
One device with only 800 messages per day. All those restrictions will be there. But still, you will be allowed to practice all these things.
Yeah.
And we don't allow the rules engine code because rules engine can be malicious. If you want the rules engine functionality, there is a small pay, $7 a month scheme is there.
Yeah.
So then you get your own independent platform version. There you could do pretty much everything.
And you can sort of white label this quite easily.
Absolutely, you can white label it. And the only part is you cannot do a commercial activity on our dev platform.
Yeah.
If you are building a commercial solution, you might have to get a license from us.
Yeah.
That's it. So for academics, we already have a lot of students who use the platform in India.
Yeah.
And recently we are planning to try up with Boston University, State of Michigan, and we are in the discussion. We are in the talks, and also in the Middle East and Gulf countries, we are in the discussion with universities as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because there is, as we talked a little bit before we started this stream, that there are so many platforms out there.
Yeah.
So it's really hard for someone to sort of Google IT platform, and you will be like overloaded with information. There will
Absolutely.
be so many things. So the thing that's going open source, well, personally, I love that approach. So, but if you go for the open source version, host it for yourself, and as a student, are you able to do the rule engine in that case? Or,
yeah.
So
you don't have to host it by yourself.
Yeah.
We also provide host in the cloud with a very minimal charge of $7 a month.
Okay.
So then there are various plans. If you want to have massive computation, if you want to deal with hundreds and thousands of devices, then the plan will increase automatically based on the usage.
Yeah.
So I would say that I understand there are hundreds of competitors, but I can only vouch for my platform.
Yeah.
And I guarantee that once you have jumped into the bandwagon, and if you start developing solution, I'm pretty sure you're going to love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm myself actually quite. I need to try this out because I haven't. So I've played around with loads of platforms, but not Bootstrap, not yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that is new for me. But we have something running here.
Yes.
So what is this?
This is actually we sell this development kit. This is nothing but ESP32 based development board. With the same board, you could practice and develop your IoT skills. This has various connectors, both digital, analog, and SPA interfaces, one-wire interface. You can connect more than 120 different sensors.
Yeah.
And you can practice. And the entire board is open sourced.
And here is this groove connector.
Yes, groove connectors. Yeah.
This is quite nice.
Yeah.
We are actually using the ESP32 in the majority of our courses in the summer course. So, the PyCom devices, we use them. And also now, we found a supplier, the HealthTech.
Okay.
Yeah, and because they have the LoRa chip as well. So we like that the students should be able to work with LoRa. And also NB-IoT and Cat M1. So should be able to work with everything.
And one of the feature of the platform is it's actually bi-directional. Most of our competitors only allow the one direction, unidirection.
Yeah.
We support bi-direction. For example, you could trigger an alarm.
It's an LCD display, right? I'm going to send some message to the LCD display.
So this sent it. Yeah, the welcome appeared here.
So similarly, you can trigger a buzzer, right?
Now I'm going to trigger a buzzer from here. going to send a message to
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's actually bidirectional.
Yeah.
So no matter, I'll tell you the analogy behind this thing. Let's assume that you have 100,000 devices connected.
Yeah.
Now, typically a developer has to, if they have where to write the coding from the scratch, they have to go through several semantics. Here, it's only API. Send this command to this device. The platform automatically figures out which endpoint this device is connected. It routes a message to that endpoint automatically, and all those failover mechanism will be taken care. And literally, the platform can be truly horizontally scalable. You can start with one instance, and if your business grows, hundreds and thousands and millions of devices can be supported with MQTT protocol.
Yeah. So the device management is also
Is there?
Yeah.
Over-the-air upgrade is also supported in the platform. You can upload the firmware there in the platform.
Okay.
One push of a button, it goes and upgrades.
That was my next question, actually.
Yes.
So, yeah, because firmware updates and like OTA, that is a very important treat if you're going to make something on scale. And well,
on cherry on the top, we not only support over-the-air upgrades for the known devices, we have a SDK and a API layer you could customize for a custom over-the-air upgrades as well.
Okay.
Imagine that you're building up some kind of a Raspberry Pi based OTA.
Yeah.
So you could develop, you could extend the SDK and write a powerful OTA for Raspberry Pis as well. So not only ESP32, we work with Arduino, Ingino, Sangino. There are a lot of Enos, right? And yeah, it's pretty interesting. This miniature computing devices are, and it's very interesting to learn. This SDK is also open source.
Yeah.
People can go fabricate by themselves or order in Fanel by directly and get a copy, or go to Amazon and order it. So.
Yeah, but you sell this developer board online.
Yes,
also.
absolutely. Yeah.
Quite nice format of this one.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Very much like the computer, like Raspberry Pi board with the compute module. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, clutter-free development. A lot of wires will be dangling around otherwise.
Yeah.
So we both quite 9 volt to 48 industrial volt.
Yeah.
So you can various power supply. Also, you can directly power using the USB as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is interesting. So, how do this? Well, you said some. You told us about the address, and I guess the developer.bootskap.io.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if they end up at that address, then should be fine.
Absolutely.
You're doing something with your fingers.
No, it's just that we have 40 seconds left. If we should keep.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. And then, also, we can open a dedicated support channel with us.
Yeah.
They will work with you for a week for free, for training and stuff like that.
That sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'll maybe we can put you in contact with the students after this stream has ended. So
sure.
Yeah.
We'd be happy to connect and work with institutions like you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't abuse this.
Den också. Hoppas vi det funkar.
And then we're uploading mine to whoever wants to talk.
Yeah, we're gonna Yeah, I will take this off later anyway, so I will not forget it. Yeah.
Så jag känns mer close-up så kan du försöka hålla oss kvar.
No.
I think we're live now.
All right. So finally we're outside, maybe.
Yes.
You don't know what's going to happen. Yeah.
Why are we here?
A bright light, beautiful castle, Kalmar. It's good to be outside. Inside and outside.
Yeah, we've been there for what? 7 hours?
Yeah, more.
Yeah, actually I lost track of time. Yeah, we've been there for 10 hours.
So we are going totally off grid right now with our Starlink. And basically Starlink is Wi-Fi via satellite. So we will try this basically maybe for at least a week. There's a lot of people there. So how does Starlink work? Who knows? So the way it works is that when you connect it, you just reconnect it. So let's hope this. Yeah.
idea of Starlink is to have pretty high bandwidth communication with, I guess, low orbit satellites. So we can communicate with them fairly efficiently. So I think this will go like 100 watts, something like that. So we can power it by this pretty small power bank or what the power station. Yeah, I think this one has 345 kilowatt hours. Yeah. So yeah, that should suffice. Yes. Right. So the basic idea is that last year, if you remember, those who followed us put a sensor in the water, but unfortunately it has been destroyed. And this was the water level. Yeah, or it's some kind of splash from waves or something like that. So it's one of these.
But is it?
So this
Is working? Is it working? I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I'm checking. No, I thought you could see the sound. Are they working, Romain?
Equalizer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think it's the one's working. Yeah.
This one is working.
I think both of. Try to just. Yeah. Let's see.
Alltså nu på iPhone.
We're gonna try to.
Probably be a while until it.
Go to the cam 2, Romain. Can you?
Yes.
Okay, good. Can you?
Yep.
Yeah, that one is awesome. Yeah, great. Yeah. Yeah.
Great. Okay. So yeah, I don't know how much we covered, but what we're gonna do today is basically we have one of those sensors in the corner beneath the what do you call it? This wooden construction. And what we're gonna do is to change it because we think that the one we placed there last year actually got water damaged, maybe because of some splashing or when the water level rose. So, and those are not IP classed. So this is a temperature and humidity sensor. It's a LoRaWAN sensor, which has a battery life of 10 years. At least that's what the manufacturer say. And it's Dragino that does those sensors. This usually comes with, so this one, as it is now, it can measure temperature and humidity, but you can also attach a temperature probe.
Oh yeah, we're back.
Yeah. So Tobias, you're gonna jump.
Okay, so we're having difficulties.
Yeah, we are. So we are live now from Dublin, yeah, I'm here trying to organize the sort of sitting here and chatting with you guys. We're taking a short break, and well, we had some refreshments as well, me and Johan, because we have been in the at the conference for the full day today, so
yeah.
We are actually quite exhausted. It's been really, really fun, and it's been, for now, for us, just being here and watching into the live stream, and really fun.
Yeah,
So,
actually wishing we were there in Kalmar as well, but it's pretty fun here as well. A lot of companies, good companies. We have interviewed some of them. We have talked to a lot more, but we will not continue with those interviews today anymore. I think this Bootstrap is probably the last one from Dublin, but we will hang around, I think, and watch the stream and watch Tobias get into.
Yeah, let's see if we got sound.
And yeah, do we have
David,
any more
can
plans
you tell me something?
from Dublin? No.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
We might. Well, obviously, we might join in for
You got audio?
when the presentations are. We might join in for that, and we might also join in for the dinner, because I think that everyone is going out for a dinner later on, and then we'll obviously join in from Dublin. So perhaps you can see me and Johan drinking like a real Guinness later on.
And now it looks like we have the sound from Kalmar here, and so let's switch back.
Yeah, I think we have sound now. We're online.
Okay.
All right. Some setup troubles as usual.
Yeah.
Thinking about doing a factory reset on this thing because someone has used it and not told us the password.
Yeah, he's trolling us.
Yeah, okay. All right.
At 34.
Here we go! Yay!
Nice.
So now you can actually use the Starlink for the stream if you want to.
If you want to, yes.
Or is it too risky?
Well, if it goes down again,
not worth it.
if it goes down again, then yeah.
Anyways, so we were talking about these LoRaWAN sensors, and many of you have been trying out the Things Network, like LoRaWAN and the Things Network or Helium. And what you have been, what we have had to do is to have your device EUI, so the MAC address of the LoRa modem in your device, and then you also have to have the app EUI and the app key. And when you buy those such sensors, you usually get them. I'm going to cover some of the, some part of the keys, but this is what you get. You get exactly that. You get the device EUI, you get an app key, and you get an app EUI. So what you do is you buy one of those sensors. You can just go and buy it. This one, for example, costs 300 crowns, which is roughly $30. You buy this one, you log into the Things Network, you add it there, and then you go to DataCake, and you can just and there are also already built dashboards for these sensors. So what the DataCake and other IoT platforms do is when new sensors come to market, they pick up on the sensor and then they try it, and then they create this how do you call it, default or basic dashboard for that sensor. So if you buy this, for example, you will have the option to choose the dashboard specifically built for this sensor. So yeah, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna take this, we're gonna replace the old one with this one.
Yeah, put this one in a plastic bag also.
Yes.
Because we are learning from our mistakes.
Yes. Incremental.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna check in the Things Network if this is already onboarded or not.
See if you can connect to the Starlink.
Yes, that's what I'm gonna be doing. So Starlink.
Because I have some trouble.
I see it's like a trying to connect, so that is work. Let's see if we actually have it.
Network request failed when I do speed test.
Yeah.
2 devices though.
Yeah.
David's
we might have to give it a few moments to
adjust to our
its new environment.
Yeah. No, but I will go and salvage the old.
Yeah. Let me just quickly go and see how the situation with the sensor is, if it's onboarded or not.
Yeah, but I will go salvage the sensor.
Yes. Cool.
So I will do this. Getting naked in.
Yeah.
On YouTube.
On YouTube. Only. The whole world can see.
Yeah. Oh, I wasn't prepared.
Yeah.
I'm going into the water. Yes. No, yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, I will take this off.
Du får den. Du får med den. Jag kommer inte så långt härifrån.
So I will bring my trusty scissors.
Oh, okay. Maybe I should start.
Du kan följa honom så att jag har kopplat mycket fast. Jag går hela bort. Jag får lite. Hela vägen.
I'm trying to connect to Things Network, and here we go. You're going? Yeah, but take care, and then we have a workshop tomorrow, so we'll see you tomorrow. So Hamid is now leaving to say goodbye. At least we know that it works. Everything works. Yeah. The project that sort of finished. Yeah, our project. So I think once we're done here, we're gonna do a project presentation, and I don't know how how much the other team progressed, but I think we have managed to have something working at least, and we have the prototype. Yeah, it was 7 values that it measured. So, exactly. Yeah. So we have that to do also. Maybe you can watch that when you're on the train. Yeah. I will reach home around 10. Yeah. Take care. It was really nice meeting you. Yeah. Bye bye. Yeah. Bye bye. Okay. Applications, and then we go to Office Kalmar, and here we want. So we have those labeled. So we have this is 0.7. So let's see if we have 0.7 here somewhere. 0.7, and we see that it sent data 1 hour ago. You can see here. So what we're gonna do, we don't have to do anything else with this. Let me force an uplink and see if it can still send data. So with these sensors, to force an uplink, meaning I want to force it to send data, I'm gonna hold this for at least 1 second, but less than 3 seconds. And then here we should soon see that it sends data. Okay, we'll give it a while. I think there might be I think the gateway that we have in the tower. Yeah. Just remember, we haven't actually mounted that. Okay. So we had to
do the sensor stuff anyway.
Yeah, the sensor stuff we will do because this is already joined to the network. So once this is has joined, what it does is that it wakes up, use the same session key because it doesn't have to rejoin since it's configured to not rejoin. So what it does is the first time you power it on, it tries to join and then sense data, goes to sleep, and then when it wakes up again, it just sends data and then go back to sleep. This way, it preserves lots of battery. It preserves the battery basically. So we don't have to rejoin this one. This is already on the network. So what we're gonna have to do is I don't know if we can see it from here, but the tower that we have, we have 3 plotting site, but we have this maritime tower where students can practice their
Navigation skills.
Navigation skills, yes. And on top of that, we have that's where we have the. So that we should probably do next week. But this is ready, and that one seems intact. Yeah. So this one. So this measures temperature and humidity, but also a second temperature. So 2 temperature values, and this is the 3.5 millimeter jack. It's very dirty, so let's try to just clean it a little, and then there we go. So now we can measure the temperature and humidity, and then also temperature in the water. So water temperature. So, are you ready for round 2?
Yes, but use the magic bag.
Yes. So how are we gonna do this in
You have to put it in and zip tie it.
as far out as possible?
One of these done? Yeah.
So, let's do this.
No.
Do we have duct tape? No, I'm joking. There we go. Then probably we're gonna need 2. Yeah. Wow, this one. So corroded.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hope there is a yeah, you can see here. So this is not IP classed. So yeah.
We have no IP classes. Interesting to see where we yeah, a lot of
Yeah. There we go. This should. No, I think this is. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, maybe we should follow them. Let's see what. Warm. Oh, yeah, quite. Yeah. Yeah, we can I have it done for. Uh, Next is next year's slumpy. Start combining. Men tala om de här. Nej, det här är mycket mer. Jaha. Det är de som är kul. Ja, ja. These are. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Yeah, yeah. No, no. Yeah. Tiny amount. Okay, maybe. That's done. Yeah, just a second. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, those were much. Yeah, I think you put it. I think it was over here on the close to the rock. Okay, so we have the next one ready. But you can stand there, yes? Yeah. Yes, yes, we'll have. If you want, we have one more. Yeah, yeah. You got it? Not putting it around. Yes, yes. Okay.
David,
Yeah.
he's trying to push it.
Is it too short?
Yeah, 2 more.
Yeah, we have one.
Okay, maybe 1 more.
Yeah, okay. Okay. Yeah, you don't want one more?
No, that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, so I just ruined my.
But we have.
Are you sure?
Yes, thanks. Good show. Yes, save this to the next year.
Yes.
Oh.
Now he's just kidding.
Typical mermaid. Became quite cold actually, just standing there.
Right.
Yep, that's it. Let's. Can we use the gateway now?
Actually, we can try. Yeah. But I'm thinking the project presentation. So how long do we have?
9.
I just wanna.
I.
Sometime.
Yeah. But it depends, I guess, on
Yeah.
how long do you think it will take?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's a new gateway, or it's a gateway that I have never configured before. So probably I'm gonna be consuming a lot of documentation.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Or not a lot. It's actually not. It's not very complicated, but yeah.
Maybe not that fun.
Yeah.
So let's do that another day.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. So let's head back slowly but surely.
You don't want this, no?
I'm just holding so we can hear him.
Yeah.
So how much power has it consumed? It has consumed 14%.
Yeah.
It has been standing in the sun too. Honest.
So gateway test.
Offline.
Let's see. Still say offline?
Yeah.
Uh,
But it wasn't offline.
yeah. No, it usually don't take that long, no? Same here. Actually, I have to go back to my hotspot. But yeah, let's have the gateway configuration as a like. Yeah, we take that after the presentation.
Sure.
And just to because I think it might be interesting for some that might be thinking of buying LoRaWAN gateways. So there are different types of gateways and a range of the different prices. You have some that comes with a web user interface where you can go in and change like where it actually points the data or forward the data to. How to some even come with or not only programmable, but we can actually install instances of network servers onto them. So it's not only acting as a gateway, but actually as a network server. Then you have some gateways like the one that we had in the tower that we had to bring down. Those usually you need to SSH into them, so you don't have this web user interface where you can go in and configure it, but you have to actually flash it with an upgrade the firmware and then configure it that way. So basically using terminal. So yeah, we're gonna try to do that. We'll see how that goes. If we manage to get it up and running, then we will also go up to the tower and mount it. If we manage to get it to work. I don't think it should be that time consuming, but you never know. So
Give it a try.
Yeah.
So I did unplug the router. Let's get rid of the final channel. What did you say, Romain? David, share a screen. Could you share a screen?
Yeah, I can do that, but let me go into StreamYard. Almost done. Yes, I'm in StreamYard, and then I have share my screen. So, can do anything else?
Romain, can you put up the share screen? Nice.
Yeah. Okay. So this is. Hopefully I don't. Yeah, actually this is safe. So basically here we have this LNU 07. We can see that last time it transmitted data was 2 hours ago, and this is supposed to transmit data every hour. So when we were on our way down here, that was when it was supposed to send data again. But since we have multiple gateways on floor 4. The ones we have are in the lab, and they're indoor gateways. So typically their antenna is not as powerful as the antennas that you have as outdoor antennas. So that's why we didn't get data the second time. But if we were to install the gateway that we were talking about, the one we have on the tower, as soon as it come online, and then we install it on the tower, then we would immediately, or within the hour, we would see a transmission every hour. So this is how it looks like. We can see here that the last times that it sent data, we can see those arrows up. Forward uplink data message. This means that the device successfully sent an uplink, and we can see this was quite a while ago, around almost 2 hours ago. So hopefully, when we get the gateway up and running and we install it, we can see some live data already today. Or not live data. It's going to be semi-live data. So yeah, let me just show how you would go about installing such sensors. So as we talked about earlier, when you buy one of those, it doesn't have to be this one. Actually, all LoRaWAN sensors that you buy, most of them will come with pre-configured keys. So you're going to have 3 keys. And let's just test, go to add end device, because that's what they're called. Sometimes, now for this sensor, if we search here, we can see 2 options. We can see from LoRaWAN device repository, and then we can see manually. So if we go into brand and search for Dragino, you can see Dragino as an option, and then we can just scroll down and look for our model. So in this case, we have an LHT65, so we choose that one. These sometimes come with different hardware versions and different firmware. So in this case, this is the only one, so we choose it. It's just unknown. And here we have 2 different versions, 1.8, and then we have LHT65 ABP, and this stands for activation by personalization. So what this means is that the device have codes and use the codes every time it's wanted to send data, whereas using over-the-air activation, you have a session key. So you only use the keys once, and then you have a session key. And with that session, that is the one that is used each time the data is being sent. So this is what we're going to use. We're going to use 1.8, and then we're going to select the region. The region basically means that we see those numbers or these intervals. These are the frequencies. So here we can see that in and let's say in Europe, we have two different frequencies. We have 433 megahertz, and then we have 868 megahertz, but this is the span, or this is the range of the frequency that is you see here in the US, it's 915 megahertz, and even here, also here we can see an interval of frequency. But we're going to go ahead and choose for 868 or 863 to 870, and here we can see the sensor that I have in my hand. Again, here we choose the frequency, but this is not also not only frequency, but also the spreading factor. And this is what we talked about. So we need an app EUI, a dev EUI. So the dev EUI is the MAC address of the LoRa modem on the device, and then we have the app. So when we have those three keys, then we can just give an ID and register the end device. So this is what we have to do to onboard our sensor to a LoRaWAN network. But then once we've done that, then we need to, so the data needs to go somewhere. What we're doing now is we're sending the data to the network, but we're not doing anything with it. So in the Things network, we have something called integrations. Basically means that the data that I'm getting, the streams, the packets that I'm getting, I can do use some integration to forward them to other services or other platforms. And we can do that in a number of ways. So we can use MQTT to publish what we receive. So we receive something and we publish that to a topic. And on the other side, you would have something taking care of that data. Maybe listening to it, subscribing to a topic, and every time the data comes in, we take that data and push it into a database. We can also do that by using webhooks. So here, if I add webhooks, we can see a number of platforms. Some of you might recognize DataCake, which is one of the low-code IoT solutions that we have in the roadmap to the left. If we scroll down a little further, then we can probably see UBDots somewhere here. Yeah, we have UBDots here. The Things IO, Things Speak, and so on. And also you can use like a generic or custom webhooks. So you can create your own server, your own webhooks, and use them to push data to your own infrastructure, or like, yeah, your own solution. So yeah, this is the chain from having a device. In this case, it was a ready-to-use device or a commercial device. What we're doing in the course is we don't start here, but we start from a few steps earlier, where we have a sensor, we have a microcontroller or a development board, and we connect them, we send the data, and then at the moment we're sending the data, but on Wednesday, so yeah, tomorrow, the last session, we will go through the IoT platforms. So what IoT platforms there are, how they work. And we won't go through all of them because obviously there are too many, and we would never finish the course if we went through all of them. But we have selected a number of platforms that we will go through, and it's a mix. So we have a few that are low code, meaning that you don't have to know programming to manage to visualize your data. We have also options like Google Cloud, AWS, and so on, where you can push your data to, and then use, depending on what you want to do, use different microservices. So if you want to process your data, if you want to apply machine learning, introduce machine learning to your project, you can do that using those big data IoT platforms. And then we have self-hosted solutions. So when you decide to host your own solution, what you typically need to think about is that the data being pushed to the network, as soon as it's being pushed to the network, you need to listen to it, or you need to fetch it. And once you fetch it, you need to save it in a database, and then basically you can decide how you want to visualize it. You can use open source platforms or open source visualization tools. You can try some commercial visualization tools. But sometimes visualization alone is not enough. Sometimes assume that you have a company and then you're getting all this data, and the company wants this data in different formats. So they want it as a dashboard, they want it as a CSV. Having your own solution gives you this flexibility. You can add functionalities, you can add features, and so on. So those are the three things that we're going to go through once we're done with the networking part. So yeah.
Actually, I think the Starlink is actually online.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So let's try.
Yeah.
So speedtest.net.
Yeah. I did bredbandskollen.
Yeah, bredbandskollen is nice. Yeah, it's working. So oh, cool.
Ooh, it moved.
Yeah. So let's see.
Oh, rotate it.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Started rotating when I wanted to do the speed test because yeah, now it's just disconnected. Now I think it's connected. Oh, yeah. Cool. So yeah, actually this is not bad.
You are screen sharing, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, this is not bad. Cool.
Download 197 megabits per second.
Yeah.
Wow, that upload would be great, right?
Yeah, so I disconnected. I changed network. Am I still in StreamYards? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that was super nice. Really sweet. I will do bredbandskollen.
Yeah, you do that. I will go back to end devices, and yeah, here we can see 2 hours. So let me actually show you some of the dashboards that we have. We were talking about dashboards and low-code IoT solutions. So if we just scroll up here, now I'm in the documentation, and I don't want to go to the hey. Oh, I got this. Oh, no. Yeah, maybe it's the Wi-Fi modem.
Yeah. 103 megabits per second for download and upload 24. That upload speed is actually quite nice.
Yeah.
That's
It's not bad.
probably better than most what you get at home. Like
Yeah.
basically get like 10 or something like that by default, I guess. Cool.
Right.
We actually got this working. That's okay. Nice. Let's see.
So here you can see the dashboard for, this is the custom, or actually this is the default dashboard for the not the DHT, I always say DHT, but it's LHT65. So the one we just installed. So if we choose to visualize the data in DataK, this is what we would get by default. We would just import the device and enter the model of the device, and then we would find a default dashboard for it.
So David, do you think we should go outside and have the next year's screen in the wild?
Yes.
This is so much nicer than being
In the
stuck indoors.
yeah, definitely. I'm thinking maybe we bring tanks and then we do an actual 24-hour live stream.
Live raid.
Yeah, live raid. And then yeah, you can see people sleeping in their tents.
Yes, and Starlink.
And Starlink rotating.
Yeah. So I think we have like 77%. No, we have 77% left here. So I think we need to bring a few more of these.
those. Yeah, definitely.
Like 20 or something.
Yeah, like truck battery.
Yeah.
So there's tons of capacity. Yeah, so here we're looking at the Stenspark, a company that we have a project with. So this is cold room storages. So we see 4 columns. These represent 4 LHT sensors. And at the bottom we have some graphs. So here we see some historical data, and yeah, we can see that we have 2 temperature values. So an inside temperature and a probe temperature, and then we see humidity. So Senspark, they make sausages.
Yes.
And they make good sausages.
Yeah, and the temperature is quite critical, right?
Yes.
This must be pretty within ranges, I guess.
Yeah.
For food safety and health regulation.
Mhm. Yeah, and also having it this way, you can. So this link, this dashboard, it can be shared to basically anyone. You can get a public link, and you can check whatever you have, whatever you're monitoring in your device, in your mobile phone, PC, and so on. So it's actually quite practical.
So maybe you can scan your sausage that you buy, and you can have the full history of
Exactly.
the sausage data in detail.
From the moment it was born.
Yes.
Yes.
Like you can actually on the Prusa printers, they sell filaments, and you can actually scan each individual filament, and you can track it, how it was extruded, when it was extruded, the tolerances and things like that. So a little bit nerdy, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, these things may be of more of value than someone could think.
Yeah, that's kind of like a general idea, I guess. When you collect a lot of data, we don't always know its exact purpose, but it becomes an enabler to see interesting things and learn interesting things that you maybe didn't even think about.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. So here we can see. Yeah, this is a meteor helix. So a meteor helix looks like this. This. So this is a weather station, and what this does is, we go back to data. Yeah, there we go. And here we can see, yeah, it measures temperature, humidity, CO2, pressure, rain also. So we can see how much it rains, how in millimeters, and then, yeah, compare, like, this
is the one we have at the beehive.
Yeah, I think this one or the, no, I actually, those 3 are in Kalmar.
Okay.
If I remember correctly. Yeah, those 3 are in Kalmar. But yeah, I mean, having this kind of information is sometimes good, because sometimes you are actually interested in microflight. Yeah.
Yeah, I think our like the roof set up there, it would be really interesting just to know the wind and humidity and temperature for the bees exactly at where they are.
Yeah.
And not just in Kalmar, it's 90 degrees.
Exactly. So in the roof where we have our beehive, we also have meteor wind, one of those also. So not Arthur, not metro wind, meteor wind. So we have one of those, which is also LoRaWAN. So with this one, we can, well, yeah, we know wind speed, wind direction, and combined with the weather station, we have temperature, humidity, air pressure, CO2, rain. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a lot of the external factors. Yes. So yeah.
And then in the beehive, we do have 2 temperature values inside of the sphere that they form during winters. We have also a temperature inside the actual hive, not very close to them, just to kind of see the temperature of the environment, and then also the temperature outside. Air pressure inside, and volatile organic compound. So yeah,
Cool.
and also the weight.
Yeah.
So how much honey is being produced? Are they swarming or not?
Yeah, I guess you would be able to sense when half the beehive leaves,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
That should be some kind of indication that half
Yeah,
of
something.
the mass has just moved away.
Yeah.
What's happening?
I think if I remember correctly, Mikael was earlier today saying that during winters they can be maybe 15, 20,000 population, but during summers they can get up to that population increases to around 80,000.
Wow. Yeah.
So yeah.
And
So
how many did we have delivered? Like 30,000?
Yeah, I think 20 to 30,000.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So not a small colony, but not a super huge one.
No, no. But like when we were out there today, actually it was lots of traffic.
Nice.
Going in and out,
Yeah.
and you could see like they were totally busy with doing what they are doing.
Do they have an air traffic controller? Is that one of the?
Yeah, I think we called them guards. So I think because when they are born, they have four different tasks. So the first thing I think they do is actually I don't remember the first thing, but at some point they guard, and then they guard at some point, and then the last task is to go and fetch pollen. Yeah, and they do that till they die.
Yeah.
So work themselves to death. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. So are we done here?
Yeah, I think so.
As nice as it is, I'm starting to feel a little bit chilly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we are down to 74%. So I think it's actually not. I think it's consuming less power now. The setup was probably the most power consuming part. So now it seems to have been settling down a little bit. So it's unfortunate that we cannot leave it. But yeah, I guess we will pack up and head back in.
Yes, cool. You want to follow us? Join us? Okay.
Yeah, you can take that one.
Also,
Double my.
for the steer?
Yeah. For the symmetry.
Yes, symmetric.
I will put on my shoes.
Men den här kan jag stänga av eller kan jag mjuta den? Jag vet inte vilken det är kanske. Men det är den här. Om du kan se, men jag tror du kan se där vilken det är, va?
So we're here.
Please.
Yes. and we have some. I think we should mute that one until I hear myself. Thank you.
You're like watching the stream. Yeah.
5 live viewers. 1, 2. So final presentation.
How many groups?
How many groups are we? 1. I think we merge into one big group.
No, we have at least 3, and then they have also 1, right?
At least 3. At least 1, I think. But I think Team David got the farthest.
Yeah, I think, but we didn't come to a dashboard. So
yeah,
should we go through what we have done?
Yes, please.
My screen is shared. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't see.
Well, no. Yeah.
No. Okay. So this is what we have done. We have phase sensors. The first one is the CCS 811, which measures the equivalent CO2 and total volatile organic compound. The second one is the SDS 011 and measures PM 2.5 and PM 10. And the third one is the SCD 41, which measures temperature, humidity, and the actual CO2. Now, these communicate in a number of ways to the development board. We have the first one and the last one. These both communicate using I2C, so the I2C protocol. And then we have the middle one. It communicates using UART, so RxTX, basically. We read the data on the development board, and we use a 1 SIM card and send the data over CAT M1. And then once we've done that, then we and we use UDP to send UDP packets to a Node-RED server, which then takes the result or the actual payload and sends it to DataCake using MQTT. So let's go to Node-RED, and here we can see that this function is redundant. We have a UDP server which listens to port 4445. We get the data. We have a debug node just to see what we're actually getting from the end device. And then that same data is being published to an MQTT broker. And if we double click here and we go here, we can see this is an MQTT server that is running on our server, on which we also have Node-RED. And then if we go to MQTT, we have here, among all these devices, we have a device called ESP32. We don't have a dashboard yet, but if we go to configuration, we can see that, and we scroll down a little, we can see that we have configured an MQTT server. This is the IP address of the server that we have Node-RED in. And here we're subscribing to basically any topic. This hashtag is a wildcard. So if we click here, we can see that on topic ESP32, we're getting this array of values. And these are ordered in a certain way. So each value obviously means something. So if we scroll down, we can see that we're just now we got the value for PM 2.5. 5 minutes ago, this is probably not refreshed, but yeah, we should be also getting the PM10 value, temperature, humidity, CO2, equivalent CO2, total volatile organic compound, and then this is just for debugging. So sometimes when we need to use different languages to either take substrings, slice, trim. It's nice to see how the payload actually looks like. So this is how it's being sent, and this is how we slice it or pick values from this payload. So we have this now. What we could do next step is basically, if we go up, go to dashboard,
and then here we can choose if we want the dashboard to be for desktop or mobile phones. Then we can here add a widget, and let's go to value. Here we let's just call this temperature, and then in the data section we go and choose the data field, and here we use what?
You're doing dashboard now.
Yeah, I'm doing dashboard while you were supposed to be on my team. Why are you burning?
No,
Yeah. And then if we go to gauge here, I want it to be circular, and then I want to, yeah, maybe for when it's -30, I want it to be blue. When it's 25, I want it to be green. And then when it's, 60, or let's go with 80, this is hot. And then I save this. And here I now have a gauge for temperature. And I could do this for all the other values. So once I'm done, I'm going to toggle this. And this is what I would be ending up with, basically. But now I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to create a public link. And then I'm going to create it here. I'm going to copy it. Yeah, I need to exit this one. Yeah, so this link that I just created, I can basically send it to anyone. And people with this link would be able to go in and
see the dashboard.
See the dashboard. They cannot change because now it's read only. But yeah, this is so this is from start to almost finish. We didn't do the dashboard, but I mean, yeah, and you can see how the device is connected. Now this is very fragile, so if I don't move it gently, I might be having some pins moving, and then it disconnects, or I get some error. Yeah. Now I'm thinking maybe Mustafa can showcase the circuit he did for this project.
Yes.
Are we going to use this camera? Or?
Yeah, we can. Yes, this is a circuit. Yes, this is the circuit which we printed. It's same the circuits which David he's done, and it's same, but it's you can see the difference.
Yeah,
it's maybe big difference between both of them. Same the function. Now it need only to drill.
Yeah. So
So we.
You mean where we have those pin slots?
Yeah.
So here we have, what is it here? Is it the Pi, or the PyCom device goes here, right?
Yeah, the PyCom here.
Yeah.
Okay. The PyCom it must be here, as we have something like this. It will be the final. We will put a header to set the PyCom like this from the other side, and it will be easy after we finish from drilling. We will put the headers, then a little solder, then it will be finished. Everything will be ready.
Yeah.
Yes, but it's a big difference between both of them. It's same the function, absolute, but it's as he said, he don't want to touch this and move because it's one pin. It will go out or something will
just
happen.
move slightly.
Yeah.
And then we can actually try, like if I just do this or do like that. Now it's not happening just because I'm trying to prove a point, but.
So in these circuits, it's more flexibility, and yes, it's permanent.
Yeah,
permanent circuit.
So how long did it take to print this?
Yes, it's about 2 hours printing.
2 hours. So what is which of the, because I assume that there are a number of processes that this goes through. So when the printer goes and puts on the inductive
paste.
Yes.
Or conductive.
This stage is about 10 minutes only.
10 minutes.
Yes. And the probe about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Like,
and then we bake it. Yes.
Bake it. It's about 1 hour.
Yeah.
This is to be permanent ink.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Nice.
Yes, it's easy to print. Really.
Yeah.
It's not so complicated, but it need a little to focus about the designing only.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. Actually, it looks really good.
Yeah, I think that I think you should continue with this and just make the full prototype. Maybe not today, but yeah.
Yeah. Also, we didn't manage to do the casing for this project.
Yeah.
So we didn't manage to 3D print anything, but yeah, this is.
We did get something from Daniel's thing there, right? So we can take that. I think it's
this box.
Yes. So yes, this is the camera right now. So this is the result of Neda and Daniel's printing session.
Case for Loki.
Oh, this is a little bit satisfying. Look. So this is good. You can remove the sheets for easy access to the print. So I guess so it should fit something like this, right?
The expansion board should go. Yes.
Nice, beautiful. You can put some screws into those, I guess.
You can see we
to hold it down. This works really nice.
This part for Loki.
Yeah, this is really nice. So I guess that we got some 3D printing done also. So well, I guess this is our project, and ours is powered by the.
Wow.
Yeah, it will last for 4 years. Small battery. But I guess we have the same sensors, right?
Yeah. So we have at least one common sensor.
Yes, this one.
It's the SDS 011, and it's the one.
Yeah, and we use this BME 680.
Yes.
Do you know what that measures?
Yes. So that measures temperature, humidity, air pressure, and volatile organic compounds.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. And I think our idea was to make it communicate with the Bluetooth.
All right. Bluetooth
Application on the mobile phone. And I think Matt's got that to work.
Yeah, so I can actually.
Yeah, you can connect to that.
Yeah, I can connect to that.
Please try to do it,
So,
because I don't manage to get anything decent from it except for the GPS, because phones have GPS, right? So it's a good way to have the position of things.
Terminal Bluetooth will show, yes? Yeah, yes, we.
So yeah, now I cannot share this. Yeah, maybe I can.
Yeah, it's a progressive web app, so it should be able to do it on the computer.
Oh my god.
I will reset this one.
GitHub.
Or maybe during dinner.
So yeah, I'm not gonna do location. Let's do I think it's DF, yeah, by default. So I'm gonna connect. Here we can see your team's device.
Yes,
it's called ESP32 Forkbeard. Here we can connect, and soon we will be seeing some values. I think in green.
Yeah, I'm thinking I never got any values when I tried this during your presentation. So
okay,
let's not hope for. Yeah,
there we go. So PM 2.5. Wow, this is very high. 999.
Yeah. So we are thinking that this is there's something wrong with this one.
Yeah, it's a defect.
Maybe we should. It would be interesting to swap them, but let's not do that.
Yeah, actually, I just need to change this last one. Let me disconnect from this one and then connect to the other device. Now we can see something called ESP32. So if we connect to that, this is the other device now. And there we go.
Yeah.
PM 2.5, 1.2, PM 10, 1.4, temperature is 26.78.
Yeah.
And then humidity 44 and so on.
That seems to make more sense from the particle
point of view.
Yeah.
I was thinking that Mats had pulled his hair really a lot in his office.
Yeah,
and
but
the
this is
sensor-
also a really nice way. I mean, if you have, because this way, the device, giving that you're close to the device, you can connect to it. The device itself doesn't need to have, doesn't need to be connected to the internet, but having someone close to it, connecting to it with the Wi-Fi, that data that is being sent to the phone can actually be forwarded to.
Yeah, and I think that is actually also done. It's forwarded to Firebase.
Yeah, right.
So there is a Firebase database going on here somewhere unknown.
Yes.
But and if we look at the phone, you also get the GPS coordinates.
Yes.
Yeah. So you can connect the data with a position, and that becomes really interesting, I think, especially for putting this on a device that moves around. It will be awesome to have the exact location of it. I think that's basically how far we got in this team, but no real front end for kind of like looking at the data as such. It's a little bit sad, but yeah,
I have
guess.
a little front end.
Yeah, you have a little front end.
Yeah. Semi front end.
So I think David's team is the winner.
Yeah.
Yay!
Are you another team? Wait, we're not done.
Yeah.
No, we're not done.
We're not done. Cool. So you formed a new team.
Yeah, it's kind of borrowing people.
Yeah.
Our team is winner.
Cool.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, go, just go.
What?
Just,
No.
just go.
I will pick David.
Yeah.
Because you
Just-
left me all the time.
Yeah, just show the small project. Where is the?
Is it a small? Okay, I am with David.
Yes, green.
Hello.
I don't know which one. Okay. Yes. Neda was supposed to present, but yeah, it's me who wanted to basically.
Okay, I can present.
Okay. So we had also tried similar sensor, SDS 011 for measuring the PM, and we also tried MQ135 for measuring the carbon dioxide ppm in the air. And there are two more sensors, as you can see, that are nicely presented. We tried them, but we failed, so we didn't take them down. But
just decoration.
yeah.
But they look very nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is rain sensor.
Yeah, and one is rain sensor and one is a moisture sensor.
Yes, for soil.
Moist soil, yes.
Yes.
Then we did not do advanced stuff like David. Not we, basically I, not you. So I did some visualization on the PyBite platform, where we are basically receiving three signals, two for PM and one for ppm. And we have some, okay, now it's not showing.
Oh, it's in demo.
Yeah, it's always like this.
Okay, and we got basically values.
We did visualization.
So we did very good visualization, but very poor development work. But yes, that's more or less that we did.
Nice.
And
you have a nice. You have kind of like valid PM10 and PM.
Yeah, these are valid
values.
numbers.
Yeah, so not 999.
No problem.
Yes.
Yes, it's done.
So how much grade we got?
Okay, who is winner?
Yeah, I think David and
David?
Neda's team are clear winners.
Also Hamed.
Yeah,
Hamed.
Yeah. We have lost some people during the day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Hamed had to take the train to Hässleholm, and that's totally understandable.
Missing in action.
Yes. But he was actually, we did all the way to, we made MQTT work. So the only thing that
we did without Hamid is this dashboard. I don't want to
Only
call it
one
dashboard.
chart.
Yeah, I don't want to call it dashboard. I did this gauge.
The value.
Yeah, it is value.
Project to be dashboard.
Francis used Fiverr.
Yes.
Yeah, basically,
But
I
it's
did
good.
nothing in my team, so
Where's your team?
yeah, I'm just taking the credit for it. But I think Daniel basically did all the sensors stuff, the Python stuff for the sensors, and Mats did all the coding for the web app
the
and
progressive web
yeah.
app, yes.
And then that did all the Google search.
Yeah, I did just
I
run
did-
around.
I did on all the
Okay. So any more projects?
Raspberry Pi.
Yeah, no, I don't think we have any.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't lose any team members, but we lost our minds during the day.
Pretty nice front end, I think.
Yeah, so we're like the reverse from everyone else. We got a dashboard, but we got nothing else.
So I'm thinking for the next Slow TV, we combine.
Yeah.
And then we do some, kick-ass project.
But it's just one of those things where we felt like we were doing everything right, and we tried to connect over both LoRa and the Wi-Fi, and just nothing works. And we don't know why, because we've done the exact same thing before, and it's worked. So
We should call it fast.
This is
Fast
hardware.
maybe it should be faster.
Slow.
Just look at the-
You start debugging things, you don't know what. What's wrong with them.
We kind of had the storage, the back end, and the front end, but nothing to put in it.
So it was the actual lines that.
Yeah.
They should, the arrows, you know. They
Yeah. We forgot about the arrows.
You need to go in a direction.
So dinner time.
Yeah, I think that's it for today.
Yeah.
I think a big applause for everyone who did really well. I hope at least some people have enjoyed. Yeah, both maybe the day as such and watching. So we will continue for a small while. Yeah, trying to find a place to eat. And do a little cleaning maybe. You see a lot of cables over there, for example. Did you use all of these?
Yes, all of it.
Yeah.
Right,
Maybe
all
for
of
the
it.
collection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Super nice to see you all. Are you joining for dinner?
Sure.
Nice. Why not? How many nights like this do you get? Not that many. This one is one of those. And this is also a lot of cables, right? So a little bit of cleanup, and then we find some place to have a last celebration. Yay!
Yes.
And then it's midsummers and all of that stuff, right?
Yes.
Holiday started.
Or someone else has some fun anecdotes or something like that for the stream? No, not really.
Nope.
Nope.
No.
I think.
It's pretty hot in here.
Yeah. I think it would be.
Let's see what the temperature is.
900.
Where is it?
Should be able to follow that.
Yeah.
Mustafa? Yeah, have a look at 34.
Yes. Yeah.
And this one, look at this also. Take a look. This is for one pilot case. It's called QTS.
Say temp.
One pilot case. The other one.
My God! No.
For example, let's see.
All right. So yeah, Mustafa, you have some work.
Current value greater than or Ja, men vi tar greater than, larger than. Vad var den på nu?
26.
Så vi lägger den på 27. Then what we want to do is send them email or SMS. Let's send them email. Kolla över, exakt. Ja, vi måste eller nu.se.
It's one pilot case.
Yeah.
You have a many pilot case. Yeah. But this is what is happening. Yeah. It's same exact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Det känns lite som ett såhär...
I will show you the step.
So you see.
Just wait a minute.
Thank you, madam.
Yeah, we can fix this, I think, tomorrow.
They get
Let Aronsson do everything.
Yeah.
No, Aronsson will not.
So
Yeah, he's heading, traveling, heading away.
I moved to the system. This is
He ran away.
He ran away. Yeah.
Yeah, it's nice work. But it's David also.
Still run
Ja,
away.
jo, det ska vi väl göra.
Yeah.
Nästa live. Sen.
Jaha, vad är ni sugna på att äta då? Where are we going?
BKs.
BK.
If in the future, if you have nice idea,
Vad var det på det?
and
Ja.
want to bring it,
Nej.
you can try.
Vad är det då?
That would be really great. Yes, I can help you. I show you.
Ja, i somras, det ligger vid muren. Vet du var F1 ligger?
It'll be fun.
Eller Lokos. Det ligger vägg i vägg med Lokos. Samma hus. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm up for kind of like anything with some easily digestible food and a beer. So then I'm happy.
Both of those.
Yeah, cool.
Go for beer.
Så varmt.
What's the whole thing?
Yeah. What kind of dinner? It's fast or
yeah, not fancy.
no. I mean you will sit and
Yeah,
1 hour at least.
yeah.
okay. Maybe I can eat hamburger or something. So
Yeah.
Yeah, you can eat anything.
Yeah.
You like.
Yeah, because I would like to share all.
I think the PCB print was one of the day's successes, right? That was really nice that we could get that.
After working all day with sensors, my laptop doesn't close. I don't know why.
Have you get a result from the other sensors? The small one?
What you got?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
But I don't know what those values are.
Do you know this sensor is sensitive for ethan, propan,
Thank you.
alcohol.
Thank you.
It's 5 gases.
Yeah.
And we tried with it was working very
Before
good.
drinking beer, after drinking beer.
After drinking beer.
Let's keep the camera on.
Oh my god. You are still talking?
Yeah.
Yes, let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna take this one and go home.
Camera. Are you a bit tired? And I'll just keep it on. Yeah. I will put that down to the stream it. No problem.
This is mail with you.
Yeah, that's fine.
Hane.
Hona is female.
Okay.
So,
I hope I can save this in my mind before
yeah.
finishing job.
I guess it's a little bit almost exactly the same word, right?
In Arabic we said male and female.
Yeah.
Directly.
Yeah.
It's in English.
No.
So where we're eating?
Det fanns något förslag om någonting där i Marcus.
So this is
Lämna tillbaka de här.
this is what you have there?
This male, female.
Yeah, this is.
Looks like everybody are finishing up.
Yeah, it looks like everyone has sort of finished now in the lab.
Yeah, I have finished a well as well. My fish and chips are gone. And your lamb rack is also finished.
Yeah.
So.
Long day of working. And so should we wrap this day up?
Yeah, we probably should. It's been a long day. It started off not so good when we found out that Cloudflare had a major outage. And that took down StreamYard and a lot of other services like Coinbase, Discord, and things like that. So we were not that happy when we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock.
Yeah, but I think we started 9:30, 40-ish.
So we had to delay a little bit, but they were quick to fix it. So don't know exactly what was the problem on the Cloudflare end, but I mean Cloudflare is a big service that hosts and are routing a lot of internet traffic. So of course it affected a lot of the services out there.
Yeah, and should we talk a little bit about like the live stream, like what we actually are doing now? So what we try to do is to do something that is not like
everything else.
Not everything, something that is something else than what you usually expect.
Yeah.
That is sort of what we try to do, and also have fun.
Yeah, I hope everybody has noticed that we have had fun.
Yeah.
I mean, we have been here on the IoT week. We would have been here anyway. So we are not here just for the not for the live stream, but also for the conference, of course, and the presentation tomorrow. So that's the main thing. But we saw a chance of combining the live stream with the poster, or the presentations and the exhibition. I wonder if the sound is good in here, but we'll see. We're in Nepal, so
yeah. I don't know, but let's see. Check on. We said that before that we
should always check the sound, because that's always a risk when we're streaming like this. So we found a pub that was really a local pub, I think, because there are not many tourists here. So.
Yeah. So we are actually I'm not sure if we should film in the pub. There's a lot of people in here, but it's a very, very Irish pub, I would say. So, but yeah, so that was about the live stream. So, and I think that we sort of have achieved something like at least out of the ordinary.
Yep.
Well, the thing is that we also don't push any course objectives. Well, apart from one thing, the 3D printing part, that is a course objective, and you will have to look at that to be able to sort of answer the quiz that will come on Canvas. But apart from that, everything else is bonus material.
Yeah.
So, and that means that we have all the freedom in the world to do something that is hopefully a little bit engaging. And do we have anything to say about the IoT conference so far? It's actually 2 days left, and I think that the day tomorrow will be the
bigger day.
The bigger day. I think that's
a lot of people coming in for presentations. It's been a bit sleepy, I would say, a little bit.
Yeah. Monday was very sleepy, so there wasn't really much happening on Monday. It felt like that people didn't show up until today, and I think tomorrow will be the big day, and that's when we are also presenting. You will present tomorrow.
Yeah. And there's been, I mean, a lot of buzzwords. It's a lot of metaverse, Web3, IoT, of course, different techniques discussed, blockchain, a lot of funding, companies that want to fund other companies, and initiatives that want to actually throw money at startups. It's a big startup scene here in Dublin.
But it's a big startup scene, and then we also have the big IoT, like we said, IT players that we have. If you look at all the addresses of, like, if you go in and look at where is Google in Europe, it's in Ireland. obviously this is because of tax reasons.
Yeah.
So, but Ireland has made it pretty good for IT companies to, well, be more. They can earn more money here because of tax regulations, I guess. But there are a lot of things happening here, and I think that Ireland as a country is about 5 million people. It's a small country, also small in size, that is. So, and still all these things happening in this place. That's quite cool.
Yeah, and that is pretty much conference. We haven't had time to look in on everything that has happened during the day. I know that there has been the vice chancellor has been on.
Yeah.
We'll be interested in looking at what he has to say later on.
Yeah.
Maybe you should move in a bit so we leave room for the ladies coming.
Yeah. There are people that are like joining in, and then maybe they want to join the live stream. I don't know, but I think not.
No.
Yeah.
So I will have a look at that. I don't know the status of the Bödasan.
I thought it was going to be more material from Bödasan.
Yeah.
So, but there were probably a reason for this, because as we did plan this, the original idea for this was called Slow TV, and I think it might also be written somewhere. Yeah, fine, you can. Yeah, it might be written still in the somewhere in the text that it's a slow TV day, but it's actually not very slow. It's a lot of things that are happening. So it has become like not a slow TV day, but the main idea was still slow TV. So, but getting back to the conference, yeah.
Did I miss something?
No, but we said that we had a lot of buzzwords.
Yeah.
And what I could say is that in the course, we're trying to focus on creating this broad perspective of IoT. And this is, I would say, this is an area where there are so many things happening. And if you go to this kind of conference, you see that there are like diverse, the many companies doing the same thing. I mean, if you're talking about IoT platforms, we had this platform called, no, I don't remember the name. Bootstrap, yeah. This is one of probably hundreds of platforms out there. And I think that tells you something. And then also, and most of these companies will probably not survive. And after the stream, sorry I didn't get that on the camera, but now I will anyway say it. But yeah, it's a very competitive business. And I think a lot of the IoT companies are actually struggling to make money. I think, and the same thing with the SIM cards companies, that those companies that are focusing into IoT solutions, like they mainly going into that space, the customers, they want something that is very, very inexpensive, because IoT should be cheap, it should be inexpensive. And then, well, it's hard maybe to do business. You need to scale a lot just because you don't have that big margins. And also blockchain. People are still talking about blockchain like it's the most revolutionary thing ever.
But they don't know what they're talking about.
No. So you have these salespeople talking about blockchain that and blockchain that. And well, what are you going to use the blockchain for? Well, we are using the blockchain. Hooray!
Have you heard about helium? What is that?
Yeah, and that was also something that when we talked with these companies that are like really into IoT, they also the cellular providers and such, and well, and also the research laboratory, that's like the research foundation, and we talked about like, okay, helium, what is that? And they, well, we have heard about it, but well, haven't used it, and we don't really know. It's some fringe thing out there. So I think that's at least what I think you should provide in a course setting like this, is that the university should absolutely be on the edge. So we are not promoting any specific products or specific platforms.
might seem like we're promoting a couple, but that might be because we have good collaborations, but try to be as open as possible. And then also sort of push new technology forward. So the last years we had this course, it has actually been happening quite much. So if you look at the first year, second year, and the third year, it's quite a difference in the material.
Yeah.
I would like to also, but leave the IoT week for 1 second. I would also take the opportunity to thank you, everyone that has been part of the stream today. Last year it was like it was much around me, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the last stream, it's still up there. I went to work in the morning, and it sort of ended with both started and ended with me, and I was part of all these things in between.
Yeah.
This year, Daniel and Tobias, they took that part instead. Yeah. They did it really, really good. Yeah. So big shout out to that. And also, last year we were a lot of people in the lab, as you see, and this year we have had many more people. So we've had companies joining in. So Uptilt is one company that joined in also for the project, and I think this is really sort of this is like a 12-hour hackathon with a lot of material in between.
Yeah.
And also John from Bebröd.
Yeah.
I mean that's really cool.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that one. I haven't seen it. Yeah. What I would like to address as we saw in the stream, a big thank you to Romain for directing everything behind the scenes. We have seen pictures of his current workspace, and it's a big challenge.
That's crazy. Yeah. So, you know, Romain, the guy that has actually been directing the stream, the one that has been sort of organizing all these small boxes and putting streams in together and video editing a little bit behind the scenes and such. He has a small baby, I think less than 6 months or about that age. He might correct me, and please do with the banner if I'm wrong. But the thing is that he's been home, working from home with that baby and without any other support. Because I think the other part of his family wasn't home.
Yeah.
So really, really big kudos to you, Romain.
Yeah. And really well done to Atlas and William that has been the ones filming everything, or more or less everything.
And it's not easy to actually hold a camera steady.
And we are shooting everything more or less on phones. So
technology-wise, we've been using iPhones for I think more or less everything without the cameras that has been static.
Yeah. And so I mean, we will leave this up. We will probably also time tag everything. So if you missed anything, you can always use the tags and jump back in the stream.
Yeah. And we will do a chapter marking in this stream. Yeah. This stream will be here for as long as YouTube keeps it, and we will make a chapter marker, so you will be able to find without scrolling through everything. We will try to do that the next couple of days. Yeah.
So I think that is it.
Should we have a cheers, a Guinness cheers?
Yeah, we should probably. And cheers to everybody who has joined the stream and for everybody who has worked with the stream.
And that is we'll say it's alcohol free.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers. And bye from Dublin.